Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this narration of the web novel Humans Don't Make Good Familiars, taken from Reddit with the author's approval. If you are new to the series, the playlist is linked in the description down below, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Suma took a deep breath.
He was later dubbed the Ravaging. The Death Dragon swept across the land, raining its terrible power across the whole continent and killing millions as it rampaged. Its unbridled fury wasn't just for the Emma, though. It had no partiality or bias. It killed animals, plants, insects even. If it drew breath or pulsed with life in any way, shape, or form, it fell before the Death Dragon's rage. She stopped for a moment and took a breath. Did anyone ever find out why? I asked. There were theories, rumors, and myths. Some said that it had suffered a terrible childhood due to its possession of chaos magic. Others said it was simply driven mad, or simply born evil. However, no one alive knows the truth, she said. So what happened next? I wandered from my chair made of sculpted vines. We were currently sitting in the room that I was renting in the kennel because I decided to live here for a while. I had lost my job back on Earth after leaving for several days without letting anyone know, after agreeing to work just hours beforehand. I still had an apartment on Earth that I was now paying for with gold and silver coins that I get by selling my mana here. Apparently chaos magic makes excellent fuel and fertilizer, so farmers are the ones I deal with mostly. But a few nobles have approached and struck deals with Suma and I as well. All that together meant that I was making about 5 gold coins every few days, and 10 silver coins every other day. Sure, I had to get a smaller flat back on Earth, but I was living it up here, in Atmosia, which Suma confirmed is in fact her world's name. The Chaos Dragon went from island to island, coast to coast, killing everything it saw, until what was left of my race put together as large an army as we could manage to beat the beast back, she said. Did that work? For a time. But all it had to do was run away and heal, and with each attack our forces dwindled ever smaller. According to the stories, many had resigned to death, and went home to die with what was left of their loved ones. Dang, I shook my head. In the end, it had wiped out over 80% of life on Atmosia, she said. So, how did you all win? No one really knows, she said. What? A dragon kills 80% of your world, and no one knows what happened to it. How is that possible? I asked, astonished. One day it just disappeared, and no one ever found out what happened to it. Maybe the army did more damage than it could heal from in one of their battles. Maybe it was just old. Or maybe it depleted its strength too much, and since there wasn't much food left, it couldn't find anything to eat. However, the truth was lost centuries ago, she explained. What do you believe? I asked. Well, she started. I always believed that a hero mage, Amboss, was the one that defeated the beast. Hero mage? I wondered. It's just a story. Back then, there was supposed to be a hero named Amboss. He apparently had a familiar with an attribute of chaos magic as well, she told me. Whoa, really? I said, surprised. Wasn't he human? No. He was a Viking of all things, she said to my surprise. I didn't know how to respond. Another human. Centuries ago, was going through exactly what I'm going through now. It was surreal, to say the least. I'm surprised the Viking didn't turn on Amboss and side with the dragon, Suma choked. Vikings were fearsome, and I'm sure some of them could be described as evil, but they weren't crazy. They didn't want the death for the whole world, I said. Maybe, she said. So, what do you know about them? The Vikings, I mean. Quite a bit more than you, I imagine. I studied them in school on several occasions as a part of the curriculum, I explained. Really? She sounded surprised. There are always such mysteries to us. We couldn't understand them after all. My people could, I told her. That got her attention. But how did you manage that? She wondered. My people are good with languages, I lied. So, what did they want? Money, supplies, slaves, anything they could fit onto their ships, really, I said. They took your people as slaves, she said, astounded. They never did that with my people. To be fair, your people are rather small compared to mine, I joked. Yes, suppose that's true. But why would that matter? They probably didn't think that you would be much use, or more likely, they didn't have anyone or anywhere to bring you back to. They would bring the slaves back to their bases to sell them off to anyone who would buy them. On my world, slavery was fairly common back then, so it couldn't have been difficult to find someone, I explained. I see, she said. Jake, the Vikings, what do they look like?
she asked that a bit suspiciously. Why do you ask? I tried to say calmly.
It's nothing. Never mind. Just a weird thought, she said quietly. But how do you people know so much about them? I mean, I get that you learned their language, but still, you would have had to talk to them. And they were so powerful, chaos mages. And you said that your world doesn't have magic, so...
Well, we captured some. Since magic doesn't work on my world, they were just normal people, I said. Then realized what came out of my mouth and prayed that Suma didn't realize it too.
Jake, she said seriously, what do you mean, normal people?
End of chapter. Chapter 42.
It's nothing. Never mind. It's just a weird thought, she said quietly. But how do your people know so much about them? I mean, I get that you learned their language, but still, you would have had to talk to them. And they were powerful chaos mages, and you said that your world didn't have magic, so...
Well, we captured some. Since magic doesn't work in my world, they were just normal people, I said. Then realized what just came out of my mouth and prayed that Suma didn't realize it too.
Jake, she said seriously, what do you mean, normal people?
I groaned internally at my own stupidity. Oh, you know, I just meant... My mind started to fritz and go blank. I just meant that they didn't have magic, so they were only as strong as, At this point, Suma cut me off.
Jake, she said seriously,
and in a hushed whisper, as if someone might hear, even though we were alone.
Are you a Viking?
No, I said quickly. Well, not technically, anyway. I ran a hand through my hair and tried to organize my thoughts. I am, however, the same species as them, but the Vikings were a culture that died out centuries ago. I'm as much a Viking as you are a member of the Southern Union.
I knew it, she exclaimed quietly.
You knew?
How?
I asked, disbelievingly.
Well, it wasn't a difficult stretch, though I suppose it's more accurate to say I suspected, she explained. Between your unbelievable levels of mana and your natural affinity for chaos magic, it was obvious.
Was that really all it took? I asked, dumbfounded.
Well, no. Do you remember the other day when I summoned you and told you that you were in my parents' house?
She said, as if she were about to admit that something she shouldn't have done. Yeah, I said hesitantly.
Well, it was actually the home of a local historian. I asked him a few questions about Vikings, and everything he told me lined up with what I'd seen you do, she confessed.
You've suspected that long? That was almost 2 weeks ago, I pointed out. So, how do you feel about it?
At first, she sighed and took a deep breath. I was shocked, of course, but really I was caught off guard and wondered why you didn't tell me. But then I remembered the first time I told you about them, and everything I said, and I couldn't blame you.
Yeah, you really hate them, I agreed. I get it, though. Vikings were the scourge of my world, too. They were regarded as one of the most fearsome and dangerous people to ever walk the earth, and they only died out due to cultural shifts, disease, and a few too many losses in battles. If they did half the things in your world that they did on mine, then I get how they became so hated.
I want you to know that this doesn't affect our partnership. You have nothing in common with them. You have been kind, unreasonably so, and it's like you said, you have as much in common with Vikings as I do the Southern Union, she finished.
Or I thought she was finished, but she immediately flew over to the doorway and cast a spell upon it. She flew back inside, carrying a wooden plank.
I said all of that to say this, Jake. I trust you with my life, and with good reason. You've saved me several times now, and I will continue to trust you through this.
She floated the plank over to me, and I reached out and grabbed it. I still don't know how the translation thing works, but I know it doesn't work on things that are written down. What does it say? I asked, looking it over. It had one thing that I recognized, the seal of the royal crown. I had seen it on the guard station as well as the citadel and the sanctum.
It's a call to duty. I'm being summoned to participate in a war as a battlefield healer.
End of chapter. Chapter 43. Needless to say, if Suma was going to war, then so was I. When do we leave? I asked.
2 weeks from now, she said somberly.
So soon? I said, amazed.
Well, I've been waiting for several months longer than I've known you. In reality, I'm surprised it took this long, she said.
I guess, so what do we need to do? Before we go, I mean, I wondered.
Well, all battlefield healers are required to appear before the Council of Experts to prove that they are actually healers. But other than that, the only preparations we have to do are the ones that we want to do, she told me.
Why do you need to prove that you are a healer? I questioned.
Because healers are less likely to be sent to dangerous areas, and there have been instances of Niema who tried to pretend to be healers in order to avoid combat, she explained.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, I said. I started making a list of things I wanted to have before we shipped out. I wanted to get the rest of my armor from the blacksmith. I had already collected the chestplate and arm guards, so now all that was left was the helmet and the legs. I had also already had Aegis and Destiny repaired as well, so I didn't need to worry about that.
Jake,
Suma said, interrupting my train of thought, have you already had your weapons infused with runes like you wanted yet? Not yet. I guess I need to do that too, I realized.
The reason I ask is because I think I know someone who may be able to help.
Really? Who? I asked, interested and surprised.
It's a woman who was there at the Citadel the same day I was there. We were both officially registering our names that day, she explained.
Do you remember who she was? I asked.
No, but I do know where we can find out. Records of every named Niema are stored in the city's library. I could go and try and find it there, she suggested.
Don't worry about it. I can go myself, I said, not wanting to make her go out of her way.
I'm sorry, Jake, but I don't think that'll be possible. It's just that familiars are prohibited entirely from that building by royal decree. They won't let you in,
she explained, and I sighed in disappointment. I felt a bit bad about making Suma do an errand for me, but there was nothing to be done about it. Suma and I talked a little while longer about what we would expect to do during our tour of duty, and what kind of treatment I would most likely receive. Apparently, all familiars are required to be under the right of dominance, so we would need to keep up an act while we were there. Also, we came up with a plan to increase Suma's effectiveness in healing by buying several dull jars and having me place them under a summon spell. The reason for this was that if Suma needed extra mana, she could get it from a dull jar, which nullifies all alignments and affinities as soon as it enters it. This would enable her to draw on my mana as a backup without killing anyone. We tested this by borrowing a dull jar from the Niema who I was renting the room from, and then cutting my hand. I couldn't tell the difference, but according to Suma, it felt like her magic was turbocharged. After we finished talking, Suma flew to the library and searched for the information while I went to the blacksmith and checked for the rest of my order. "Hello," I called out upon entering the storefront. "Sir Jake, is that you?" His voice echoed from the back. "Yes, sir. Come to the back room. I have something I think you'll want to see," he shouted. I walked through the doorway and saw on a nearby table the finished helmet and leg armor. But on the other side of the forge was an elderly Niema blacksmith standing beside a glowing red-hot weapon fresh from the forge. I recognized what it was immediately by the shape. "So what do you think? I'm making it special for you, no charge," he said as he carefully laid the burning hot weapon down. "I realized the weight wasn't as much of an issue for you since you're so large yourself, so I thought maybe you should have a weapon that reflected that. I designed this to maximize your size to your advantage. It has two ends," he said as he flattened up the side of the weapon and gestured to the parts he was talking about. "This end is blunt and good for brute force. The other end is added a cone of sorts, like I did with your spear. But I reinforced it and made it a good deal thicker so it would stand heavier blows." After he finished saying all of this, he activated one of the runes on the side of the table, and the weapon cooled off enough to pick up. "So, what do you think?" I picked up the warhammer and marveled at it. It's incredible. End of chapter. Chapter 44. "So what do you think?" the elderly blacksmith nymph said. I picked up the warhammer and marveled at it. It's incredible. It was well designed and exceptionally sturdy, as if I could tell, based on the weight anyway. It has a feather-like pattern running down the sides, and the puncturing cone almost made it look like a bird's head if you looked at it from the side. "Suma told me to make something special for you, and she'd paid for it already too, so no one needs to worry about that," the blacksmith said, pulling me away from the hammer and back to reality. "Suma commissioned this?" I asked, stunned. "Sure she did, and she told me why too. I hope you stay safe out there, son. Even healers can have a chance of getting hurt, and their familiars as well," he said softly, a voice full of concern. "Thank you, I'll do my best," I said to him. I looked back to the hammer and had an idea. "Hey, do you want to help me try this out?" His head cocked back for a moment, then his feathers raised ever so slightly with excitement. "What did you have in mind?" Within 20 minutes, we had gone outside to the back area where he kept extra supplies, and set down some coverings. Then the blacksmith flew out of the room for a moment before returning with a few small seeds in his mouth. He dropped them in the middle of the covering and infused them all with mana. Several large roots grew up in seconds, and everything was ready. We spent half an hour smashing fruits with a hammer and cone, then another half an hour cleaning up the splatter that wasn't caught by the coverings we set down. That was good fun, the blacksmith said as he floated the last of the destroyed fruit into a barrel that we decided to use as a trash can. It works amazing too, well balanced and not too unwieldy, I confirmed as I picked up bits of fruit off the hammer's flat. I'm glad to hear that, he responded. You seem to know your way around it fairly well, after having just gotten your hands on it too. Oh, well, my people actually used to have weapons similar to this one. I've never used one before, but I've seen them used, so I was able to kind of figure it out, I explained. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I was hoping to have been the first person to have created a weapon like this. Oh well, he sighed, a bit disappointed. Well, if it makes you feel better, you're the first person to make this weapon on your world, I pointed out, trying to make him feel better. It worked because he stood a bit taller and realized that I was right. I thanked the blacksmith again, collected my things. However, I didn't want to leave him without giving him a gift. You want to give me a name? He exclaimed in shock. If you'd like one, yes. You've helped me out a lot, taught me about metalwork so that I could make my own repairs, showed me different uses of magic, and all around been a good friend, so yes, I'd like to give you a name, I told him. He was almost jumping up and down for joy. Yes, I mean, if you don't mind, the elder nymph said excitedly. I thought for a while, mulled over several names, all the while the blacksmith waited with bated breath. I wanted to pick something that fit him and his personality. He was calm, but passionate. He could get excitable like a kid whenever something fun happened. Eventually, I decided on a name. How about Seal? Seal! He repeated in awe. He started thanking me and singing from joy. It was that song Suma had sung when I named her. Suma da Jondas Ah. After that, he thanked me. I collected my things, including the rest of my armor, and we said our goodbyes. I went home and put everything away until Suma and I could perform a bonding on them so that I could summon them whenever I needed.
Jake,
Suma said in my mind just as I finished putting the rest of my weapons and armor away. Yeah, I asked.
I found that Niema, the one who makes runes, her name is Scylla Ka. She works as a magical scholar,
Suma said. End of chapter. Chapter 45.
Jake,
Suma said in my mind just as I finished putting the rest of my weapons and armor away.
Yeah, I asked. I found that Niema, the one who makes runes, her name is Scylla Ka, and she works as a magical scholar,
Suma said. Is there any mention of where she works? I wondered.
Unfortunately, no, but this does get us a step closer. There are only so many places in the city where one can work as a scholar. I'll ask around those places and see if anyone knows her, she said.
Thank you, Suma. I appreciate it, I said.
By the way, have you had a chance to go collect your, what did you call it? She asked.
My armor? Yeah, got it. By the way, thank you. Seal gave me the weapon you commissioned from him for me, I said gratefully.
You're very welcome, she said happily, but, who's Seal?
You know, the blacksmith, I said.
Oh, I didn't realize he was a named Niema,
she said, surprised. Well, he wasn't, but I named him, I said, hoping that it wasn't illegal or something. There was a small pause before she finally asked a question.
Okay. But why?
Why what? I asked, not understanding the implications of the question.
Why did you name him?
She clarified. Well, why did I name you? I pointed out with a fair amount of smugness in my voice. This was followed by another pause.
Suppose you make a good point,
she stated, realizing that I had no reason to name her either, and it was probably best not to throw stones in a glass house. I named him because he was a friend, and he deserved a name, I told her.
Well, what is done is done. Once a name is given, it can't be taken back, only given up. So, how are you feeling? She questioned.
I'm fine. Why do you ask?
Well, you named someone. Are you tired?
She wondered. No. Why would I be tired? I asked, confused.
Because naming someone requires mana. It drains a bit of your life force to give another being a name.
She explained, to my shock and bewilderment. What? Since when? I asked, stunned.
Are you telling me that you never noticed? She asked.
Should I have?
I asked. Well, I guess you wouldn't. But someone with normal life force density would have felt it, she explained.
Hold on. I have like 1,000 questions right now. Why would naming someone require mana? What happens to the person who receives the name? How didn't I know this? This feels like something I should have known. I asked the questions in rapid fire.
Well, when you name someone, you're giving them your mana, and it makes them a little stronger, or sometimes much stronger.
Did that happen to you? I wondered.
Yes. When we met before you named me, I was a lower-class medium-level mage. Now I'm an upper-class medium-level. Well, in power at least. I still have to pass my tests to officially receive my promotion, she explained.
So what will happen to Seal? I asked.
He'll probably see an increase in power, but he is rather old, so I doubt it'll be too noticeable, Suma told me.
Well, hopefully it'll help him, I shrugged. Anyway, like I said, I picked up my armor and it's already back at my house. Suma and I spent a while figuring out how to make it so that I wouldn't have to name all 6 pieces of armor individually, but as a whole. Well, I say we, but she did all the work, really. However, she figured it out. She tried to explain to me by saying that it was like breaking the spell into parts and performing each section of the spell on an accompanying piece of armor, then uniting them with binding magic. In the end, she seemed confident.
Okay, excellent. Have you thought of a name for it yet? Suma asked.
I have Jericho. End of chapter. Chapter 46.
Well, hopefully it'll help him,
I shrugged. Anyway, like I said, I picked up my armor and it's already back at my house. Suma and I spent a while figuring out how to make it so that I wouldn't have to name all 6 pieces of armor individually, but as a whole. Well, I say we, but she did all the work, really. However, she figured it out. She tried to explain to me by saying that it was like breaking a spell into parts and performing each section in a spell on the accompanying piece of armor, then uniting them with the binding magic. In the end, she seemed confident.
Okay, excellent. Have you thought of a name for it yet?
Suma asked. I have Jericho, I said. That was 5 days ago, and now I was with Suma walking into a school. In fact, it was the school she received her degree in summoning and healing magic from. We were here because Suma found out from the Grand Duke where Ch.40-93 was. Here, she was a teacher and a magical researcher for an on-site rune creation facility that provided much of the school's funding and resources.
Do you want to stop and see any of your old teachers? I asked Suma. No, they'll all be in class for a while. I wouldn't want to disturb them, she replied. Besides, the only teacher I had a particularly good relationship with retired several weeks ago.
Do you mean the one I met? I asked.
Yes, he was my closest friend while I attended this academy, and my harshest teacher.
She let out a small chirp. That, I believe, was a kind of laugh. Suma's people have so many different sounds for different things it's crazy. It makes it rather difficult to keep track of everything.
Here we are,
she said, and cast a spell that opened the hole in the marked-off wall. The vines that made up the building untangled and retreated to form a space wide enough for both of us to get through easily.
Madame Ch.40-93,
Suma called out into the room. A small blue head popped out from around the corner, and a female voice asked, "Hello?" End of chapter. Chapter 47. Suma's point of view.
Madame Ch.40-93,
I called out into the room. A small blue head popped out from around the corner, and a female's voice asked,
"Hello?"
It was the same woman I'd seen so long ago in that naming court.
"Can I help you?"
she asked as she fluttered around the corner to meet us. I began our introductions.
"Hello, Miss Ch.40-93. I am Suma, and this is my partner, Jake."
"Hello," Jake said in as friendly a voice as it could muster. Him speaking caught her off guard for a moment, but she barely let it show. I'm sure Jake didn't notice.
"I understand you are responsible for the study and development of new magical runes within the Academy," I stated. "Am I correct in that?" "Yes, was there something you needed? I have quite a bit of work I need to finish up," she said.
"I'm sorry, Miss Ch.40-93, but I have a question and a favor I need to ask of you," Jake began, "but I think you'll find it quite interesting."
"I'm sorry, but I have too much work to do, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to help,"
she stated flatly and began to fly away. However, just before she could, Jake called out a question that made her freeze in place. "How would you like to study the effects of inversion chaos magic on runes?" She looked around slowly, very interested. The feathers around her face and wings were raised, and her besmears on her dermal nodes responsible for the glittery sparkle, as Jake puts it, began to shimmer ever so slightly brighter.
Can you repeat that?"
she asked hesitantly, probably thinking that she'd misheard him. How would you like to study the effects of inversion chaos magic on runes? Jake repeated.
And you have the ability to produce this magic? She wondered. I guess that means that you are Asher.
I grimaced when she said that word. It was a name that I'd heard around the city being used. I knew it was what the people had taken to calling Jake. Asher? Jake asked in my despair.
It means, predator, I clarified.
A rather nice way of putting it, but yes, technically it means predator, Selekar said, but it doesn't matter. The insults of schoolchildren don't seem to do you justice. You're clearly no snarling beast or menacing spirit, and you bring an interesting proposal. I would like to hear your request. Jake seemed confused for a moment, but took it in his stride and explained. I need someone to prepare me some specially made and most likely complex runes that can be placed on my weapons and armor. In return for your help with that, I'm willing to participate in a few experiments and give you a few Daljar of Chaos mana for you to use as you see fit. The more Jake talked, the more Selekar seemed interested.
An enticing offer, but I have a few questions and potentially a few conditions, Selekar said calmly. Okay, my first question is, why do you need these runes? What would their purpose be?
Suma and I are leaving for the war in just a few days. I need them to protect her and myself, as well as the other soldiers, Jake explained.
Ah, more runes. Well, I suppose I can do something with that. I've made several runes for soldiers before. My next question is, how long will I have to perform the experiments and construct the runes? I know you said that you will leave in a few days. I gather you'll need them by then, Selekar asked.
Yes, we'd leave in 5 days from now, Jake told her.
Will that be enough time to prepare the runes?
I asked Selekar, almost spluttered, seemingly forgetting that I was there after being so engrossed in a conversation with Jake.
Well, that would depend on the runes themselves. I'll need time to design and craft them, as well as perform the experiments that you say you'll allow me to perform, Selekar said.
There is a, slight caveat, Jake said. Any rune you make will have an inverted effect, so you'll have to account for that. Selekar's head snapped back to Jake as if it had told her the greatest or possibly worst news that she'd ever heard.
Are you saying that your mana can actually cause the rune to produce a different effect than it was designed for?
She sounded both confused and giddy. Yeah, I was helping a blacksmith friend of mine named Seal, and when I activated the rune that controlled his furnace, instead of fire getting the metal hot, it froze it so cold that it shattered at the slightest touch, Jake said.
So the rune will produce flames, but instead of being hot, they remove the heat instead? She asked, with wonder filling her eyes.
Exactly, Jake confirmed.
Amazing. So there exists some aspect of the runes that cannot be inverted, even with chaos magic. I would need to actually see the rune that your friend uses before coming to any conclusions or forming a proper theory. But this sounds extremely exciting,
Selekar stated. You said you had some conditions, Jake wondered, snapping Selekar back to the conversation rather than her own imagination.
Oh, right, she said, regaining her composure. My condition is that I want you to do the experiments first, to make sure that I have all the information I need to do the job right.
Jake thought for a moment, and I opened up our private connection.
Jake, what are you thinking?
I asked. I think I should agree. It might take longer than we want, but I don't want to risk the runes fading when I need them. He replied to me and spoke aloud to Selekar. Okay, I agree. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Suma's point of view. Jake thought for a moment, and I opened up our private connection.
Jake, what are you thinking?
I asked. I think I should agree. It might take longer than we want, but I don't want to risk the runes fading when we need them. He replied to me and then spoke aloud to Selekar.
Okay, I agree. Excellent. Let's get started,
Selekar said and started to fly away.
Follow me,
she said and turned the corner.
She seems eager,
I said hesitantly to Jake over our private channel. It'll be fine, he replied, though he didn't seem sure. I flew after Selekar and Jake took his time walking. I landed beside her as she was moving equipment into place.
So, what kinds of tests will you be doing?
I questioned, concerned for Jake's well-being.
First, I want to measure his life force density. That should help me predict what his upper mana limit is, as well as how quickly he can produce more, she explained. And how will you do that? I asked. With this? She said, and floated a large metal pylon up in front storage space below the floor. I will have him touch one end, then I'll activate a series of runes that'll produce an accurate to the Dalma measurement. Just as she finished saying that, Jake finally caught up with us. Honestly, I don't know how his species became a dominant life form on his planet if they were so slow. Are you ready to begin? She asked Jake. As I'll ever be, he said with a shrug of his shoulders and a nod of his head. Place your hands on the flat of the pylon and keep it there. Oh, and you might feel some slight, discomfort, she instructed. What do you mean by discomfort? Jake asked, nervous. Well, this has never been done on a member of your species, so I don't know how it'll affect you. But some Niema who do this experience side effects, such as numbness in the extremities, tingling, drowsiness, dizziness, and on the rare occasions loss of consciousness, she explained. Is this safe? Jake asked as he put his hand where she was instructed. No one has died, she said flatly, and started activating runes. Now, to be sure, you don't remove your hand, or we'll have to start over. Jake nodded. One by one, Selekar turned runes on and off, then back on. To me, it seemed almost like she was playing with them. She showed such joy in the pure interest of her work. She clearly loved what she did. The process went on for a few minutes, all the while the pylon changed from silver to green, then to much darker navy blue. Runes were beginning to appear just above Jake's hand. Slowly, more would appear one after the other until they'd reached almost to the top of the pylon. Okay, you're done. You can remove your hand now, she said. Thank goodness, my palm has been itching for 4 minutes now, he said and began to furiously scratch his hand. Are you feeling any other side effects? I asked. My teeth ache and I feel like I have to sneeze but can't. But other than that, no, he said. Fascinating, Selekar said, while staring at some kind of illusion being produced by one of the runes in the back of the pylon. It was an illusion of a rectangular block with words, letters, and numbers, writing along it. Your life force is 500 Kalma and 63 Delma. I predicted it to be high, but I didn't expect it to be a staggering figure. Which means, Jake asked, confused. Admittedly, I was lost too. That means you're just over 100 times stronger than an average Niema, and at least 5 times stronger than a court mage, she said. According to this, you have a mana reservoir of 915, which is 12.2 times the current record holder. I guess that's a lot, Jake said, and it sounded like disbelief. To put it into perspective, it is estimated that dragons would have been about twice as strong as you, Selekar said. I was shocked, but more than that, I was left with a single question. How did I ever manage to summon a being so much more powerful than myself? End of chapter. Chapter 49. Jake's POV. It means you're just over 100 times stronger than the average Niema, and at least 5 times stronger than a court mage, she said. According to this, you have a mana reservoir of 915, 12.2 times the current record holder. I guess that's a lot, I said, almost not even believing what she had said. To put it in perspective, it is estimated that dragons would have been about twice as strong as you, Selekar said. The conversation was 2 days ago, and it immediately led to hours more of experiments in which I had assumed I would be poked and prodded. But really, I was just activating runes and casting small spells. For the most part, anyway. She did have me deposit some blood into a small glass tube like a doctor might use, and I did that by pricking my finger with Mori. Suma fixed it up, and Selekar placed it into the middle of a pre-made magic circle on a table. After about 4 hours, she finally said, Okay, I think I have enough now. Let's try making you a rune. She fluttered over to the wooden crate and began using magic to float out supplies. She pulled out what looked like paint brushes, clay sculpting tools, a bowl, and a small dill jar. Any preference on what type of rune we should start with first? I put a lot of thought into it, and I think a wind rune would be my primary method of attack and augmentation. Could you make some to perform specific tasks? I asked. Okay, I've done wind and air runes before, so we can test those first. After the tests are done, I will begin designing runes to perform specific actions and spells for you. Where are they going to be located? Selekar asked.
on my weapons, so you'll need to make them a bit small, I said.
Could I see the weapons?
She requested. I nodded my head and summoned Destiny, Maury, Aegis, and my Jericho armor, and Twilight, my new warhammer. Here you go, I said, as the last of them appeared.
You have a great many weapons, she said, examining them all. I see what you mean by needing to make the runes small. There isn't much room on these to work with.
She turned away from them and towards me.
There is something you may not be aware of. Runes are focuses of magic power and are made by infusing paint dyes and clays with mana, but they have limiters, no matter how powerful the mage activating them may be. If the runes can't handle it, then they will fail and possibly even be rendered inert. One of the ways to prevent this is by increasing the size of the runes, or the concentration of mana used when making them. So if you decrease the size of the runes, then there is a chance they will break under Jake's power,
Suba realized. Exactly, Zedekar confirmed. You said we could increase the concentration of mana. What does that mean? I wondered.
It means that you will prepare all the materials for the runes yourself, and I will use those materials to craft them. This is a rather uncommon procedure, but I have done it before. Nobles actually prefer this method because the runes are personalized to the intended user's power levels. However, she stopped. However, I asked, concerned, you have chaos magic, plus any runes you give your mana to will be chaos runes, meaning most standard rune designs won't work for you. I'll need to build you a custom rune pattern, and then modify it to fit the needed actions, she explained.
Okay, let's do it, I said, excited to get started. We spent about 30 minutes mixing clays, dyes, and paints with my mana, which she had me deposit into a dull jar first to prevent any risk of automatic inversion. But afterwards, everything was ready.
Okay, I'll begin creating the runes. Give me a moment,
Zedekar said, and got to work applying the paints and clays to a cloth canvas on the floor by floating it to it with magic. Sue and I left her to work for a while. We walked around her old school, and she told me about what she used to do in the classes and about her memories of attending the academy. We explored for an hour before going back to Zedikar's laboratory to check on her progress. Almost ready, I called out as I walked into the room. Suma landed on the perch that I had mounted for Suma on my shoulder of my armor. That way she didn't have to fly so slowly, and her feet don't poke into my skin.
Not quite. The process is more difficult than I imagined. This may take a day or two,
Zedekar said, without turning to face us. She was deeply concentrating on the problem at hand.
We are leaving in just a few days. Will the runes be ready in time? Suma wondered. I believe so, but if they aren't, I'll deliver the rune supplies to different battlefields every month, so you won't need to wait too long. I can always bring the designs to you, she offered. We would prefer to have them before we depart,
Suma said. She almost sounded annoyed.
I will do my best, Zedekar said, ignoring Suma's tone. The day before you leave, come by. I'm confident I'll have them finished by then.
I sighed and agreed, but before I left, she had me fill up several dull jars so that she could make more materials as needed, and probably do a few extra experiments. Now, all we have to do is wait, I said, as Suma and I walked out of the building.
You left her detailed list of the runes you wanted, right? Suma asked.
Yeah. Honestly, I expected a bigger reaction to paper, though. Seal thought that it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, I joked.
What's bread?
Suma asked, and I briefly considered opening a restaurant of human foods for Niema. But alas, it's off to war instead. End of story. Chapter 50. I sat on my couch in my apartment on Earth thinking about what was coming tomorrow, thinking about my life and how much it had changed, and thinking about how I was going to break the news to my mum. I left at Mosier for a while to have to talk with her, but I had no idea how to do it. I guess I can decide during the drive there, I said, standing up and going to my car. It wasn't a long drive, but I had come up with a plan of sorts to break the news. First, I would take her out to eat to butter her up. Then we would walk from the restaurant to her favorite dessert place, Creme de la Creme, and buy her a slice of cake or some muffin tops. On the walk back home, I would break the news to her. I walked up to the door just after 5 o'clock and knocked. The door opened, and she answered, surprised. "Jake!" She hugged me tightly. She thankfully let go before I passed out, but it was a close call. "What are you doing here?" "I decided to come back for a few hours, and thought maybe you would like to go and get something to eat. My treat," I offered. As soon as I said that, her face dropped, and she got serious. "What happened?" What? Why would you think something happened?" I stuttered. "Jake, you hate going out to eat in restaurants. You have since you were a kid. The only reason you would willingly go is to soften the blows or something," she stated. I didn't know whether to be impressed or frightened at how well she knew me. "Can't I just want to do something nice for you?" I lied. She looked doubtful, but gave in for now. She hadn't eaten dinner yet, and was quite pleased, and slightly worried, when I suggested her favorite restaurant. Suma's POV. I landed on the grassy lot outside my old school. I had many memories held within these walls, most not so good. I did not particularly wish to go back inside, but I wasn't here for myself. Jake asked me, before I sent him back to his world, to check in on Selakar's progress. I swallowed my anxiety and flew inside. It didn't take me long to reach her laboratory, and inside I saw that she was hard at work, but not on Jake's ruins. "Madam Selakar," I said, catching her attention. "Ah, Suma, good evening. I assume that you are here about the ruins," she said, turning back to her work. "I am," I answered. She put down the materials that she was using magic to float above a metal pylon. "Is Jake not joining us?" she wondered after noticing his absence. "No, he is with his mother right now. He needed to tell her that we were going to war tomorrow," I explained. "I see, that's a shame. I would have liked to see his reaction to the completed products," she said, and then flew over to a metal container and opened the lid. I fluttered over to the container as well and looked inside. It was full of Jake's weapons, and each had been emblazoned with different runes. I must say, it was quite enjoyable to work with Jake's mana, and creating these runes was an interesting puzzle. "And you made sure to account for Jake's inversion magic?" I questioned. "Yes, everything will work exactly as requested. The inversion magic he has is astounding. Before he arrived, I'd assumed that I knew everything there was to know about runes, but if they can be inverted, then that means that what I knew was only the beginning. I can't wait to research all the new possibilities that his magic represents. It has changed the very way I think about runes." Selakar beamed. Admittedly, seeing her so excited threw me a bit off. She had been so stoic until now, almost motionless. "Well, thank you for doing this," I told her. "Will you be able to carry it with you?" she asked. "I believe so, but if I can't, Jake can retrieve it later," I answered. I thanked her again and wrapped magic around the container to carry it. I was able to, but it was still quite heavy. I would need to fly low to get it home. The POV of Grand Duke Okuda Supra. I was perched in my office alongside my nephew, Baronet Haylard Langris. He was giving me an update on the oddities that were the named Niema Suma and a familiar sentinel. "Oh, Jake." "It seems that they are shipping out to Masha Peak tomorrow," Haylard said. "I wonder how they will fare," I said. I could almost picture it, Sentinel striding in, Suma perched on his new armor that Haylard told me about. "One can only imagine how they will do in training," he said, readjusting the position that he was perched in, a nervous tick of his. "What is bothering you, nephew?" I asked. "Nothing," he denied. "I've known you for 30 years, Haylard, and I know when you're lying," I stated. He relented with a sigh. This Jake is powerful. Too powerful." "You are afraid of him?" I asked. "Not afraid. Confused. There are a great many questions about him, and we have only rumors for answers. How did he get such strength? What are his intentions? Where did he come from?" he explained. I nodded my head in agreement. "It is true that we don't know much about Jake. At least nothing we can confirm. We only know what he has told us, and we must trust it as the truth." "But is it the whole truth?" Haylard said. "You can't let these rumors worry you," I told him. "Would you say that if you had heard them?" he asked. "I have," I told him, "and they are as ignorant as the people who came up with them." Haylard shook his head. "But it would explain much, wouldn't it, if he were a Viking?" Jake's POV.
What do you mean, war? Mom shouted. People on the other side of the street looked at us for a moment before returning to the phone screens. I know how it sounds, but it isn't what you think, I tried to say, but she cut me off at the, I know. How could you not tell me you signed up to be a soldier? She shouted, and a few of the people looked up from their phones again, but this time they looked quite shocked. Mum, it isn't what... She cut me off again. What am I going to do if I lose you too? That cut me to the heart. I thought about it, what it would do to her if she lost me and Dad so close together. Mum, we aren't going to be frontline soldiers. We're medics. We take care of the people after they come back from war, I explained. I'll be in the safety in a tent with Suma away from the fighting. Mum and I spent the next hour talking about it, most of which was spent with me comforting her and trying to get her to stop sobbing. The rest was her begging me not to go. But eventually, I was able to get her to calm down, and we resumed our walk back to her car. Once we safely arrived at her car, I reassured her once again that I would be okay. She didn't seem convinced, but she accepted that I was going anyway. I gave her a hug and a kiss on the cheek, told her I loved her. Then she got in her car and drove home. I parked a ways away, so I started to my car. I was so caught up in thinking how I'm going to make this up to her that I didn't even notice that I was being followed. Suma's POV. After the longest fight of my life, I set the heavy crate of Jake's newly enhanced weapons and armor down in his apartment floor. I perched on a vine pillar to rest for a moment. How does he plan to wear all of that? It weighs so much, I wondered to myself. After I rested, I went outside to see how much longer there was until sunset. I looked up at the sky and saw the ribbons of silver and green starting to form on the horizon, and the sky started to add red to its normal orange. The sun would set soon, and Jake would be asking me to summon him any time now. I decided to wait for it at his apartment. That way, I wouldn't have to fly back if he called as soon as I arrived home. I didn't need to wait long. Suma, can you summon me back? He asked. He almost sounded like he was in pain. Of course, I said, and quickly cast the spell. I started to make a list of things that I needed to do before we leave tomorrow, but my train of thought was interrupted when Jake collapsed bleeding from the stomach. Jake's POV. Turning the corner, I cut through the alley that was shortcut to where my car was parked. I should have known that it was a bad idea before, but I definitely knew after. I was shoved from behind and slammed into a wall. If you scream, I will stab you, the man behind me said. Give me your wallet and your phone, he ordered. If this had happened to me last year, I would have done exactly as he said. But in the last few months, I'd been beaten, burned, stabbed, slashed, and done any number of other horrible things. So my first instinct wasn't to lie down and take it. The same sense of self-preservation that came over me when I was fighting the Drake and the Borag came over me again, as if I was right back in the field. And I did the first thing that came to my mind. I whipped around and elbowed him in the head. That turned out to be a truly dumb idea. The knife he had was pressed to my back, so when I spun around, I spun right into it. Sure, he went down, hard, but now I was bleeding. You stupid son of a... he started to say, but I was used to pain and fighting, so I still had the advantage. I rushed him again, with a fist to the nose. Ah! I bellowed in a blind fury, one hand clutching my side, the other connecting with his face. He needs help, I heard someone say. For a moment I thought they were talking about me. They weren't. I was knocked to the ground when someone, a friend of his I guess, shoulder-checked me. Now it was 2-on-1. I had faced worse odds, but I had a weapon then. Why don't I now? I wondered as I scrambled to my feet and away from the two muggers. I tried to summon magic and my weapons from Earth before, a couple of times actually, and it never worked. But of course, I'd never been in danger while doing it. Destiny! I yelled. Nothing happened. One of the two looked around confused. Who's he talking to? He's just crazy. Just take him down and let's get out of here before the pigs come squealing, the other said. The one with the knife rushed me while trying to stab me. I jumped back, but there were two of them and one of me. The other pulled a knife of his own and caught me in the side again. I headbutted him in the nose and blood immediately started gushing out.
He screamed and whined like a baby, but his friend wasn't distracted. He stabbed at me again, but was only able to cut my arm. However, it was deep. "Destiny!" I yelled again, more desperately. The odds were not looking good. This time, when I called, I did feel something. I felt it just for a moment, a familiar feeling. Magic. "If he keeps shouting, someone's going to notice," one of them said, but I didn't notice who. I was starting to feel faint. I looked down for just a split second. I was bleeding. A lot. "He broke my nose," said the one I headbutted. "Man, forget the money. Let's kill him," said the other. It was now or never. "Destiny!" I shouted, and closed my hand around a familiar metal shaft. This time it worked. The mugger who was closest to me stumbled back. "What the he yelled. But I cut him off by thrusting Destiny into his thigh. "Ah!" he screamed. "Run!" his friend shouted and bolted away, leaving the other behind. "Igus!" I said, and it replaced Destiny. I hit him with Igus's flat side and knocked him out, finally stopping his screaming. I fell back against the wall of the alley and slid down. Igus disappeared, and the adrenaline started to flow. The pain in my side was becoming much more prevalent. Through our private connection, I called Simmer. "Simmer, can you summon me back?"
"Of course,"
she said, and bit by bit I watched my arms, legs, and bleeding wounds disappear. The last thing I saw before passing out was the mugger starting to wake up. End of story. Part 51. Suma's POV. "Suma, can you summon me back?" he asked. He almost sounded like he was in pain.
"Of course,"
I said, and quickly cast the spell. I started to make a list of the last things that I needed to do before we leave tomorrow. But my train of thought was interrupted when Jake collapsed bleeding from his stomach. I rushed over to him and discovered that the summoning spell was already beginning to heal these wounds. But the process was slower than my healing spells. So I immediately got to work.
"What happened?"
I asked as I cast my first healing spell on him. "I took a wrong turn," he said, and tried to laugh. But he seemed to be in too much pain, and Winston said,
"Off a cliff?"
I mocked his vagueness. He chuckled, then moaned, then asked me not to make jokes till after he was done bleeding. It took a few minutes, but I was able to close all of the frighteningly deep wounds. However, since I healed him after he was summoned and not before, it meant that he was thoroughly exhausted.
"Better?"
I wondered. He gave a slight nod of his head and a tired moan. "Yes, thank you. For goodness, I forgot how tired I get after this," he complained.
"Better than bleeding to death, though," I said. "So, how did you get such a vicious injury?"
His responses were slow and labored from sleepiness. I was walking home after dinner. I was attacked. They had knives. But I think I won." His tone was low and his words were meandering.
Remembering how much he was bleeding, I questioned, "Are you sure?"
"I was able to summon Destiny and Igus. That saved my life." He lifted his head to say,
"I thought that magic didn't work in your world,"
I said, surprised. "It doesn't, or it didn't, at least. Maybe because I spent so much time here, or maybe because I already knew how to use it. I don't know, but I do know that it was the only reason I lived," Jake told me, and then slowly put his head back on the ground.
"Well, we can talk more about this later. You need to rest if you want to recover your strength. We leave tomorrow,"
I said, this to the air, as it turns out, because Jake had already fallen asleep on the ground where I had summoned him. I landed on his head and pecked him with my beak.
"Jake, wake up and get cleaned up. You're still covered in blood,"
I yelled into his ear, jarring him awake. Jake's POV. I stood in the shower that the stables used to clean the animals off and let the warm water run over me. That was all I could do to not fall asleep. I cleaned the blood off my arms and torso, and then washed my hair for good measure. I did all of this with my eyes closed, as it was too difficult to open them at the moment. Turning off the water and grabbing a towel I had brought from Earth, I wrapped it around my waist, left the shower, and walked back to my room. Thankfully, the inn was happy to let me put up some privacy curtains around the shower. Though, there was one incident where a member of staff flew in to ask if I needed anything. After returning to my room, I got dressed and finally went to bed. Suma healing me always makes me tired, like running for hours and not eating for 2 days after a long night of dancing at a club kind of tired. I blacked out within seconds. When I woke up, the sun was just starting to rise, and I was starving. I knew this would happen, so I set out plenty of food before I went to bed. After eating, I started to feel normal again, and called Suma. "Hey, Suma, you're awake?" I received no answer. Figuring she was still asleep, I walked outside and looked around. The city was quiet. The sun was cresting over the horizon. The sky was turning from light black to ribbons of silver and green, which were starting to fade away and give over to its normal reddish orange. A few Niema were already flying around, and I saw smoke columns begin to dot the city, one by one. Most likely Niema lighting forges or other sources of fire of some kind. The Niema don't really cook anything, but I've seen a few places around town that would cook small portions of meat for nobles who could afford such luxuries. "Today's the day," I said to myself as I sat on the short blue grass. I had a lot of doubts, to be sure. Should I be doing this? Am I doing the right thing? Those kinds of thoughts. But I always subdue them the same way. Suma is going, even if I don't.
"Jake, are you up yet?"
Suma yawned. "Yeah, I'm awake," I responded.
"Okay, I'll be down in a little while,"
she said. I didn't say anything back. I was still thinking. I wished I knew what to expect. I wished I could predict what we would encounter, but I didn't, and I couldn't. Suma came down about 20 minutes later and landed on a perch next to me.
"Nice view,"
she said.
"Is the one on your world like this?"
"All the parts that matter," I told her. We sat quietly for a while, not saying anything. We both just wanted to take one last look, I suppose. But eventually, the silence had to end.
"Are you ready to go?"
End of chapter. Chapter 52. Suma's point of view. "Up, down, up, down, up, down," our drill instructor shouted. We were in aerial maneuvers and endurance training. Fly up as high as you can in 5 seconds, then plummet back down as quickly as possible, making sure to stop only a single body length from the ground. "Go, go, 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 faster!" He screamed from his perch located about halfway between the ground and how high most of us could fly. I was a bit on the lower side of the benchmark, but there were a few in our group who'd had double the average height of our group. Someone in the group asked why it was necessary to do this, since it was strictly healing mages training camp, and we weren't going to be in combat. Because of that question, we had been doing this for the last 2 hours. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
"I'm going to kill the guy who asked that question,"
somebody from behind me complained.
"Not if I do first,"
someone else said. "Is that chatter I hear? I guess that means you all want to do another hour," the drill instructor bellowed.
"Sir, I need to stop. I'm going to throw up,"
the Niema beside me said to the instructor. "Do it on your own time, recruit. Now get back to maneuvers," the instructor ordered. The recruit did not do it at his own time. Jake's POV. I sat on a bench at a local gym, having just finished the last set of my new workout regime. Upon arriving at the training camp, Suma and I discovered that they really didn't have anywhere for me to stay while I was there. Most of the recruits just sent their familiars back as soon as they were done with them. Sumi sent me back after I got a copy of the daily training schedule from the camp's directors. With a little variation, familiar training, that the training done with both the mage and the familiar would be every day at 2 past noon. Aside from strength training, I also have been brushing up on my martial arts and fencing. I even found a teacher who knew spear fighting techniques that worked with a shield. I go to fencing classes twice a week, spear classes once a week, and Krav Maga classes twice a week at night. I looked down at my watch, 1:50 p.m. I would be getting summoned any time now. I decided not to rest until then, because the summoning would just heal and re-energize me anyway. Actually, because of the fact that now I get summoned every day, and that I work out every day, which shreds muscle fibers, I've put on quite a bit of muscle. I work out and get good and sore, and then the summoning makes it so that I skip the post-workout aches and keep the gains.
"Okay, Jake, are you ready?"
Suma asked. "Yep," I answered.
I summon you, Sentinel,
I heard, as I closed the bathroom door so no one would see me vanish.
Suma's POV. I summon you, Sentinel,
I said, performing the spell. Jake began to appear. He was wearing strange clothes when he arrived, but it didn't matter, because he performed his own summoning and was robed in his armor. "Have all the familiars been summoned?" the instructor shouted with a brief glance around. They had, and they were varied. Even though we were all healing support majors, we all came from different flights of life. Some of the other recruits summoned borags, some had salamanders, some had Vadal mountain cats, and one recruit had a black serpent. None of us were allowed to wear any kind of indication of status symbol, and it was clear by the familiars who came from nobility. "Well, that's a lot of familiars," Jake said over the private connection. "I've never seen so many in one place before."
I'm surprised at the quality of them all. I wasn't expecting so many high-level familiars,
I said, examining the black serpent and mountain cats. "That's a big snake," Jake said in a worried tone. "Boy, I hope that guy performed the mental domination spell correctly. That thing is as long as a bison and as wide as a golden retriever." He stared nervously at the black serpent. I don't know what those creatures Jake mentioned are, but a black serpent is intimidating familiar indeed. One of the other recruits couldn't stop staring at Jake, actually. As I looked around, I noticed he was getting much more attention than the serpent was. "All right, recruits, here's the drill you and your familiars will be running today. We are going to bear you off in teams of 6. There's 3 mages and 3 familiars. You have until nightfall to make it up and back down Dragon's Hoard. The first team to make it back will get to sleep an extra hour tomorrow. The last team wakes up 2 hours early for extra training," the instructor announced. No one was talking before the instructor made the announcement, partially because we were too busy looking at one another's summons, partially because we were too tired from the day's training. But as soon as he said the Dragon's Hoard, no one was even thinking about talking anymore. "What's the Dragon's Hoard?" Jake asked me.
"Bad. Very, very bad,"
I told him. End of chapter. Suma's POV. "What's a Dragon's Heart?" Jake asked me.
"Bad. Very, very bad," I told him. "Dragon's Heart is just that, an old dragon heart from before the falling away. Other things have moved in there in their absence. Wild beasts that can slaughter Nyama in a heartbeat. There is a path that is maintained and relatively safe, but all the shorter paths are much harder and fewer willing to brave the new tenants of the mountain."
"This is an exercise in your ability to get into and out of dangerous situations. As medics, you might need to go to places that might be hotspots of enemy activity. Your ability to survive, evade, or overcome is paramount, perhaps even more necessary than your ability to heal," the instructor explained. "At the top of the mountain, there have been placed 4 silver bands on poles. Each team will go up the mountain and retrieve a band and return."
"This is like some Hunger Games stuff," Jake whispered to himself, shocking 2 of the nearby Nyama who hadn't realized he could talk.
"The teams are as follows. Recruits 1 to 2 and Lorik are Team 1. Recruits 3 to 5 are Team 2. Von Pack Suma and Recruits 6 are Team 3. Toman and Recruits 7 to 8 are Team 4. You will have 10 minutes to find your groups and discuss strategies. When you hear the bell, leave camp and begin your trek up the mountain," the instructor finished.
"I don't think I'll ever get used to people not having names," Jake said over the private connection.
"So, how are we supposed to find Recruit 6 and the Von Pack guy?" I flapped my wings and flew up to perch on his shoulder.
"There are tags on our feet,"
I said, and lifted one of my legs to show him.
"Mine has my name, but unnamed Nyama I will have numbers based on the order of arrival to camp."
Jake nodded his head that he understood and examined the tags. I looked around and saw several Nyama already looking for their teams. Some were asking for tag numbers. Others were bending down to examine the tags. "I think I have a faster solution," Jake said, and then cupped his hands around his mouth. "This is Suma's group. If you are on Team 3, come over here," I shouted, nearly causing me to lose my balance and fall off my perch. I let out an involuntary squawk as I regained my balance.
"That's one way to do it,"
I mumbled, embarrassed, as every single Niema present turned and looked at us in shock. But I can't foul its effectiveness. Within minutes, every member of Team 3 was accounted for, perched on the saddles of their respective familiars.
I take it that means you're Suma?
A Niema with the number 6 on her leg and riding on the back of a Zentorok's hound said.
I am,
I answered. I didn't realize it could talk, one of the Niema, whose tag read Von Pack, said. He was perched on a salamander. Jake raised one of his eyebrows, as they are called, and said, It has a name, Jake.
I heard Lady Suma summon you earlier. She said Sentinel,
number 6 pointed out.
You can just call me Suma,
I told him. Yes, my summon name is Sentinel, but my actual name is Jake, Jake explained. The other two exchanged looks. It was quite unusual for any familiars to not use the name given to them by their summoners.
So you don't have a name?
Jake asked at the numbered Niema.
Yes, unlike Suma and Von Pack, I'm not from a wealthy noble family, so my parents didn't have the mana needed to name me.
Number 6 explained.
I'm not from a noble family. It was Jake who named me,
I explained. They both seemed to be caught off guard at that. What? Is that even legal? Von Pack asked, shocked. The Grand Duke had no complaints about it, Jake told him. Von Pack scoffed. Of course he didn't. He wasn't surprised at his reaction. Von Pack was a noble, and most nobles disapprove of the Grand Duke. Dun! Dun! Dun!
The bell,
number 6 said. All recruits leave camp now and begin your journey. End of story. Chapter 54. Suma's point of view.
The bell,
number 6 said. All recruits leave the camp now and begin your journey, the instructor yelled. That didn't feel like 10 minutes. I heard one of the recruits grumble.
I heard from a friend that they did the same thing to him and his group last year,
someone said to her.
Why aren't we flying up the mountain and just summoning our familiars when we need them?
Von Pack complained. The battlefield is a dangerous place, Jake said, and it's easy to see any enemy flying through the sky. That's why they want us to train close to the ground, so that we can get used to traveling this way. It conceals our movements and protects our group. Honestly, I hadn't thought of it like that. I just assumed that it was training and working with our familiars.
If someone is foolish enough to get themselves and their team captured by the enemy, then they deserve what they get,
Von Pack scoffed. This guy really is getting on my nerves, Jake said over our private link.
We need to start the climb, Six said. We don't want to be left behind.
At first, every recruit and team took the same trail, but as more paths presented themselves, each team took advantage of the ones that suited their familiars best. Some went up rock mountainsides, others took the trees and leapt from branch to branch, while our team was better suited to walking up dirt for as long as we could.
We could have been there by now if we could fly,
Von Pack complained. He then gave his familiar several pecks on the head. Can't you go any faster, you stupid beast? The creature didn't seem to notice much, though. Jake stayed quiet, but stared daggers through Von Pack. I also noticed him clenching his fist hard, enough that blood started to drip from his fingers. Without saying a word, I healed his hand, but he didn't stop glaring at the annoying noble.
You shouldn't treat your familiars like that,
Six scolded Von Pack.
The way I treat my familiars is of no concern to a low-borns like you,
Von Pack shot back. I could almost see Jake's thoughts written on his face. He wanted to make Von Pack stop, but he knew that if he did, a fight might break out. For now, it was better to put up with him. I didn't, however, expect him to do what he did next.
Six, would you like a name?
Jake asked with a sadistic grin on his face.
Well, of course, what Niema wouldn't want a name, why do you ask?
She wondered, confused. If you had a name, what do you imagine it would be like? He asked.
I imagine having a name would be wonderful, she told him.
No, sorry, I meant, what do you imagine the name would be like? He clarified.
The name itself, she thought for a moment. I don't know, really. I would want to be something that sounds nice, maybe easy to say. But I would also want it to sound regal and proud, if I could, she told him. So, like the name Von Pack,
Von Pack boasted proudly, but we all ignored him. These days I've been thinking about names, what they mean, how they affect your sense of self, Jake said. So, you say you want a name that sounds nice, but is also proud. Do you have any ideas on what it might sound like?
This is a foolish conversation. We should be focusing on climbing the mountain, not discussing a lowborn like her getting a name. Von Pack huffed. The group fell silent. I looked down at Jake's hand, expecting to have to heal it again, but instead I saw Jake smiling. It was a knowing smile, a planning smile. It almost frightened me. Jake, we will go to jail if you kill him, I warned him privately. Killing him would be a waste and a crime. No, I have a better idea, Jake said. You can't just go around naming everyone you meet, you know, I told him after realizing his plan. He lost his smile and looked up at me. Why not? Because, I said, drawing a blank. I honestly couldn't think of a good reason. Jake had the mana reserves for it, and the stamina. He had already named me and Seal with no issues. Jake, naming one Niema won't make a difference. Nobles will still act like this, even if you named every commoner alive. It's just how it is, just how they are. Maybe not, but I can severely annoy this particular noble, Jake said, chuckling. He then began speaking aloud again. How does the name Vindicta sound? For what? Von Pack asked, sounding irritated and tired for talking. I was talking to Six, he stated flatly. How does it sound as a name? It sounds like a fine name. Any Niema would be lucky to have it, she said. Great, Jake announced proudly. Then it's yours. Jake was now smiling almost from ear to ear. As soon as he said that, all of us, familiars included, came to a halt. But? Six asked, confused, or perhaps she didn't think that he was serious. Vindicta, I'll give it to you as a name if you want it, Jake explained, still smiling. Von Pack looked horrified. No, I forbid it. A familiar can't name a lowborn like her, Von Pack protested. Well, it's a good thing it's not up to you, huh, Jake said, beaming. You... what? Six said in disbelief. Do you accept the name Vindicta, or do you prefer another name? Feel free to answer honestly. I'll give you a name, but if you'd prefer another, I could think of one. You're the one who asked to use it, after all, so you should like it, Jake offered. Are you serious? Yes, Jake said. While this was happening, Von Pack was fuming with a quiet rage. He seemed to almost be overflowing with anger. He even began to lose control of his mana for a moment and began the first stages of displaying. I accept, the now newly christened Vindicta answered. End of chapter. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Beauticure, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa. Jake's POV. I couldn't help but smile as our group marched along. Von Pack was fuming quietly on the back of his hound, and Vindicta was beaming on top of her feline steed. At least he's silent, Zuma said over our mental connection. I nodded my head to her in agreement. We continued on our journey for as long as the path would take us, until finally it came to an abrupt end. In front of us was the sheer cliff face of the mountain. I could fly up and look for another path, Vindicta offered. No, we should treat this like a real-world scenario and stay low when possible, I said, looking up at the cliff and placing a hand on the rocks. We could climb, but that might be dangerous, I thought aloud. Do not be ridiculous, Von Pack snapped. Paxus isn't suited for climbing. He can't go up like that. His voice was full of irritation, whether due to my naming of Vindicta or by not being able to go up on his familiar. I couldn't tell, but I could guess. I could climb up it, but it would take a while, I said, and then I had a thought. Hey, Vindicta, what about your familiar? She's a cat, and they are pretty good at climbing. Orgosa might be able to, she said hesitantly, but I don't know. It's a steep climb after all, and she is no Jadu. It's probably safer just to go around, I concluded. So, left or right? The POV of Lorik Isbala, son of Count Thikoma Isbala. Wait up, Lorik, one of the two nameless Niema on my team called out to me. I slowed my familiar's pace so as to not leave them behind and give them a chance to catch up. My familiar was a black serpent named Loyalty.
"Ah, thank you, sir," the Niema said upon catching up with me.
"You do not need to call me sir, just call me Lorik," I told him. I glanced down to his familiar. It was some kind of four-legged mammal, with horns on its head and fangs hanging from its mouth. It seemed tired, huffing and puffing heavily, so we all decided to come to a stop and rest for a while. "Your familiar doesn't seem to have much stamina," I noted.
"No, I'm afraid not," the Niema said, "but he can hit quite hard with his horns, and his fangs make great weapons as well."
"Our familiars aren't as wondrous as yours, Lorik,"
the other teammate, also nameless, said. He wasn't wrong. My familiar was of exceptionally high quality, but that shouldn't matter. "No, they are not, but no matter how strong a familiar, it is useless without a competent master. It wouldn't matter how strong loyalty is if I was a fool," I told them. "Tell me, are you two fools?" They seemed taken back by the question, perhaps even offended, but answered nonetheless,
"No, I don't believe so. Hopefully not."
"Then you have nothing to worry about," I said. "Your familiars are yours, nobody else's. Treat them well and they will die for you, with or without the right of dominance. That's why I named mine Loyalty." After a little while longer, we started our travels up the mountain once more. Eventually, we came to a large cliffside, but for our familiars it was of no consequence. My black serpent was able to slither between the cracks in the rock and slowly make its way up with me, perched on the saddle on its head. The others were faring better, actually. One's familiar was able to scale the cliff by walking up it and keeping its body close to the rocks. It almost seemed impossible. The other's familiar had large claws and tremendous legs, which it used to leap repeatedly from protruding rock to the next. I was the last one to make it up the cliff, almost 2 minutes after the others. As soon as we were all up, we were on our way. The POV of Vindicta. We, that being my team and I, walked along the cliffside looking for a path to take up the mountain. I sat in my familiar, Orgosa, thinking about my new name, Vindicta. I was so excited I almost couldn't focus on our task. It was unbelievable. Me, a named Niema. I was absolutely giddy, thinking about what my little sister would say when I told her.
"Oh wow, Sada, you're so cool."
Sada was the nickname she gave me since I didn't have a name before. My nickname for her was Bobo, because of how often she hurt herself growing up. She is the only family I have left, and because of that, we are very close. Our parents became sick and died 2 years ago, and I'd been raising her ever since then. She is staying with a friend of mine while I'm doing my tour in the army. I have to repay this kindness to Sentinel, Jake, I thought to myself.
"Up there,"
Von Pack announced, and drew the attention to a small portion of cliffside that was broken, and the opening fell below the tree line.
"We can fly up there and then resummon our familiars and continue our trek."
"That's a good idea," I said, looking up at the hole in the mountain.
"I know it is, and I don't need a nameless Niema like you to tell me," he exclaimed.
"I have a name now, or weren't you paying attention?" I declared proudly.
"A familiar can't give names when the Grand Duke says so. I refuse to recognize it,"
he stated, and flew up to the crack in the mountain. I admit what he said hurt. Not because I care about his opinion, but because I knew that most nobles would share it. I would likely face trouble back home because of my new name. I could face trouble back at the camp even. "I like your name," Suma said, leaving her perch on Jake's saddle and landing beside me on Orgosa's saddle. "Come on, let's get up there," she said. "I'll see you in a sec," Jake said. Then we flew up the side of the cliff. Suma and I landed at the top of the cliff and saw Von Pack already beginning to summon his familiar.
"I summon you, Paxus,"
he shouted. I summoned Orgosa, and Suma summoned Jake. Once he arrived, he looked at the path up ahead and got a grim look on his face.
"What's wrong?"
Suma asked, noticing his expression. "Nothing, I just don't like caves is all," he said, gesturing to the entrance of the trail. End of chapter. Part 56. Jake's POV. "I'll see you in a sec," I said, before Suma and Vindicta flew up to the side of the cliff and out of view.
I summoned you, Paxus!
I heard Von Pack shout in the distance, and his familiar disappeared. Then Vindictus did. Then, finally, I did. Once I arrived, I looked at the path up ahead, and a feeling of dread washed over me.
What's wrong?
Simba asked. Nothing, I just don't like caves, is all, I said, gesturing to the cramped opening to a small cave. It couldn't have been more than a meter tall and wide, large enough for them, but I would need to get on my hands and knees to squeeze through. I've never been afraid of tight spaces, but this wasn't exactly the same thing.
Quit dawdling, let's go,
Von Pack said, perching on his familiar saddle and heading into the cave.
I think that I may have to ride on your familiar saddle, Vindicta. Jake is too tall for this,
Suma said, examining the cave. Of course, Vindicta answered. Suma fluttered over and landed on the side of the saddle because there wasn't a second proper perch for her to use. They made their way into the cave behind Von Pack, and I was left outside.
Oh joy,
I mumbled and got on my hands and knees to begin crawling. The cave was tight, or at least it felt that way. In reality, I wasn't touching the sides or top of the cave, but that didn't mean that I wasn't feeling the pressure. Thankfully, Von Pack knew how to create fire, so he lit the way for us. I was grateful for it. I know I wouldn't have been able to handle the cave if it were pitch black. Just close your eyes and keep moving, I quietly whispered to myself. As we went along, the cave grew more and more narrow. Eventually, there was no more than an inch of space between me and the sides of the cave. I was not handling it well. Suma's POV. The cave we were walking through started out wide enough, but as we moved along it became less so. Vindicta's and Von Pack's familiars were having no issues as far as I could tell. Jake grew more and more distressed with each passing moment. I could hear his breathing getting heavier and more frequent.
Is Jake going to be okay?
Vindicta asked me, too quietly for the others to hear.
I don't know,
I answered honestly.
I have never seen him like this.
Stop, Von Pack announced prompt. What's wrong? Jake called out, slightly panicking.
There is a fork up ahead, left or right?
Von Pack answered.
Which one is bigger?
I asked, trying to make it easier on Jake. Left, he called back after a brief moment of silence. I heard Jake let out an audible sigh. We continued on for a while through the left path, and while Von Pack was right about it being wider, that didn't mean it was wide enough.
I can't fit Praxis any longer. We either need to turn back or send our familiars away until we are out of this cave, he announced.
A grocer is having trouble too, Vindicta said.
Jake?
I asked. Send me back, he said simply, but urgently. His eyes were wide and he was almost on his stomach by this point. Without another word, I unsummoned Jake, and he disappeared back to his world. Vindicta and Von Pack followed suit, and soon it was just we three, Niama, standing in the dimly lit cave. Without our familiars, the cave felt far less cramped, but certainly not wide open. POV of Von Pack. I and my team, 2 less than Niama, stood in a cave that I was keeping lit with a fire spell. I was creating a ball of fire that hung in the air a few feet away, illuminating enough to see.
I guess this means we fly,
the unnamed Niama stated. Earlier she received a name from a familiar, but I refused to acknowledge such a manner of receiving a name on principle.
We'll have to be careful. The tunnels is getting even more narrow the further we travel. If we fly too fast, we might be injured,
the one named Sua said, stating the obvious. Of course, I had already known to fly carefully and did not need her to remind me of such trivial things. She was another one who had been named by that annoying familiar. But since the Grand Duke had already acknowledged her name, it was illegal for any Niama to refuse to use it. So I had no choice in the matter.
Just try not to get left behind,
I told them, and began flying down the tunnel. They followed suit. My fire spell produces light, but its range is limited. So, if they fall behind, then they would either need to create their own spell, or they will be lost in the dark. I graciously flew slower than I wanted to so as to not outpace them. But of course, I received no thanks.
Von Pack, slow down.
You're flying too fast, the unnamed one called out. I should have known. Even holding back, I far outclass any commoner. Unfortunately, listening to that commoner distracted me, and I was unable to see and react to the end of the tunnel as it approached from the darkness outside the effects of my spell. Ah! I cried out before trying to slow down, but colliding into the wall nonetheless. The POV of Lorik Isbala. My team and I had been skating the mountain for 3 hours at this point, but now we stood at the top. We should spread out and search for those bands, I suggested. The others agreed, and we began looking for them. The mountain was beautiful. The trees and forested area had been left behind some time ago, but it was replaced by snow and ice. Loyalty was having trouble with the cold, so I unsummoned him and rode on the back of one of the other two's familiars. While we were searching, I decided to simply fly low to the ground so that we could cover as much area as possible. "Found them," one of the others called out. We all converged on the area and saw 4 silver bands hanging from metal poles.
4 of them. That means we are the first to arrive,
one of the other 2 noticed. "Perhaps, but that doesn't mean that we'll be the first back to camp. We should get moving," I said. We took one and strapped it to the saddle of one of our familiars, then began heading down the mountain. Vindictor's point of view. The sound resonated through the tunnel as one pack slammed into the end of the tunnel and fell to the floor. I laughed briefly before catching myself and landing safely on the ground by one pack, who was completely unconscious.
"Well, if you have to be knocked out, best to do it with 2 healers in the room,"
I said, and began treating one pack's injuries. Suma cast her own fire spell as one pack's disappeared as soon as he fell unconscious.
"What was he thinking?"
Suma complained.
"Probably something like, 'Ha! I'm the best flyer in the world. I don't need to wait for these commoners,'" I mocked.
One pack groaned as he began to wake up. "What happened?"
"You hit the wall and got knocked out," I told him. "Now stop moving. I'm not finished healing you."
For a moment, I thought he was going to protest, but instead he stayed still and remained quiet.
"Dead end,"
Suma said, examining the end of the tunnel.
"We need to turn back."
"Not necessarily," one pack said, standing up after I ended the healing spell.
"I have an affinity for nature magic. I can move the dirt and extend the tunnels." "I thought that you were a healer," I asked.
"I am," he replied. "Not everyone who becomes a healer has to have an affinity for healing magic."
"I suppose that's true," I realized. "I don't know. We may just want to go back and take the other tunnel," Suma stated.
"That would take time, and if we want to win, then time is not something that we have to spare," one pack reasoned.
"Digging out a tunnel would take time too, and there is no guarantees that it'll be faster," I pointed out.
He seemed annoyed by my response, but instead of snapping, he relented and agreed to go back. We came to the conclusion that if the right was a dead end too, then we would dig rather than go all the way back and lose all the progress that we'd made. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Suma's POV.
"Digging out the tunnel would take time too, and there is no guarantee that it'll be faster,"
Vindictor pointed out. One pack seemed annoyed by her response, but instead of snapping, he relented and agreed to go back. We concluded that if the right was a dead end too, then we would dig rather than go all the way back and lose the progress we made. We flew for a few minutes. Eventually, we arrived at the turn and took the other path. This time, each took the precaution of having their own light source so that if we did get split up again, we wouldn't be left in the dark. One pack was still in front and was going much slower this time. He was also being careful to stick close to us.
"They turn ahead,"
one pack announced. "It goes left." We all slowed down and took a turn one at a time.
"Now right,"
he announced again, after a bit more flying. Once again we slowed and turned. "Up!" he shouted suddenly and flew upwards. I slowed again and saw that there was a sharp turn upwards. Ah! Vindictor yelped and came to an almost complete stop just before hitting the tunnel wall.
Are you okay?
I asked, coming to a stop behind her.
Yes,
she replied. One pack landed softly on the ground, and we, Vindictor and I, joined him. The tunnel gets too narrow to fly up ahead. It's barely a body length wide in less than 10 seconds of flight, One pack explained. Jake's point of view. I can't fit Paxis any longer. We either need to turn back or send our familiars away until we are out of the caves, One pack said.
Ogosia is having trouble too,
Vindictor said.
Jake?
Suma asked, worried. Send me back, I told her while trying not to let my panic show. I was absolutely freaking out. I was crawling along the tunnel floor on my belly. The only reason I was able to go that far was by telling myself over and over again that I could get out just by asking Suma to send me back, which is what I did the exact moment I had the chance. It was dark, so I couldn't see myself disappear, but I did notice once the darkness became fully engulfing and swallowed me up.
Ever closer, never as close as he was now,
I heard a distant but familiar voice say. Come, step into my maw, said another familiar voice. You already stand upon my head. No, he's gone now, far away, the calm one said. While all of this was happening, I felt like I was floating in darkness. There was no light, no falling sensation, and I didn't see the source of the voices. No longer within my reach. As soon as he said that, I opened my eyes to see a dimly lit bathroom at the gym, the one that I was summoned from earlier. The panic from being stuck in the cave finally caught up with me, and I rushed to an open stall and threw up. I spent several minutes in the bathroom trying to hold back a panic attack. I am never doing that again, I panted quietly to myself in the stall. Once the attack passed, my mind began to clear up, and I was able to focus on what happened with those voices. Why did they keep showing up? I wondered. There didn't seem to be any common denominator between the time I had seen them. First was when I became Suma's familiar. Next was when Suma summoned me a few months ago. And now, the only common factor is Suma, and she didn't know anything about it. I thought about what the thing said. You already stand upon my head. That's what he said. What does that mean? I pondered it for a few minutes, and then came up with several disturbing theories. But that's all they were. Theories. Until I had more information, I decided to just go home and wait for Suma to call me back. Hopefully, not in a cave again. Is someone here? I heard a voice call from the bathroom door. The gym is closed. How long have you been in here? The voice, a man, asked me. I walked out of the store and saw what looked to be a staff member. Sorry, haven't been in here long, I told him. We've been closed for over an hour. How did you get in? He asked, confused. Oh, well, I guess I've been here longer than I thought, I lied. Well, you gotta go, man, he told me. Right, of course, I said, and he walked me out. Could have sworn the bathroom was empty, I heard him mumble. Vindictor's point of view. We were going along at a steady, albeit slow pace as one pack moved mounds of dirt with each second. Left, right, he chanted as he used his magic and slide the dirt aside. He would chant, the dirt would move, and he would fly forwards. Then the cycle would repeat. We were moving forwards at an incline so that we would reach the top faster.
I don't suppose anyone has magic that'll allow us to know how much farther there we have to go, I wondered. No, Suma said.
Busy, one pack replied. Left.
If this really is hard, then there should be hundreds of tunnels running through the mountain, meaning we don't have to go all the way up. We just have to find an intersecting tunnel,
Suma told me. Speaking of which, I think there might be one of those tunnels coming up. The dirt is becoming much looser, which might mean an exit, one pack announced. We better all hope that's what it means anyway, because I'm running out of mana. Performing one spell after the other is taking greater toll of me than I assumed that it would, he explained. How much longer can you keep? I was going to ask, but as it did, the tunnel in front of us collapsed and revealed an opening to a new tunnel. Oh, good. Thank the dragons, one pack said, and laid on the ground, exhausted.
Quite, literally, Suma remarked. But I think that I will thank you too, Bunpack, just this once.
Bunpack seemed caught off guard by this. He looked like he wanted to say something, but remained quiet. He's speechless. It's a miracle, I joked. Bunpack stuttered and scoffed for a moment, probably offended, but just shook his head and sighed. Point of view, Bunpack. He's speechless. It's a miracle, the nameless Vindictor said, most likely an attempt to tease me. I was caught off guard. I tried to say some kind of retort, but fumbled over my words and resigned to remain silent instead. I had been injured earlier, badly. I was rendered unconscious, but rather than leave me behind for slowing them down, they healed me. I thought them foolish. Why would they risk not winning for anyone? Why sacrifice victory for a fool who made arrogant mistakes? I wouldn't have.
This place is enormous,
the one called Suma said after inspecting the new tunnel that I had unveiled.
It's as wide open as a grand temple.
I was still weak, but I managed to stand and fly over to the opening. She was right. The area was huge. It was not only tall, but it was also stretched farther than the light of our flames could reach. The darkness made the area feel endless in every direction. The dark rock that made up the walls also seemed to absorb the light that somehow managed to reach it, creating what appeared to be a void where nothing existed.
This is incredible,
Vindictor loudly exclaimed, the room filled with something that shook us to our core. Incredible, incredible, incredible! We were not alone in this cave. End of chapter. Chapter 58. Suma's POV.
This place is enormous,
I said, inspecting the new tunnel Bunpack revealed.
It's as wide open as the Grand Temple.
Bunpack was still weak, but managed to stand and fly over to the opening he created. This place is incredible, Vindictor excitedly shouted. After she yelled out, the room was filled with taunting chants. Incredible, incredible, incredible!
Hello?
I called out. We were not alone in this place.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? With each new voice reply, my anxiety grew.
How are they doing that?
How are they using our voices? Vindictor asked, afraid.
Paxus,
Bunpack said quickly, summoning his familiar. He had a good idea. One Vindictor and I quickly did as well. All goes, sir, Vindictor yelled.
Sentinel,
I shouted. Normally I would ask Jake first, but this was an emergency.
Jake, get ready for a fight. We're surrounded,
I said to him just as he fully appeared. What? He started looking around carefully and quickly. It's too dark. I can't see. Who is out there? Bunpack called out. Show yourself! Once again, the creature repeated our words. Jake looked around, concerned, while Vindictor panicked.
Why are they doing that? She said, scared.
What are they doing? Jake asked, confused. Can't you hear them? They are repeating our words, Bunpack said, still focusing on the surrounding darkness. Jake looked confused for a moment, then glared, stunned, into the darkness. Then he started laughing. He then lowered his weapon that he had summoned after arriving.
Are you laughing?
I asked, dumbfounded. I'm sorry. Just, I can't believe that. Jake gasped and giggled. This is serious. Stop your laughing and get ready. Who knows what they want? Bunpack snapped. Jake laughed a bit more, but slowly regained his composure and started to explain. I'm sorry, it's just that there's no one out there. Those are just echoes, Jake told us.
What are, echoes?
I asked. Jake's POV. Echoes are just sound waves bouncing back off hard rock walls, then coming back to us, I explained. Things like this happen all the time in my world. My people live in places similar to this, so we hear echoes all the time. I guess since your people live in vine buildings, trees, or just tunnels too small for echoes to be of any substance, you haven't had to deal with them too much. How can you be sure? Bunpack asked, still unsure of my explanation. Let me show you, I said. I had an idea. I would use the opportunity to practice my fire magic and create enough light to illuminate the huge cave that I'd been summoned into. I wasn't happy about being here again, but at least this place was open enough for me to stand up in. I sent away Destiny and Igus, then focused on my spell. Fire is a strange thing. It is a byproduct of a high-energy converting chemical reaction that bonds oxygen and carbon into carbon dioxide. It is technically a high-energy gas, so to make it all I need to do is burn some fuel. I first imagined gathering oxygen and a fuel to burn. In this case, I decided to use hydrogen since it burns hotter and is already in the air. Then I imagined heating them up like I did with the metal in the blacksmith's shop. Before I knew it, I had a 7-foot-wide ball of fire and a few meters above our heads. Incredible, Bonpack said. I've never seen such a pale blue flame. It's so big, Benedicta said. Okay, now I'll throw it over into the darkness and let it brighten up this dingy place, I joked, and then manipulated the spell and flung it into the darkness. I wish I hadn't done that, because, we were not alone. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Jake's POV. I first imagined gathering oxygen and a fuel to burn. In this case, I decided to use hydrogen since it burns hotter and is already in the air. Then, I imagined heating them like I did the metal in the blacksmith's shop. Before I knew it, I had a 7-foot-wide ball of fire and a few meters above our heads. Incredible, Bonpack said. I've never seen such a pale blue flame. It's so big, Benedicta said. Okay, now I'll throw it over there into the darkness and let it brighten up the stingy place, I joked. I then manipulated the spell and flung it into the darkness. I wished I hadn't done that because we were not alone. What was that about waves of sound? Bonpack asked as he slowly made his way to the large opening in the wall. What are those things? Benedicta asked. Along the walls of the cave were monsters of some kind, dog-sized reptilian beasts, I think. But I didn't get a good look enough to look before the light from the fireball faded away. No. Get back into the tunnel, though, I told them as I summoned Igus and Maury. Tunnel, though. The monsters echoed one after the other from the darkness. With what little light remained, I was able to see that it was in fact these things that were echoing the sounds. Their mandibles clicked and twitched as they did. As quickly as I could manage, I created another fireball and moved it to a shadowed area in order to see those things again. This time, I got a better look. They were covered from one end to the other in a greenish scales, has long mandibles and tentacle-like feelers on their head. They had lizard-like bodies, but their heads seemed more like a cross between an insect than a fish. Their ears, or what I assumed were their ears, looked more like protruding fins from a fish's side. Everyone into the tunnel. I will close the entrance again, Bonpack said. Suma, as soon as Bonpack does that, unsummon me, I told her, keeping an eye on the creatures. They were each beginning to turn and crawl towards us, so I really didn't want to stay any longer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, like it was going to explode. My ears were ringing, and there was an unswallowable lump in my throat. I really didn't want to get eaten by a lizard ant thing. I'm not just going to leave you with those things, Suma yelled. When she raised her voice, some of the creatures twitched and slithered closer. Yes you are. Just for a few seconds, I told her urgently. I turned away from the monsters for a moment and picked Suma up to place her into the tunnel, where Bonpack and Benedicta had already gone into. Leaning down and tossing her inside, I turned to Bonpack and said, Close it. I was trying to be careful not to raise my voice. I collapsed the tunnel as soon as everyone was inside. I turned around and realized that I was now face to disgusting, scaly face with one of those beasts. Suma's POV. Jake quickly tossed me back into the tunnel that we had come from. Then Bonpack closed the entrance he made. I scrambled back straight and unsummoned Jake as soon as I could. Jake! Jake! I cried out desperately. I'm fine. Back home now. Get out of that tunnel, we shouted. We did not argue. We flew away as fast as we could manage. Each of us took turns collapsing sections of the tunnel as we went, just in case they were following us. One pack used nature magic as best he could to seal the collapsed areas, but he was now completely out of mana. So Vindicta and I had to do our best, but neither of us specialized in that type, so it wasn't perfect. If the trip to that opening felt long, then the trip away was an eternity. But we went as fast as we could manage. There was no care about safety while flying. Several times I clipped my wings in the narrow tunnel, but I forced myself to power through and not slow the others down.
I don't think they are following us, but don't slow down. As soon as we exit the tunnel, fly up and towards the peak. We need to be sure that we are safe, so I'll seal the exit as best I can, one pack stated.
But, you're almost out of mana, Vindicta pointed out.
I will summon Paxis. I can use his mana, he said.
Great plan, but you need mana for a summoning, and you are out,
I reminded him.
Jake has enough mana. We can use him,
I suggested. Normally, I would want to ask Jake before doing something like this, but I feel like he would agree.
Fine,
one pack agreed. We shot out of the cave, and I summoned Jake.
Sentinel,
I shouted. Jake began to appear before me, but something was wrong. He was laying on the ground and had blood running down his arm.
Jake!
End of chapter. Chapter 60. Vindicta's point of view.
I see a light. We're almost there, I shouted. I don't think they are following us, but don't slow down. As soon as we exit the tunnel, fly up and towards the peak. We need to be sure that we are safe, so I'll seal the exit as best I can, Von Pack said. But you're almost out of mana, I pointed out. I will summon Paxis. I can use his mana, he said.
Great plan, but you need mana for summoning, and you are out,
Suma reminded him.
Jake has enough mana. We can use him,
she suggested.
Fine,
One Pack agreed. We shot out the cave and Suma summoned Jake.
Sentinel,
she shouted. Jake began to appear, but something was wrong. He was on the ground, and blood was running out of his arm.
Jake!
She fluttered over to stand by his head.
Is he okay?
I asked.
The summoning is already healing him, but... She stopped and seemed rattled. He says he can't move.
I didn't hear him say anything, Von Pack said, triadly, walking closer.
He was over our private connection, she explained.
I was stunned. I had no idea a familiar and a master could communicate both ways via private connection. I'd only ever used mine to give Agosa commands, and I know she was never used it to talk to me. Of course, she can't actually talk.
Did he say what happened?
He says that after we closed the tunnel, one of the creatures bit his arm. He knocked it off easily, but once I unsummoned him, he lost the ability to move, she explained.
That creature must have had some kind of paralytic venom,
Von Pack suggested. While we were talking, Suma had already casted a healing spell on Jake, was slowly regaining his movement.
Jake, Von Pack needs mana in order to seal the cave. Can he borrow some of yours?
Suma asked. Jake tried to say.
Do it,
Suma confirmed after Jake gave up and laid back down. Von Pack came closer and placed both of the tips of his wings on Jake's body. Jake in turn closed his eyes, and in a few moments Von Pack was surrounded by a brilliant dark blue and purple display. Light shined from his body as if he were ablaze.
Von Pack, Jake is inversion magic, so don't try and heal anyone until his mana has left your body completely.
Von Pack said nothing, but nodded that he understood. Each and every one of his feathers were puffed up. He slowly turned to the cave and cast a single spell. It appeared to be small, but the effect was extreme. I watched as the cave collapsed in on itself from as far into it as I could see, and, based on the sound, I imagine it went even deeper than that. With a thunderous cacophony, the last of the cave was sealed. But Von Pack wasn't done yet. He cast another spell that hardened and changed the color of the dirt, turning it into stone.
Incredible,
I whispered. Point of view, Von Pack. The power I felt was incredible, like an unstoppable surge of overflowing river, and I was nearly swept away by it.
Von Pack, Jake has inversion magic, so don't try and heal anyone until his mana has left your body completely,
Sue said, but I could barely hear her. I was so overwhelmed that I couldn't even bring myself to speak, but I could act. I turned and cast a spell. I used as much control and power as I could muster, and the effect was far greater than I could imagine. I can't be sure, but I think I collapsed the cave for several minutes of flight time.
Incredible,
I heard someone say softly. After I cast the spell, I could feel some of that power lingering. I examined myself. It seemed I was surrounded in a display, but it wasn't my normal color. This one was a dark blue with hints of purple, whereas mine is normally a light green. Not that I make a habit of showing off with displays like some haughty buffoon.
When will this display fade? I asked. In a few minutes, but you need to use up the mana Jake gave you first, Zuma explained.
I could try and heal, I offered, but was cut off.
No, Zuma shouted. I told you can't heal anyone with Jake's mana.
But this power, I'm sure.
No, your healing spell would only be inverted. Right now you don't have access to any order magic, she said.
But the nature spell worked, I pointed out.
Nature magic can't be inverted. There is no opposite to nature. But if you tried casting a healing spell, it would be inverted, she told me.
To what? Vindicta asked.
Death magic,
Zuma said. The POV of Lorik Isbala. My group and I finally arrived after a long travel with our prize in tow. Our familiars were tired, so we sent them off to rest as we located the drill instructor. He seemed surprised when he saw us. Back already? He asked. I hope the beasts of the mountainside didn't prove too much for you.
No, sir, I said.
We have our bands. One of the Niyama I was traveling with raised a leg that we had tied it around. Well, then, he said, sounding impressed, but didn't let it show too much. That makes your group the winner. No one else has arrived yet. Go get some food and sleep. Dismissed. With that, we left and went to eat.
I'm going to enjoy an extra hour of sleep tomorrow,
one of the other Niyamas said, stretching out his wings.
Me too,
the other agreed. As will I stated. I must say that you two did well.
We made a good team,
the first one said. The other nodded in agreement. They weren't wrong. Our three skills and the individual natures of our familiars worked well together. Perhaps we can work well together again on our next training session, I suggested. They seemed appreciable to the suggestion and agreed. End of chapter. Vindicta's point of view. Our tattered and tired group walked up the rocky path that we had stumbled upon just short distance from where Von Pack found an entrance to the cave. Jake was in the back, still feeling sluggish from the paralytic bite of that creature. Von Pack was riding on my familiar. Well, he was less riding and more lying flat on my familiar's saddle, half passed out from mana exhaustion. I still can't believe it, Jake mumbled.
Believe what?
Suma asked from his shoulder saddle. That are perfectly safe. He stopped talking and looked at several large rocks rolling down the side of the mountain and falling off the side of the sheer cliff with a huge crack, like a breaking branch, as they hit the ground below. Well, mostly safe. Path was just a few meters past the entrance of that cave. Von Pack groaned. I couldn't tell if he was agreeing or cursing, but he did whatever it was with that sounded like annoyance. How are you feeling, Jake? I asked. Barely, he replied. I was confused by his response.
What do you mean?
I wondered. Barely. I can barely feel anything, except for tingling, like pins and needles, I said.
Where is the tingling? Maybe I can heal you a bit more, Simba asked.
Just a few places. My hands, my arms, my legs, feet, chest, back, head, face. Oh, yeah, and tongue. I can't forget that, he said.
I'm sorry for bringing you there, Jake,
Simba said, her head lowered regretfully. Don't worry about it. You didn't know that the cave was filled with chupacabra. I reassured her. Monpack groaned unintelligibly, his face pressed firmly into the corner of a grocer's saddle.
What?
Simmer said. Monpack raised his head and spoke louder and more clearly.
I thought that you said that they were called echoes,
he asked, and then lowered his head again. A chupacabra is... well, it's like, forget it. I'm too out of it right now. Let's just call them echoes, Jake said, downtrodden. We all walked in silence for a while, slowly following the twisting and turning hill. The POV of the drill instructor. I was perched in my room when my assistant yelled that another group was spotted coming up the path. I quickly made my way outside and confirmed that it was in fact Team 4, which consisted of towmen and recruits 7 and 8. They seemed happy upon the familiar's back, and I could see why. The named Niema towman had a silver band around his neck. They came striding into town, like they were hot stuff.
"Hello, drill instructor," Towman said. "Here is our band, sir."
The other two removed the band from his neck, and the one brought it to me. "And only a few minutes till nightfall. Not bad for 3rd place," I told him. "Team 4 should be proud." He seemed taken aback, like I had just pecked his head.
"Third, sir? Are you telling me that 2 other teams came before us?"
He almost whined. "Yes, teams 1 and 2 have both already arrived," I explained.
"At least we weren't lost,"
one of the team members said. "Yeah, we don't have to wake up early for training," the other agreed. Towman looked at his comrades in disgust.
"Aye, if you two hadn't, if we had," he stuttered. His head fell forward. "Let's just go get some sleep. I don't care anymore." They walked away, probably feeling defeated based on Towman's response.
"I wonder what happened to them," my assistant asked. "Dragon's Horde is filled with a number of dangerous creatures. They most likely had a tough time with some of them," I said, and then flew back to my room to wait for the next and final group to arrive. "I wonder what's taking Group 3 so long. They had a Viking after all." POV of Jake. It took 2 hours, but the last of the paralysis had finally worn off. Just in time, too, because all 3 of my teammates were perched somewhere on my body as I climbed up a steep hill. All of their familiars were either too tired to continue or couldn't be summoned due to lack of mana. Night fell over an hour ago, and I was maintaining a fireball a few meters above us to light our way. Most of the creatures on this mountain were nocturnal, apparently, so a giant fall of fire came in handy keeping them away. None of the beasts came close enough to see clearly, thankfully.
"How are you doing, Jake?"
Simmer asked. "I'm fine. Can you guys see okay?" I asked. Niema didn't have particularly good vision at night.
"Well enough,"
Vindicta said sleepily. Monpack didn't respond, because he was completely asleep. Our journey up the mountain continued for another 30 minutes before I finally saw what we'd been looking for. The top. "Finally," I said, and collapsed to my knees, exhausted. Monpack fell to the ground and woke up yelling.
"Yeah, what's going on?"
he said, finally getting to a standing position.
"We're at the top,"
Vindicta said as she turned, and Suma fluttered slowly to the ground. "Oh, good, finally," Monpack said, settling his standing feathers back down to his body. "You guys can start looking for those bands. I'm gonna rest," I said, and laid down on the grass. The heat from my fireball was incredibly soothing, and it wasn't long before I drifted off to sleep. Suma's POV. Monpack, Vindicta, and I flew in separate directions, searching for the silver bands. Jake's fire spell was bright, but it wasn't enough to itself illuminate an entire mountaintop. So we literally were searching in the dark, as most of us were too tired and drained of mana to cast our own fire spells. I didn't know how the others were doing, but if they were having as hard a time as I was, then we would be on this mountain for a while. In the darkness, the shadows all started to blend together. So much so that I nearly flew into boulders on 2 separate occasions. We searched for 10 minutes before I finally heard Monpack's voice call out, "Yay, found it!" he shouted. I flew over to his location to see for myself, and there it was, a single band wrapped tightly around a metal pole in the ground. We couldn't undo the band's knot with magic, as you need mana for that. So we each carefully grabbed it with our beaks and undid it. We crossed over and under one another like some kind of serpent twisting around in its death throes. In the end, however, we were able to undo it. Once it was free, we looked at it for a moment. Well, we tried to anyway.
Is it getting darker? I asked.
Your familiar must be running out of mana, Bonpack suggested. We had better get back to him.
As he was saying that, suddenly it became bright again. What in Edmosia? Vindicta wondered. Confused, we all flew back to Jake and saw him still lying on the ground. Above him was a fire spell, and it seemed to be slowly shifting in size, getting smaller and larger every few minutes.
Jake, what are you doing with the fire spell?
I asked, but he didn't answer. However, there was a strange noise that he was making. I flew over to beside his and realized he was asleep.
He's asleep,
I told the others quietly. But, he's making a noise, and his fire spell is still active, Bonpack pointed out.
Huh.
They're in rhythm, Vindicta said. What are?
He's breathing in the fire spell, she said. The spell is growing and shrinking in time with his breathing.
I stopped to watch the two for a moment, and she was right. As Jake breathed in, the spell got larger. When he breathed out, it shrunk. How is he doing that? Bonpack wondered.
Which part?
I wondered. All of it. How is he maintaining a spell while asleep, and how is he making it keep time with his breathing? He wondered.
Well, I didn't call him Sentinel for nothing, I said.
We have the band now. Should we wake him up? Vindicta asked. I think we should let him sleep.
We will come in last and have to wake up early if we don't hurry, Bonpack reminded us.
I think we're already going to have to do that, I said.
Bonpack sighed. You're probably right, but we still can't stay on Dragon's Heart of all places overnight.
Why not?
Jake's spell is producing enough heat to keep us warm and enough light to keep any beast away, Vindicta pointed out. We could at least get a few hours of sleep before going all the way back down. But if he runs out of mana before sunrise, Bonpack argued.
Unlikely,
I said. His mana capacity is huge, and even if he was constantly outputting mana, which he isn't, he is just maintaining a spell he already cast. Then it would still take over an hour for him to run out of mana.
Over an hour?
Vindicta asked, stunned. His life force density must be staggering. I can't even imagine his mana reservoir. Have you ever had it measured? Bonpack asked.
Actually, we have.
His life force is 500 Kalma and about 60 Dalma. He also has a mana reservoir of 915, I told them. They both stood in stunned silence, probably deciding if they'd actually believe such staggering figures. How? Just how? Bonpack wondered. Vindicta stayed quiet for a moment longer. She seemed to be deep in thought.
Suma, I don't mean to, it's just,
She stopped herself. She had regretted saying anything in the first place.
What is it?
I asked.
The rumors. I didn't believe them, not until you said, but, I want you to know that I don't care about them, even if they are true, she stuttered out.
Rumors?
What rumors? I questioned.
I don't want to, I don't mean to, she tried to say, but Bonpack cut her off. She means the rumors about your familiar, Jake, being a Viking. End of chapter. Suma's POV.
Actually, we have... His life force is 500 Kalma and about 60 Dalma. He also has a mana reservoir of 915,
I told them. They both stood in stunned silence, probably deciding if they actually believed such staggering figures. How? Just how? Bonpack wondered. Vindicta stayed quiet for a moment longer. She seemed to be deep in thought.
Suma, I don't mean to, it's just,
She stopped herself, like she regretted saying anything in the first place.
What is it?
I asked.
There are rumors. I didn't believe them, not until you said, but I want you to know that I don't care about them, even if they are true, she stuttered out.
Rumors?
What rumors?
I questioned. I don't want, and I don't mean to be, she tried to say, but Bonpack cut her off. She means the rumors about your familiar, Jake, being a Viking. I was stunned. How could anyone have known? I never told anyone. I'm fairly certain Jake hadn't either.
That's not... He isn't... There's more to it, then.
I started, then stopped and sighed.
Look, it's not what you think. So, he is a Viking, then?
Vindicta said.
Not exactly,
I said. Is he, or isn't he? It can't be that difficult, Von Pack declared. I decided to explain the way Jake explained it to me.
The Vikings aren't a race of people. They were a culture, a way of life, one that was abandoned long ago.
Jake isn't descended from them. At least, he doesn't think he is, I explained. He doesn't know? Von Pack asked. I should have expected such a question from him. To nobles, lineage is a matter of pride, and thus it is strictly catalogued, and records are well preserved, even as far back as the ravaging, that being the near-extinction event caused by the Chaos Dragon.
To his people, lineage is less important. Only royals and nobility worry about it, apparently, I told them. And according to Jake, where you are from is more important than who you are descended from in most places.
How strange, Von Pack said.
So, what you're saying is, he's the same species, but he isn't actually a Viking,
Vindicta said.
Yes,
I said simply.
Well,
that explains his aptitude for magic. His people must be, Von Pack said.
When I cut him off, magic doesn't exist on his world.
They both fell dead silent.
What do you mean?
Vindicta finally asked after a long while.
According to Jake, magic has never existed on his world before. At least, not in any confirmed cases. But he says there are stories of people who could use it, but that he had always just assumed that they were untrue tales passed down from ancient times, I explained.
How does the world even do anything without magic? Von Pack wondered. I couldn't blame them for not understanding. I still had trouble wrapping my mind around it as well.
In truth, I'm not sure I could explain that. I'm not even sure I understand it, I said.
With unimaginable amounts of manpower, violence, and ingenuity, Jake said, rolling over, causing all of us to become surprised and our feathers to stand on end for a moment. Jake's point of view. By the dragons! Von Pack shouted and beat his wings, causing him to flutter back slightly.
Did we wake you?
Vindicta asked. Yeah, but it's fine, I said.
How long have you been awake?
Sue asked. Since you asked about the rumors of me being a Viking, I told her.
Sorry,
Vindicta said mournfully. It's fine. I can't blame you for being curious, I said. But now that you know the truth, how do you feel?
You have been nothing but kind to me. You gave me a name, and you were attacked by those echo beasts, making sure that we all got to safety. I have nothing but gratitude towards you, Jake.
Vindicta said. Hearing her say that put me at ease. I was worried she would be afraid or hate me. The Niem view Vikings as monsters, so I wasn't sure how deeply ingrained that would be. And you? I asked, turning to Von Pack. The noble stayed quiet for a moment, perhaps pondering his own opinions, but he did eventually give an answer. I held judgment until given cause to be concerned. But it is true I don't care for your lax attitudes towards nobles. I do know one thing. You are a good soul. You have the power of a dragon, the potential ability to use the most devastating magic my world has ever seen, the strength of a monster, and all you have done with these things is join the army and try help your master fulfill her desires to become a healing mage. I have seen and undergone enough over the last hours to make me reconsider some previously held notions. I will leave it at that for now, Von Pack stated. I appreciated his honesty, but the way he spoke made it feel like he considered me some kind of world-ending event. I decided to let it be for now, and instead changed the subject. So, should we head down the mountain?
No. We think that would be best to wait up here for the night, then head back down in the morning, Zuma explained.
Well, we better get some firewood then. That way I don't have to maintain the spell all night, I suggested.
Okay, Vindicta said, but, what is firewood?
I sighed. It was going to be a long night atop this mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Suma's POV. Turns out firewood is exactly what it sounds like. wood specifically cut to be burned in a fire.
It feels like we are preparing for some kind of strange ritual,
Vindicta pointed out, as she released her mana and let the bundle of logs Jake had cut with magic fall to the ground. He had found a tree that looked dry enough, then used some kind of beam of magic energy to remove the branch and cut it into smaller sections.
I know what you mean,
Bonpack said, as he carefully arranged the wood into a pattern Jake described beforehand.
I can't say that I've ever had to do anything like this before. And, he cast that magical spell without uttering a word, Vindicta said. You must have taught him well if he can use shadow casting despite not having magic in his world. I didn't teach him a thing, in fact. I think he has probably taught me more about shadow casting than I could have ever taught him,
I said from my perch. My job was to be on lookout while everyone was working, just in case.
What do you mean?
Vindicta said. Jake taught himself shadow casting. In truth, I'm not sure I have ever heard him utter a single incantation, I told them.
I should be surprised at that, but I am not,
Bonpack said as he lit the small pile of wood aflame. Even from my perch I could feel the heat begin to increase.
Hot!
He exclaimed and fluttered back sharply, landing on another stack of wood behind him.
How does he cast such powerful magic then?
Vindicta wondered.
He has his ways of imagining the spells and their effects, but also their processes. I would liken it to the way the rune crafter works, I explained. Does that mean that he can craft runes?
Bonpack asked.
He thought about learning, but didn't have time before we left for training, I said.
Vindicta's point of view. Suma, Bonpack, and I were perched around the flames talking. The warm glow of the fire seemed to illuminate in a way that Jake's fireball just couldn't. The fireball was more of a penetrating brightness, but this was more like a living being. It flickered and popped occasionally at the base, surprising each time. Vindicta, I have some more logs ready, Jake called out from a short distance away. I left the warm flame, and as soon as I did, I noticed something I hadn't before. How cold the mountain was. It hadn't bothered me before, but now that I felt so warm and comfortable, the cold bit at my feathers. I wonder, had I felt like this earlier, and just not known enough to care or realize? Or had it really not affected me before? I landed beside Jake's pile of logs and wrapped my mana, what little I had, around them to pick them up. That should be enough for the night, Jake said, and picked up a few logs himself. We went over to the fire and dropped our logs a short distance away, then perched around the warming, golden and sky-orange flames again. Ah, that feels good, Jake said, sitting on a rock that he had rolled over earlier. He was rather close to it, though. I actually worried that he might get burned, but he seemed content. Aren't you guys going to get closer?
Are you kidding me? Bonpack scoffed. I can barely stand the heat from this distance.
We'd all perched 2 or 3 times further away than Jake, due to the heat. Despite the fact that I was enjoying it, I couldn't bear to draw any nearer. Jake's POV. Once the campfire was built up enough, I dispelled the fire. That left only the orange glow of the burning wood to light up the area. We all sat, all perched in their cases, and talked for a while. As we did, I would watch the fire to make sure that it was getting enough oxygen by wrapping mana around certain logs and maneuvering them into better positions.
So, Jake, what is your world like?
Bonpack asked. It's pretty different from your world. For starters, we don't have magic, I told him.
Yes, Suma mentioned that earlier. But what else makes it so different?
He wondered. Well, for one, our sky is a different color. Yours is orange, but ours is a faded light blue, I said.
Blue? Why is it blue?
Vindicta asked, confused. Why is yours orange? I counted.
It's, I guess I don't know, she said.
Our skies are the colors they are because of the gases that make them up. I don't know what makes up your world's air, but my world's, Earth, is mostly oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide, as well as several others. The specific mixture of all of these gases diffuses more blue light than anything else. So our sky looks blue, and yours looks orange, I explained. They all seemed lost.
I'm sorry, I don't understand,
Vindicta stated. One Pack's point of view. We perched around the flames, listening to Jake attempt to explain something far beyond my comprehension. But, by the dragons, there was no way I would ever admit that to them. Instead, I tried a different tact.
Perhaps we should switch back to the original question, I offered.
Oh, right, sorry, I can really go off on tangents when it comes to science, Jake said apologetically. He thankfully went back to detailing what his home, Earth, as he called it, was like. To me, it sounded both like a utopia and like torture. He described a world where the dangerous and deadly diseases were being cured daily, where hunger and war were all but eliminated, and where most people didn't concern themselves with survival, but with enjoying their lives. However, he also told us of his people's long and violent history, of weapons more powerful than anything shy of grand-scale tactical magic, and perhaps most horrifying, of his people's switch from noble ruling class to elected leaders. For a moment, I felt sick. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Jake's POV. Night had come and gone. I got some sleep, but not much. We slept in shifts just in case the fire didn't keep all the animals at bay. I was third watch, so I ended up waking up quite early, and I have a bit of a hard time falling back asleep once I'm awake. So I just stayed up and talked with Vindicta since it was her turn on watch. Once the sun had come up, we all had some fruit that Suma grew from some seeds stored in my shoulder perch, then headed back down the trail. Careful on the rocks, they seem more unstable than they did yesterday, I said as I regained my balance after nearly falling on my butt.
No kidding, One Pack said, and here I was about to order Paxos to do a little dance, he said sarcastically. How is everyone's mana, by the way?
Suma asked the group.
I'm still drained, but not nearly as bad as I was last night,
Vindicta said, desperately clinging to Augusta's saddle as she skidded around on the loose rocks. Although she didn't seem to be out of control. In fact, Augusta was the only one of the familiars who seemed in her element.
I am feeling better, but a few more hours of sleep wouldn't have hurt,
One Pack complained.
Jake?
Sim asked. I'm okay. I've been up long enough to not be too tired, I said. Our journey down the mountain was long, tiring, and did I mention long? Because it was. We had to stop, eat, and rest on 5 separate occasions, much of which I was the only one who could carry all 3 because their familiars couldn't go on. At least the journey down was fairly easy, just time-consuming. It took hours, but eventually we made it back to the camp. Ah, there you are, the drill instructor called out as he landed on a perch near us. I was beginning to think that I would either have to get a search party together or start preparing your eulogies.
Sorry, sir, we got caught,
Simon tried to explain, but was cut off. If you have injuries, go to medical station while I'm healing. Once everything is taken care of, you can explain in full. Dismissed, he stated, and flew back to the vine hut he came from. I see his concern for us hasn't dulled his charm, I complained.
We may as well go get checked out. It might be the only break we get until this whole thing is over,
Vindicta suggested. We all agreed and went to get checked out. All of them were suffering from life force depletion. Their mana was running dry, but no one had any injuries that weren't fixable. They each had a muscle strain, and their wings were a bit battered from flying in the cave and hitting the walls, but nothing bad. I guess we should go give our report, I said. I started making my way there, and the rest flew, arriving much sooner than me. As we all entered the instructor's office, he offered the others purchase, then began asking us questions.
Do you want me to make you a seat?
Suma asked me over our private connection. I'd like to try, if that's okay. I need the practice, I said. She nodded her head and refocused on the instructor. I'd seen the stun plenty of times, but never tried myself. I started channeling magic, then imagined the vines coalescing and twisting into the shape of a log. Nothing fancy, just a cylindrical bundle of vines. As I pictured this, the plants began to twist and conform to the shape in my head. I was ecstatic by the event, but when I looked around, no one had even noticed. Well, it's a normal event for them, I suppose, I thought to myself. I took my newly formed seat and resumed listening to the instructor and the others' conversations.
And then Lady Suma summoned Sentinel to cover our escape from the cave, Von Pack said, after which I collapsed the entrance to the area and she unsummoned him.
And I assume that you left that cave after that, the instructor asked.
Yes, sir, Vindicta said. After we did, Von Pack collapsed the cavern so that the creatures couldn't follow us.
But I thought you said that you were nearly out of mana, the instructor asked.
Jake, Sentinel lent him some, Vindicta said.
Why do I keep using my familiar name? I asked Suma privately.
It's a formal meeting. Why do you think Von Pack called me Lady Suma? She explained. We have to use our proper names. Which reminds me, she said to me and interrupted Vindicta to address the instructor. Sir, we have something else to report. Recruit 6 has received a name. Vindicta.
The instructor seemed taken aback. I sent you into the forest on a retrieval mission, and you came back a day late, beaten to the dragons, and with a new name, he sighed. Fine, I'll make a note of it, and send off the report to the Royal Citadel.
Thank you, sir,
Vindicta chirped happily. You'll still need to present yourself to the Grand Duke when you return, but until his approval or disapproval, you'll be considered a named Niema, the instructor clarified. Vindicta thanked him, and we got back to our report. We spent a solid hour being debriefed, and all I could think the whole time was how much I wanted to go home and shower. But I couldn't just yet. Okay, well, take a rest for a few minutes. The rest of the recruits are just about to start today's familiar combat training. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Jake's Point of View. You'll still need to present yourselves to the Grand Duke when you return, but until his approval or disapproval, you will be considered a named Niema, the instructor clarified. Vindicta thanked him, and we got back to our report. We spent a solid hour being debriefed, and all I could think the whole time was how much I wanted to go home and shower. But I couldn't just yet. Okay, well, take a rest for a few minutes, and the rest of the recruits are just about to start today's familiar combat training. Suma's point of view. There were about 15 Niema and their familiars currently present for today's combat training, including myself and Jake. I was perched on Jake's saddle, and he had, for some reason, begun standing incredibly straight. I don't know how he had the energy for it after we had spent all day climbing down Dragon's Hoard. Today's exercise is to train your teamwork, not between your fellow soldiers and medic, but between yourselves and your familiars, the instructor loudly announced. Look out onto today's training area. You will see several metal dummies. Your goal today is to land 3 attacks on the dummies. To be clear, that is 3 for you and for your familiar as well. You may achieve these attacks as you see fit, but be warned. He stopped talking. The dummy I was looking at suddenly started spinning and floating in the air. Then it began to shoot flames from its center mass. These dummies like to hit back, the instructor concluded his rousing speech by asking who wanted to go first. I will, sir, one Niema volunteered. I didn't know his name, but it was the one with the black serpent familiar. A member of our last familiar training session's winning team. Step forward, Lauric Espala, the instructor said. Take whatever position on the field you'd like and begin on my order. Lauric felt his familiar's saddle and flew to the boulder on the battlefield. His familiar went to the opposite end of the field and hid inside a pocket of tall grass. Then the black serpent did something I certainly hadn't expected. It disappeared. Now, that is some good camouflage, Jake mumbled. I knew the black serpents could do such things, but I did not expect them to be so effective at it, I said, stunned. Seemingly, all the recruits were impressed with Lauric's familiar's ability. So much so that we were all ordered to be silent by the instructor. Begin! The instructor called out, and Lauric and his familiar which was now blending in almost perfectly with the tall yellow grass, went on the attack. Lowrick flew high up and then dive-bombed straight at the dummy. Meanwhile, his familiar snuck up behind it. As Lowrick was falling, he launched his fire spell at the dummy, engulfing the creation in flames for a moment. Just as he neared impact, Lowrick flared his wings, cutting his speed, and pulled up and to the right, narrowly missing one of the contraption's many segmented limbs that were splayed in all directions. Really, it appeared more like a bush without any leaves rather than a training tool. But the fire that shot out of its limb and burned Lowrick's feathers told a different story. The serpent familiar cried out and launched itself through the air. Its body collided with the dummy and encircled it. Then it unhinged its jaw and sprayed some kind of green liquid onto the dummy before releasing it and retreating back to the tall grass. It had bought its master enough time to escape, and Lowrick was back in the sky preparing another attack. This time, he attempted to use the ground and dirt by casting a spell to immobilize the device. Pillars of rock and dirt surrounded the dummy on all sides, then came crashing down on top of it, bending it to the ground and preventing it from flying away. Lowrick wasted no time diving down for another attack, forming another fire spell and slamming the flames into the dummy. His familiar once again came out of hiding, but this time it wasn't for the grass, but from one of the boulders Lowrick had used earlier. It had changed its color from yellow to brown to blend in, but was now dropping its camouflage and landing the final blow on the dummy. "Impressive," the instructor called out to Lowrick and his familiar as they approached and rejoined the group. "Now who would like to go next?" End of chapter. Suma's POV. "Impressive," the instructor called out to Lowrick and his familiar as they approached and rejoined the group. "Now who would like to go next?"
"Jake, do you want to go next?"
I asked him privately. He remained quiet for a moment, it thought. "No, let's see someone else go next and see what strategies work best against that thing," he suggested. I agreed, and we decided to wait. "No takers," the instructor called out. "Well, then I guess," he started to say. But just as he did, a recruit flew up and landed with the rest of the recruits. "Recruit, why are you late?" the instructor yelled.
"Apologies, sir,"
the hammer replied. I overslept and—" The poor recruit tried to explain, but as soon as he said overslept, the instructors had heard enough. "Oh, you were tired. Well, let's help you wake up. Summon your familiar, recruit. You're next in today's battle exercises," the instructor ordered.
"Yes, sir,"
the Niema said meekly. With that, he raised his wings and activated his summoning spell. It was an odd spell, as the magic circle didn't form on the ground, but in the air, and we all soon saw why. His familiar flew out of the magic circle, which was floating sideways in the air, with surprising speed. However, its appearance was a real shock.
"Is that a flying fish?"
Jake asked, stunned.
It appears so,"
I acknowledged, equally amazed. "How is it floating like that?" he wondered. "It's just, hanging in the air."
"I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense," I stated.
"What is it called?" Jake wondered.
"I don't know," I said. "I didn't hear him call a name. He probably didn't give it one."
"Oh, I mean, what is the species name?" he wondered.
"I don't know.
I've never seen a creature like that before. At least not in the air," I told him. "Get to the field, recruit," the instructor ordered. The Niema and his familiar flew over to the training area and took up position together far away from the dummy. "Begin!" the instructor yelled. With that, the dummy began spinning and started to close in on the pair. This is where I realized something I hadn't before. I realized just how widely varied a battle against an enemy could be. Where Lowrick and his black serpent immediately began charging in and attacking the dummy, this Niema and his familiar chose to attack from a distance. The fish, as Jake called it, took position between the dummy and its master, then immediately began attacking the dummy from a distance. It shot bolts of lightning from its mouth, which crashed into the dummy with frightening force. 1, 2, 3 times the creature shot its attacks, and each time it hit with unyielding precision.
A flying fish that shoots lightning, Drake mumbled, probably as enthralled by the spectacle as I was. Now he only needs to land 3 attacks himself, I noted. It was then I noticed something interesting. The Niema was preparing to use combat magic. Jake, do you remember when I told you about combat magic? I asked. Yes. Why? He wondered. I think you're about to get a demonstration, I said. I could tell what was going on. Combo magic is a technique all mages learn if they plan on getting or already have a familiar. We learn it at the academy, and it has 2 telltale signs. First, a magic circle is cast around both the master and the familiar. Second, a wave of mana travels down the circle's connection points from the familiar to the master. Both were occurring between the pair as we watched. The dummy was beaten down, parts were falling off, and it was only inches above the ground now. I can only imagine how much damage it must have sustained between this fight and Laurik's. O forest, grow and spread at my command. Heed my call and ensnare my enemies. The Niema began to chant. It must be a complex spell if he needs to chant, Jake theorized. In truth, it probably wasn't nearly as complex as some of the spells I'd seen him do, but I doubt he realizes that. Lightning, flow and penetrate this forest, become whole and raw. As soon as he finished his chant, vines erupted from the ground and entangled the broken remains of the dummy. Once it was immobilized, the vines began to explode. One by one, they detonated and released bolts of energy in every direction. In moments, the fight was over, and the dummy was defeated. Now that was cool, Jake smiled. Indeed, combination magic is a powerful tool, I replied. Good job, Urkut, their instructor complimented. Now, who's next? Suma, I think we should go next, Jake stated. But I thought you wanted to wait and watch, I questioned. I did, but now I want to give it a go. Jake, remember, we can't use magic like that. Our combination would... I said, but he cut me off. I know, I remember what happened, but I don't want to do that. I just think that we can handle it, he said confidently. I thought about it for a moment and relented. If Jake thought that it was a good idea, I would trust him. Sir, my familiar and I would like to go next, I announced. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Jake's point of view. Suma, I think we should go next, I stated. But I thought you wanted to wait and watch, Suma questioned. I did, but now I want to give it a go, I said. Jake, remember, we can't use magic like that. Our combination would... she said, but I cut her off. I know. I remember what happened, but I don't want to do that. I just think that we can handle it, I told her. She remained quiet for a moment, but relented. Sir, my familiar and I would like to go next, she told the drill instructor. All right, then, take your positions on the battlefield and begin on my command, he acknowledged. Suma fluttered up to my shoulder and rested on the perch of my armor. So, Jake, do you have a plan? She asked as we approached the field. I do. This thing is weak to long-range attacks, and I think I've just the thing to get my strikes, I told her as I made my plan. Care to enlighten me? She asked. I reached into my bag and pulled out a handful of steel ball bearings that I'd purchased a few days ago, after I had an idea for a spell. With these, I told her. She stayed quiet for a moment, looking a bit concerned if her tilted head was anything to go by. Jake, I know you're strong, but you realize that training dummy is made of metal, right? She asked. How do you plan on throwing those hard enough to do damage? I don't, I said. I explained my plan to her, and she seemed wary, but agreed to go through with it. If everything goes to plan, then we would both get our hits in, no problem. We took our positions. I was far away from the dummy, and she was covering me until my spell was done. It was a complex spell, like nothing I had ever tried before, but I was pretty sure that it would work. Once we were in our positions, the instructor gave the call to start. Begin! As he said that, the new dummy that had been brought out lurched forward quickly, in fact. It was much faster now than in the other rounds. It rushed at Suma and started spinning its, comparatively huge metal arms around. She flew straight up and began her half of the plan. Meanwhile, I began my half.
She wasn't much of a fighter, but she didn't need to be. She just needed to buy me some time.
"Fly, Crimson Bolt!"
she yelled and cast a spell. A lance of fire, just like the one she'd used when that magistrate attacked us, flew at the dummy. I'd expected it to slam into the dummy and score her one of her needed hits, but instead the thing suddenly leaned and narrowly avoided being hit. It was like some kind of spinning top of doom, the way that it was moving and twirling.
"Fly, Crimson Bolt!"
she yelled again, and launched another attack. Once again, the dummy dodged. While this was happening, I was focusing on the balls and the spell. There are 4 fundamental forces in the universe: the strong force, the weak force, gravity, and electromagnetic force. Of these 4, I was attempting to manipulate the final one. I've been preparing for the spell for a while now, studying military documentaries about the technology and looking up videos on the internet to gain a better understanding. I started by envisioning the target becoming magnetized and drawing the ball bearings closer as they approached. Then I used magic to create a kind of rail system along the path I wanted the ball to follow. As the ball would go, it would be pulled along by electromagnetism through the air and suspended with my mana. But that is where the documentaries and I began to split. Technology had its limits. Pulling something with magnetism is easy, but switching the polarity at a halfway mark is nearly impossible. Unless you have magic. While the spell was pulling the balls along with magnetism, it would also be generating a reverse polarity behind the ball, driving it forwards.
"Jake, how much longer?"
Suma asked as she dodged a flame attack from the dummy. "No! Dodge!" I yelled and took aim. The spell was different, unique, and hard to imagine. I needed something solid to picture as I cast it. Suma had mentioned that her people did this occasionally too, so I thought that I would try it out. "Railgun!" I proclaimed and activated the spell. Suma's POV. "Railgun!" Jake yelled as his spell activated. I had already moved from between him and the dummy, and I was soon very glad to have done it. His spell was strange. I could feel some magical energy building up, but it wasn't very much. Certainly not enough to destroy such a large enemy. A glowing path of light appeared and connected Jake and the center of the dummy. For a moment, I expected some kind of fire spell, but I didn't actually see the attack. Before I had time to realize what had happened, the training dummy exploded violently into thousands of pieces. A roar like thunder shot through the air, and the blue path vanished. It startled me so much, I lost my concentration and nearly stopped flapping my wings. There was literally only scraps and splinters left of the dummy. "Stop! Stop!" the instructor ordered. I landed on Jake's shoulder, and the instructor yelled for us to get back to the group. End of chapter. Part 68. Suma's point of view. "What were you thinking?" the instructor yelled. "You used a tactical scale magic in a training session while on a training field." We were being chastised for Jake's attack spell. I think he called it railgun. "You annihilated a training dummy. I don't even know how that was possible. It was made of metal." "Sir, I apologize. I didn't realize," Jake started to say, but the instructor didn't let him finish. "Enough, Cadet Suma. He is your familiar, so this is your responsibility," he declared. I said as he landed on a perch next to the instructor. He was shorter than the instructor and darker in color, but obviously he outranked the instructor. Members of the King's Armed Forces, once they had graduated from basic training anyway, all wear gold symbols on their chests to display their status. For a private just out of training, the symbol is a single golden line worn horizontally. For the next 2 ranks, an extra line is added above the first. This Niema was a major, which I knew because he wore 3 triangles on his chest, where the instructor only had a single circle. "Major," the instructor said, and stood straight up in his perch, his feathers slightly raised from surprise. "Sir, I apologize for my inability to properly control and discipline my cadets," he said. "No need for that, Sergeant. At least, not yet," the major said, and turned to face Jake and I. "So, which one of you was it that cast the tactical magic? I thought I heard that the familiar was the caster, but
I could have been mistaken. Or at least that's what my common sense wants me to believe. It was me, sir, said Jake. He was stood stock still and even straighter than the drill instructor. His arms were behind his back, and one of his hands was wrapped tightly around the other arm's wrist. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize my spell would be so powerful, Jake explained. I admit, when I first noticed Jake's spell, I was convinced it wasn't going to be enough, or at least nothing special. It used so little mana, after all. I still don't understand how the spell was so weak could have produced such an effect. What is your name, if you possess one? The Major asked. Strangely, he seemed unfazed by Jake's ability to speak. So far, most Niema we have encountered have been caught off guard by it. Having a familiar with the ability to speak is almost unheard of. Outside of children's stories, anyway. So the Major's ability to take it in stride was fairly impressive. That's a complicated answer, sir, I told the Major. Simplify it, he said plainly. Jake, this is a Major, I said to Jake over our private connection. We should use your familiar name. That's the proper protocol, he agreed. My name is Sentinel, Jake told the Major. Well, Sentinel, who was it that taught you tactical magic? The Major wondered. Actually, this is something I hadn't thought of. I just accepted it on account of how powerful Jake is. But who did teach him that spell? It certainly wasn't me. Only the highest level of mages are even allowed to attempt to learn it. I created the spell myself, sir, but it was based off knowledge from my world, Jake explained. I'd figured that would be the case, that it was something from his world. But I didn't expect him to be able to actually develop the spell alone. Most tactical magic requires teams of Niema from all walks of life working in tandem for months or years to create new tactical spell. You and who else? The Major asked, obviously not believing Jake did it alone. No one, sir. I did it alone, Jake told him. The Major seemed irritated, whether by Jake's answer or by the thought that a single person could create tactical magic all by himself. I couldn't tell. Do you expect me to believe that a single familiar was able to develop, test, and successfully utilize tactical magic all by himself? The Major asked in quite serious tone, his feathers pressed closely to his body. It's the truth, sir, Jake responded. There were a few long moments of quiet while the Major stared at Jake. Sentinel, follow me. He turned to the instructor. Sergeant, continue your class. Now, I assume you are this familiar's master, he asked me. Yes, sir, I said. Please follow me as well. The Major then spread his wings and took flight. I followed him, and Jake walked after us quickly. We landed beside a large drake who had a narrow saddle on its back between its wings. We were perched on a few molded vines, and when Jake arrived, he opted to sit on the grass. I don't know how he was comfortable like that, though. His limbs were twisted and interlocked, or crisscross applesauce, as he once called it. Sentinel, how would you feel about joining the Wyvern Brigade? The Major asked. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Jake's point of view. I sat on my bed at night, thinking about my earlier conversation with the Major. He said, You and Madame Suma would be excellent candidates for our program. You have unparalleled magical prowess, the ability to cast tactical-grade magic without anyone assisting you. And you, Madame Suma, you're an excellent healing mage. We're always on the lookout for those, especially ones with names. Sorry, sir, who exactly are the Wyverns? I asked. I've only heard of rumors myself. I didn't believe they actually existed. Suma said in awe at the realization. What rumors have you heard, Miss Suma? The Major asked, interested. It might have been his first opportunity to get an outsider perspective on his team, or maybe he just liked hearing what people thought of them. That they are some kind of special team of mages, each with powerful and unique familiars. They go on the kinds of missions most people don't survive.
I've heard their power and effectiveness, not to mention their magical strength, is likened to the descendants of the dragons, Suma told us.
A well-earned reputation, I assure you, the Major said pridefully. And I want you two to try out for the team. That conversation was nearly 4 hours ago, and still bouncing around in my head. He explained to us that there would be a kind of tryout, held in 12 days. Any member of the army, new recruit or otherwise, was allowed to try out. But if we did succeed, we would still need to pass boot camp to actually be accepted. Suma and I talked about it, and told the Major that we would have an answer for him in 2 days. We both needed time to think about the offer. My train of thought was interrupted by the ringing of my phone. My mum has started calling me every night now that I'm spending more time on Earth.
Hello, I answered.
Hi, Jake. I just wanted to call and make sure that you were okay. You didn't answer your phone last night, and I got worried. Mum said, sounding relieved, that I'd picked up.
I'm fine, Mum. Couldn't leave Suma's world last night because they got themselves into a pickle. I needed someone to help them out. I ended up camping on a mountain because of it last night. I explained the whole series of events to her, only leaving out the part where I got bitten by a giant reptile thing and paralyzed.
Well, I'm just happy the cave didn't collapse on you or something. They really should have thought their plan through better than that. I thought you said that they were trained professionals, Jake, she complained.
Well, trained for healing, not cave exploration, I said, but they did okay for the first time. Suma's point of view. I laid in my nest, under the army-issued tarp that blocked out some of the light from the stupidly bright magical laces running through the floors and ceiling of the underground sleeping area. The conversation Jake and I had with Major wouldn't leave my thoughts. He wanted us, or more realistically, Jake, as a part of the Wyvern's team. I'm no fool. I know I was only offered this because Jake is my familiar, and they can't only offer it to him. But that didn't mean that it wasn't going to affect me. I would have to go on missions with Jake, as I am the only one capable of summoning him. So that means I would end up going on quite dangerous missions to places where I could be killed without even knowing what was happening. I signed up to be a healing mage. I expected to be put into dangerous places, doing dangerous things, but I never once considered that I would end up on the front lines. The thought was frightening, but another part of me said something different. A small part of me wanted to go, wanted to be a part of something bigger, wanted to do something that would make a difference in this war. I fell asleep thinking about my feelings and about how my life would change if I acted on those feelings. Larika's Balor's point of view. After the Major flew away from the training area, and the one called Suma and a Viking, the rest of the cadets finished one by one their combat maneuvers. We were dismissed for a short time so that we could eat, and during my lunch break, the Major approached me and made me an offer. He wanted me to join his team. Or rather, he wanted me to audition for it. He called them the Wyverns. I had heard of the team before. My father mentioned them on several occasions while in business dealings with other nobles. I had always made it a point to attend those meetings so as to further my understanding of the country and its laws. I accepted the Major's offer without a second thought. I joined the army in order to serve. This was just a better way of doing so. I had 12 days to prepare myself and my familiar for the tryout. Of course, this raised an issue. When he pulled Suma and the Viking aside, he most likely offered them a chance to audition as well. And why wouldn't he? Even I must admit, I did not expect to see tactical level magic to be utilized during a training mission, and by a single familiar, no less. A troublesome duo, I mumbled as I grew my lunch. Jake's point of view. It was time. Suma and I had discussed it before today. I sat in the therapist's office building, waiting to be called back for my appointment. I had let her know that I was bringing Suma to see her, but obviously that was a small lie. Suma was still having issues with what happened that day in the alley, and I figured that the stress from our upcoming decision might be a lot for her to handle. So I talked to her, and she agreed. We would be summoning the doctor to see her.
Jake, the doctor is ready for you,
the receptionist announced. End of chapter. Chapter 70.
Jake, the doctor is ready for you,
The receptionist announced.
Thank you,
I said and walked to our office. We had several meetings since the first time after the attack in the alley, so I didn't need to be led to our office anymore. I knocked on the door and walked in. "Hey, Dr. Maxwell," I said.
Hello, Jake. How have you been? She asked, smiling.
"I've been good. Been getting lots of exercise and stuff," I told her and sat on the couch. I'd been preparing for this for a while now, planning what I was going to say and how I was going to say it.
So, what's new?
She asked and took a seat in the chair opposite me. "Well, actually, do you remember my friend I told you about? The one who was with me in the alley? Suma," I asked.
I do,
she said.
Why?
"She wants to talk to you. She's been dealing with a lot of stress lately, and recently she and I were both offered a pretty major decision that we need to make. I thought that it would be a good idea for her to talk with a professional about it, so I reminded her of your offer," I explained.
Ah, well, I'm happy to see her whenever she needs, Dr. Maxwell said.
"That's great, because she wants to see you now," I said. This was the part I was dreading. This was the part that would make me look crazy.
Like, now? Is she here?
The doctor wondered. "In a manner of speaking, yes." I took a deep breath and began my pre-rehearsed speech. "Okay, so this is going to make me sound crazy, but in order for you to see her, we need to hold hands for a few seconds. Suma is actually a magic user from another world, and she is also a tiny bird person from a race called the Niema. In order to get to her, we hold hands, then I'll contact her, and she'll summon me. Then we will be transported to her world. From there, she'll induce a mind link and show you some of her memories, and that will allow you to understand her." I gasped deeply to regain my breath after that long an explanation, and waited for her response. After a few moments of silence, she finally answered, "Okay." I was stunned. I couldn't believe that it was that easy. You believe me?" I asked, doubtful.
No, but I do believe that letting you try will help break your delusion, and then we can treat the underlying problem. Honestly, I can't believe I didn't realize how precarious your mental state was. So, if letting you hold my hand for a moment is what it's going to take for you to start healing, then I am willing to entertain you for a few moments," she said. Honestly, I couldn't blame her, but at least she would let me try. "Thank you," I said. "Suma, you can summon us now," I announced after I held the doctor's hand. "Now, Doctor, don't freak out when your arms and legs start to vanish. Oh, okay?" "Oh, I won't," she reassured me. A second later, her feet had already been fully transported, and so had the top of her head. She looked horrified, probably because she was seeing it happen to me, just as I was watching it happen to her. Needless to say, she panicked. Suma's point of view. "Suma, you can summon us now," Jake announced. I'd only been waiting on his signal for a short time, but it felt like ages. I immediately began the summoning, and as soon as it was completed and they arrived, my ears were filled with the sounds of distressed shrieking. I couldn't understand what the person was saying, but they seemed upset. Jake tried hard to calm the woman down, though. "I told you what would happen." The woman gave some kind of response, a rather loud one at that. "Yes, but you can't say I lied, or that I didn't make it clear." There was a moment of silence as the two stared at one another. "So, this is Suma," Jake said, gesturing at me. "Hello," I greeted, but then remembered that she wouldn't be able to understand me either. I went ahead and started sharing my memories, so that we would be able to understand each other. She seemed surprised and began saying something again. "I told you, remember, she would share some memories so that you would be able to understand her language." "Don't worry, doesn't hurt." Jake tried to reassure her. It seemed to help, however slightly. "Done," I said. I'd showed her all the way up to just after I was released from the interrogation room. That way she would understand how everything happened. Jake had suggested the idea. "That bird talks." End of chapter. Chapter 71.
Suma's point of view. It sounds like you've been through a lot. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think about it all? The therapist, Dr. Maxwell, asked. After she had calmed down and understood what was happening, she seemed eager to talk to me and help me if she could. She was sitting on a pillar of vines Jake had made for her before giving us some privacy and went outside for a while. I suppose the first thing that I think of is what happened in, No, that's not true. The first thing I think of is my parents, I said. Your parents? Can you tell me a bit about them? In what context? However you want. I thought about her request for a moment. Well, my mum is protective. When I told her I volunteered for the military, she became quite upset. My dad has always been distant. But that's normal, I guess. Normal? Dr. Maxwell asked. How so? Well, fathers rarely have anything to do with their children. Is that normal on your world? She wondered. Oh, yes, but my family has never really been normal. In what way? Well, most Niema are raised by only a single parent, usually the mother. It is rare occurrence for the father to be involved in any significant way. I see, she nodded, that she understood. And how do you feel about that? Or, more specifically, how do you feel about your father? I love him. He's been with me my entire life, but our relationship has always been strained, I explained. And why do you think that is? I don't know, really. Maybe it's because we are too different, or too similar. Sua, I have a question. Yes? After your attack, what did your parents do? Dr. Maxwell asked softly. They didn't come to see me for a while. They disappeared from my life for nearly a week. When I asked them why, I could feel my heartbeat increasing as I spoke. I was getting frustrated, just thinking about it. When I asked them why, they said that it was because they were afraid. Afraid? She sounded confused. Afraid of what? Of you? No. Afraid of Jake. Jake, who had protected me. Who has stayed with me without leaving my side for even a moment. Jake, who comforted me when I thought that I had been responsible for killing someone, even though he himself was also suffering in the same way. And they were afraid of him. Jake's point of view. I walked around in Suma's training camp while she talked to Dr. Maxwell. It was surprisingly large, not in height, but rather it was all spread out. I guess that made sense, though, seeing as all Niema could fly. I heard voices in the distance, both of which sounded familiar. Walking towards them, I saw Vindicta and Von Pack perched outside the tent made of dirt that connected to a large earthen dome. Hey, you two, I announced. Oh, hello, Jake, Vindicta said. Greetings, Jake, Von Pack said. But he sounded a little less enthusiastic. What are you doing here? Training ended hours ago. I would have assumed that you would have gone home by now. Yeah, but Suma needed me for something, so I came back for a bit, I said. And where is Suma? Normally you two are all but inseparable while in camp, Vindicta pointed out. She is talking to a friend. I'm giving her a few minutes alone. Why not just send you back then? Surely you would rather be in your world than ours, especially if you were limited to a single trading camp, Von Pack questioned. That's, a long story. But the short and sweet of it is it's safer if I stay here for a while they talk. They seemed confused, but didn't press the issue. Instead, I asked them a question. So what are you two doing outside alone at sundown? I teased. Nothing. We're just talking, Vindicta diddy yelled. I smiled at Von Pack, who avoided my gaze. Well, I'm going to go explore the camp a bit. I almost never see anything other than the training area, after all. See you two later, I said, and beat a hasty retreat from the two embarrassed nymphs. I continued looking around the camp and saw another Niema sitting outside another dome. It was the Niema from the other day's training. Hello, I called out. He looked around confused until he eventually saw me. You're Lauric, right? I didn't get to finish, as he immediately spread his wings and flew away. I'm kind of offended. Wow. End of chapter. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this narration of the web novel Humans Don't Make Good Familiars, taken from Reddit. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 72. Jake's point of view. "Maury," I said in an attempt to summon my sword. I was back home now that Suma had finished her talk with Dr. Maxwell, at least for today. "Twilight," I tried again. I could feel something happening, but it was like I was pushing my spells through a wall of frozen pudding. I knew it could be done. I did it in the alley that time I got attacked, but I hadn't been able to recreate it since. "Destiny," I repeated, starting to get frustrated. Performing any kind of summons without a life or death factor was practically impossible, and casting a real spell was almost as hard. So far, the most magic I'd been able to do on Earth was create a single drop of water and some sparkly glitter. Like a fairy sneezed, or something. Still, that's better than I could manage a few months ago. "Mr. Vandal," the voice of my landlord called from outside my apartment. I walked over and opened up the door. "Yes," I said. "Mr. Vandal, your rent has come due. Actually, it was due a long time ago. This is your final notice. You have until the end of the week to pay this month's rent, and last month's, or you will be evicted," she declared. "What? How is that possible? I had my rent set on auto payment with my bank." "This isn't right," I started, confused. "Well, then you may want to call your bank, because I haven't received payment in 2 months, she stated firmly. "You have 7 days, Mr. Vandal." She turned and walked away. "Wait, could I pay with something other than my bank?" I asked with an idea. She stopped. "I don't do trades." "Not a trade, just, could I pay with cash or something? Just until I get my bank account sorted," I wondered. "I could accept cash, but you would need to pay a notary public to have one-time alternate payment contract written up, just in case whatever you pay with ends up being counterfeit," she explained. "I have the contracts. You pay the notary. That's how it works. Deal." "I have the money right now if you have the contracts," I said. "I'll need to print them out. I have the notary on retainer. You can pay her when she arrives." With that, she left and I went back into my apartment. Specifically, I went to the safe I had hidden under my bed. Inside was a few legal documents, a copy of my birth certificate, and 27 gold coins I got from Suma's World. I put most of them into my bank, but kept just a few just in case. I looked up the value of gold per ounce, then weighed each coin. At 1,500 pounds per ounce and 4 ounces per coin, just a single coin would cover all my due rent, as well as the next 4 months. I then opened my phone and pulled my bank statements up. There did seem to be some kind of hold on a few of my last payments. My bank wasn't open 24 hours a day, so I would just have to call tomorrow. I checked the total amount in my account, and it was just what I expected it to be, £120,000. Suma's point of view. My talk with Dr. Maxwell ended, but I couldn't clear my mind. I looked around at all the other recruits, most already asleep in their alcoves, and I decided I wanted to stretch my wings for a bit. I quietly left the sleeping roost and went outside. Flying at night was an abnormal experience for me. Before this, I had only done it one or two occasions, and definitely never over military training base. The cool air rushing down my wings felt relaxing, and the full moons provided enough light to find my way. After a while, I noticed someone else flying too. I drew closer and saw that it was Laurik Asbala, the Niama with the black serpent familiar. "Hello there," I said as I drifted beside him. "Greetings," he said plainly. "Did you come out to enjoy the cool air as well?" I asked him. "Yes," he responded flatly. "So, is it as nice as you thought?" I asked awkwardly. Honestly, I was terrible at normal conversations. I am always too nervous. "Madam Suma, please allow me to be clear. I do not dislike you." He ignored me from floundering and stated, "Well, that's, good. I don't dislike you either." "But we are rivals. Both of us will be competing for the position that has opened up in the Wyvern Brigade." "How did you—" "Listen, about being rivals, I'm not even certain I'm going to accept the Major's offer," I tried to explain. Laurik sighed. "I can't say that I'm surprised." His voice was irritated, annoyed even.
And why aren't you surprised? I questioned.
Madam Suma, your sense of reason is skewed. At least, if the company you keep is anything to go by.
That's not fair. You don't even know Jake. He is
a Viking, is he not?
Alaric interrupted. No, I denied. No, he isn't, despite what the rumors may say.
Please don't bother trying to lie to me, Madam Suma. I've been on old ruin sites. I know that he is. I know what he is.
Things are more complicated than you realize, I said.
Perhaps, but I can't imagine any situation is complicated enough to warrant having a Viking as a familiar. You may have a death dragon himself. What those monsters did, they should all be exterminated.
Now that's not fair. You don't even know Jake. He's a good person. And strong, I tried to explain.
Strong indeed. Tell me, how did someone like you manage to dominate the mind of a Viking? He asked.
Someone like me? You mean, how did a lowly commoner dominate a Viking?
I accused. I don't care about your lineage, Madam Suma. I meant, how did a 5th-level mage, who has never had a familiar before, manage to dominate such a creature?
I think this conversation is done, I stated, folding my wings and dived down to turn back to the camp. I had my fill of the cold that night. End of chapter.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this narration of the web novel Humans Don't Make Good Familiars, taken from Reddit. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 73. Jake's Point of View. I felt like I was trudging through mud. Probably because I actually was. I tripped on something and fell forwards, face planting the ground and getting covered in filth. I looked to my left and right. The others were having a tough time too. You might be thinking I'm talking about the Niema, but I'm not. I'm talking about the other familiars. We were all undergoing a test of sorts. Without our summoners, we were all given a single direction to reach the other end of the obstacle course and back. Our task was to find and retrieve a specific object. The purpose of the test was to rate our capabilities so our summoners would be better understand our limits. At least, that was what I was told by Suma. I wasn't actually present when everything was being explained. They thought that since I was intelligent, that I shouldn't be present during the explanation just in case I figured out a quick way around the problems. Suma, I said, after wiping some mud from my forehead, how much further does this mud pit go on? We were talking on our private connection, since we were so far apart.
Not much longer, Jake. You're nearly at the end, she said.
Suma was flying over the course, giving me directions.
Do you see that tree? The one with the red leaves?
Yes, I said, approaching it.
Okay, good. Make sure you don't go near it.
I stopped.
Why? That looks like a dragon's blood tree. They're dangerous, but it's difficult to tell from up here.
I went around the tree carefully. Good thing, too, because another familiar, a borag, charged straight through it as low-hanging vines and, well, I'll leave out the gory details, but suffice to say, the aftermath was gruesome. I soon came upon a set of 3 long, narrow hallways that led underground.
Suma, any idea which way I should go? I'm sorry, Jake. I can't tell you which of the paths is connected to which accent.
Okay. If I'm right-handed, so I'll go right. I'm ducked down to avoid some low-hanging roots from the small tree growing above the entrance of the underground hallway. The corridor itself was dark, damp, smelled of mold, and only got worse the deeper I went. The single saving grace was that it looked built and not natural, so I was fairly certain that I wasn't going to end up in another situation like the cave in Dragon's Hoard.
Suma, I'm telling you right now, if at any point I have to crawl on my belly to fit through a narrow tunnel, I'm quitting the stupid training.
I joked, half-joked. I created a ball of fire for light, something I was getting much better at, and tossed a separate fireball down the tunnel to see what was ahead. As the blue flames illuminated the path, I saw a collapsed area of walls and ceiling. The roots had grown through the tunnel and hung from the top. And something very surprising. I saw concrete. It was the first time since arriving in Suma's world that those years ago I had seen stonework that wasn't simply the molding or manipulation of existing rock.
Suma, what is this place?
What do you mean, Jake? She asked. Were these training grounds built on something? I wondered as I approached the concrete. Getting closer, I could see that it was the remains of a wall. It stood out as unnatural compared to the interwoven vines and dirt that made up the rest of the hallway.
I don't know. Why?
She wondered, sounding confused. I picked up a bit of concrete and flipped it over and noticed some black markings on the side. The bottom, or rather, I suppose the top, of the decayed wall had runes on it. The runes themselves were in varying states of ruin as well. Most of them were completely smeared off or cracked completely in half from the splitting of the concrete itself.
I found runes down here.
And concrete too, I told her.
Runes? She said, surprised. And what runes be doing down there?
Well, your people use runes a lot, right? Maybe this was a battleground at one point. Really, the concrete being here is more surprising to me. I said and put a few of the broken bits of ruin cover rocked into my backpack. I figured that I could show Suma later, and maybe she would know more than she actually thought. Or she could ask someone who knew. I left the hallway a few minutes later and was relieved to be out in the sun again. Well, actually it was overcast, but it was still better than being in the cave again.
I see you now, Jake. You came out in the middle exit. You're not far now, she said. Turn left and walk forwards to the stream. When you reach it, follow it until I tell you to stop.
I followed her instructions and eventually came to a little creek flowing downhill. However, for some reason the water was a dull green.
Great, you're at the stream. Now, just keep walking. Don't cross it until I say okay, she told me.
Why not? I wondered.
It's not safe to cross it yet. If you were to fall in, then it could be deadly, she explained seriously.
How deadly? Like, how does it kill you? I wondered, looking at the water.
Jake, please don't try and cross it, Suma said urgently.
I wasn't going to. I was just curious, I clarified, then began walking downstream, like she instructed.
I don't know all the details, but I've heard rumors of Niema who just landed on that water to rest, dying horrible deaths in just a few hours.
I guess that explains why I don't see any fish in the water, I noticed.
Not anymore, no, though I'm told there used to be.
Wait, so does it mean the water wasn't always deadly?
Yes. In fact, I think they only started a few years before I was hatched.
As I was walking, I opened my bag and started scrounging around for some kind of empty resealable container. I wanted to take a sample of the water back to Earth with me and see if I could figure out what it was. But I didn't have anything usable. Just as I slung my backpack over my shoulder, I saw what looked like some kind of dam made of sand, stone, mud, and broken tree branches, and other assorted things that may have fallen into the stream. On one side, the water flowing into the dam was green, but on the other side, it looked almost normal again.
Okay, Jake, you can cross along that water stop.
Suma's point of view. I watched Jake carefully walk across the water's top. To me, it seemed quite large, but when compared to Jake, it seemed almost silly to describe it in such a way. In reality, Jake probably could have jumped across the length of the river, but it seemed too dangerous. So I led him to the nearest safe place that I could see from my perch on the guiding tower. The guiding towers were the place all the masters were supposed to perch while guiding their familiars. There were 3 currently set up around the training ground. We were instructed that while we could give commands to the familiars while in the air, if we were to land anywhere other than the guiding tower, we would be failed automatically. Okay, Suma, which way now? Jake asked after he crossed the stream. I refocused my attention to him and began looking for a safe path from where he was to the end of the course.
Do you see that large rock next to the trees with the blue leaves? I asked.
Yes.
Go there, then wait. I need to readjust to a better tower.
I took flight and went to the nearest tower opposite to where Jake was. I needed a clearer view of his location and what he was walking into. After a moment, I was perched on a new tower and guiding Jake again. While Jake walked, the instructor for the exercise landed on the perch beside mine.
Cadet Suma, how is it coming? It's going well, ma'am. Sentinel has avoided the Lavia River and made it through the other obstacles, I told her.
Good. Where is he now?
He is on his way to the clearing near the 7th obstacle, I told her.
He is making excellent progress then. I'll leave you to it, she said, just as she was about to fly away. I thought about what Jake said.
Ma'am, before you go, I have a question. Was this training ground built on the ruins of some kind? Actually, yes, she confirmed. It was once the site of a city, before the ravaging anyway. How did you hear about that? Sentinel told me, ma'am. He said he found something in the tunnels that went under the poison forests. I explained. What kind of something? Runes, and something called concrete?
End of chapter.
Karetsuma, how is it coming? It's going well, ma'am. Sentinel has avoided the Lavi River and made it through all the other obstacles, I told her. Good. Now where is he? He's on his way to the clearing next to the 7th obstacle, I told her. He is making excellent progress then. I'll leave you to it, she said. Just as she was about to fly away, I thought about what Jake said. Ma'am, before you go, I have a question. Was this training ground built in some ruins of some kind? Actually, yes, she confirmed. It was once the site of a city, before the ravaging anyway. How did you hear about that? Sentinel told me, ma'am. He said that he found something in the tunnels that went under the poison forests, I explained. What kind of something? Runes, and something called concrete. Did he know what kind of runes? She asked. I don't think so. He has no training with runes, beyond the simple activating them. I see. Make sure he leaves them be. I will inform the Major of his discovery. With that, she flew off. I then contacted Jake and told him to make a mental note where the runes he found were. Suma, I'm at the clearing, Jake said. Good. Now for the 7th obstacle. Oh, joy, he complained sarcastically. So what do I have to do this time? So far I've climbed trees, avoided several sets of deadly plants, trudged through knee-deep mud, and navigated mysterious runes. What fun! And death-defying task awaits me now. Do you see that large hole to your left? I asked. He looked around for a moment and then walked over to it. Okay, found it. Good. Now all you have to do is climb down and then back up. Yeah, was that it? Yes, but it is rather steep hole, I said. I mean, I guess it's a little deep, but no more than twice my height. Is this really all I have to do? He wondered suspiciously. Yes, that's really it for this one. But don't worry, Jake, I said, and turned my gaze to the 8th obstacle. I think this one's just a warm-up. Jake's point of view. I sat on the edge of the pit and carefully slid down as far as I could before letting myself fall into it. I landed with a bit of a thud, but no worse than I would jump over halfway down the stairs to the bottom as a child. Easy, I said to myself. I looked up at the walls surrounding me and had a momentary flashback to the entrance of that cave. For just a second, I felt like I was back there again, but I shook myself out of it and started climbing my way out of the pit. I started by sending Jericho, my armor, away so I could be lighter. Getting into the pit was far easier than getting back out. I hadn't noticed from the outside, but the walls were smoother than I'd first realized, which made finding holds for my hands and feet harder. Jake, I can't see you from my position. How are you doing? Sue asked. Better, I strained to say as I reached desperately for the next hold, but it was too far. Then I had an idea. Twilight! I summoned my hammer. It appeared in my hand and nearly caused me to lose my grip on the wall. The sudden change made me drop Twilight, and it fell with a clang to the rocks below. I sighed and resummoned it back to my hand, being careful not to drop it this time. Twilight was too heavy to maneuver with only a single arm, so I wouldn't be using my arm. I focused on what I'd learned from Seal and wrapped my mana around Twilight, floating it upwards above my head. I was careful to avoid the areas where runes on them and Selakar had created. I didn't want them activating. Not yet, anyway. I positioned Twilight so that it was far upwards as it could go, but while staying within reach. Then I activated one of the runes by wrapping my mana around that area. A huge burst of air exploded from the back of Twilight and forced it into the side of the rocky wall. Bits of the stone had landed on my shoulders, but I'd hardly noticed. Jake, what was that noise? Zuma cried, out concerned. That was the sound of a handhold being made, I told her. I looked up and saw a strange sight. The cone spike of my hammer had been thrust in its entire length into the rock.
The rock wall itself had a brand new crack running several feet out from the cone's entrance. "Are you okay?" Suma asked. "I'm fine," I said, and pulled myself up to Twilight's handle. From there, the rest of the climb was almost easy. Once I was out of the pit, I resummoned Twilight and inspected it for damage. It seemed fine, so I sent it away and summoned Jericho back. "So, was climbing out as easy as you assumed it would be?" Sima wondered. "Absolutely," I lied. "Good, because the 8th obstacle won't be as easy." Lauric is Bala's point of view. "Okay, Loyalty, just a bit farther now. Stop when you arrive at the tree line," I told my black serpent familiar. I was one of many Niama going through the exercise with their familiars today. We were on the 4th obstacle, a mud flat created with nature magic. Loyalty was handling it well, but the mud was still slowing him down. His best environment is tall grasslands and rocky hills, though, places he can easily hide and attack. Loyalty arrived at the tree line, and I repositioned myself to another tower. To my disdain, it was the tower that Madame Suma was perched on. She didn't seem to take notice of me, as I landed on the perch on the opposite side of the tower. Loyalty was at a poison forest, a deadly place for most creatures, especially Niama, but not to Loyalty. He slithered easily through the obstacle and onto the next Delabi River. This obstacle would be too much for him to cross like he did the forest, though, so he needed to be led to the nearest safe area, the natural passageway that made the poison waters a bit safer. Upon his arrival, I realized it would be difficult for his large frame to cross such a narrow path, so I made him go slowly. Despite the water on the other side of the river being safer, he still wouldn't be able to cross through it due to him not being able to swim. Suddenly, I heard a loud sound like thunder rumble from one of the other obstacles.
"Jake, what was that noise?"
Lady Suma shouted. Her familiar was probably doing something reckless again. I ignored her and went back to Loyalty, who had just managed to cross the river and was on his way to the 6th obstacle, an underground maze of sorts. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Laura is Bala's point of view. Suddenly, I heard a loud sound like thunder rumble from one of the obstacles.
"Jake, what was that noise?"
Lady Suma shouted. Her familiar was probably doing something reckless again. I ignored her and went back to Loyalty, who had just managed to cross the river and was on his way to the 6th obstacle, an underground maze of sorts. "Loyalty, go through the middle route," I ordered him, then began the far sight ritual. It was a spell that masters could perform on their familiars who had already undergone the rite of dominance to see through their eyes. Our minds become one. Our thoughts become the same. I see what you see. I know what you know. I cast the spell and began to see through Loyalty's eyes. Suddenly, I was slithering my way through the tunnel. Vines that were hanging from the dirt ceiling quickly zoomed past. Carefully, I guided him as he turned corners and went up inclines, doing my best to keep him in a straight path. At one point, I thought I saw something carved into the walls, but his vision in darkness is less than perfect. Eventually, I helped him make his way out, and he was on the next obstacle. Jake's point of view. "Well, I would definitely call this an obstacle," I said, looking at the cliffside. I stood at the bottom of the rocky and jagged cliff about 50 feet high. "Or maybe an impossible task," I mumbled.
"Okay, Jake, just do what you did when you got out of that pit. It's just the same,"
Suma said over the connection. "Are you crazy?" I nearly spat. "This is nothing like the pit. If I fell off that side of the wall down there, all I had to worry about is a bruised butt and ego. If I fall from here, I'm gonna die."
"Well, maybe you could go slowly," she suggested.
"Yeah, I don't think that's gonna help," I said, and knocked 2 fingers on the rocky face of the cliff.
"Don't worry, Jake. This is the last major obstacle. Once you finish this,"
she started to say, but I cut her off. "Suma, it doesn't matter if this is the final obstacle or a key to curing cancer. I can't climb this." "Hold on." I was halfway through complaining when I realized something. "Suma, the point of this obstacle is to get to the top of the cliff, right?"
"Yes, Jake. Why do you ask?"
"The rules don't specifically say I need to climb the cliff."
No, not to my knowledge, she answered.
Good, because that's not happening. But I might have an idea on another way up, I told her.
What, like a spell, perhaps?
She wondered. Yes, now Suma, I can use nature magic, right? Even though I have inversion magic, I clarified.
Of course, Jake, you know that, she answered.
And then asked, concerned,
Why?
If I can go to the top of the mountain, I'll bring the top of the mountain to me, I suggested. In a very confused and slightly worried tone, she asked,
What?
Suma's point of view. I watched from my perch on the observation tower as Jake used nature spell after nature spell to move incredible amounts of dirt and rock from the side of the cliff, then climb to the top of the pile and start again. Slowly, he was making his way to the top, leaving a path of destroyed rubble in his wake. He would raise his hands above his head, then clench his fists and throw them down to his sides, and the rocks would break apart and fall beside him, ready to be climbed.
Are you doing okay, Jake?
I asked in a mixture of amazement and horrified. I'm fine, he answered, grunting with each motion.
Are you sure?
I asked him. Yes, I just haven't had to cast this many spells in a row before. It's more mentally tiring than I assumed it would be, he explained. I can't tell from here. How far along am I?
You're about a quarter of the way done, maybe a third, I said, and he climbed up his most recent pile of debris.
He was panting as he spoke. It felt like more than that.
Jake, your mana can't be running out already, can it? I asked, concerned.
No, don't think so, he said, and I saw him sit down on the pile of rubble. But repeatedly climbing up all of those rocks sure is taking the wind out of me, especially after everything else I've done today.
He then pulled out something from his garment that keeps on his back and placed it to his mouth.
I could see it clearly from where I was, but it looked like he was either eating or drinking. I need to take a break for a second, he said.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready to continue. I'm going to fly to the next obstacle and try to get a better look.
How many more do I have left? He wondered.
Only one, I believe.
But that I took to the skies. End of chapter. Chapter 76. Jake's point of view. Panting and weak, I climbed up to the last of the cliffside. Finally, having reached the top after 30 minutes of repeatedly causing rock slides with magic, then climbing up the debris. I pulled myself up to the top and laid on my back. That was terrible, I complained to myself, only to hear Simma's voice in my head again.
Okay, Jake, I think I know the best way for you to conquer the next obstacle, she said proudly.
I didn't bother answering her at first. I was too tired.
Jake, can you hear me?
She asked, confused. Yes, Suma, I can hear you. I just need a minute.
Okay, but you may not want to take too long. While I was flying, I saw a giant black serpent coming your way.
If I hadn't been so tired, I probably would have laughed. Very funny, Suma, I said dryly. I thought it was a good joke, but my body didn't care at that moment.
I'm not being funny, Jake. There really is a black serpent familiar heading your way.
That caught my attention. Wait,
what? I think it belongs to that noble, Larrick.
Huh. That will be interesting to see, I said. During this entire conversation, I hadn't yet been able to bring myself to stand, or even sit up.
Jake, if the familiar behind you reaches the end first, then you'll have to do the entire course again tomorrow, she shouted.
That got my attention and woke me up. I bolted to my feet and started heading towards the next obstacle as fast as I could manage. While running, I activated one of my runes on my armor. It was a body magic rune, which was supposed to increase the user's stamina. I hadn't had a chance to use them yet, so I gave them a shot. I summoned the prepared Dalgar of mana and activated the rune. Obviously, I couldn't do it without the Dalgar, or the rune would have done who knows what. As soon as I activated, I felt like I could run all day if needed to. I was at the next obstacle in minutes.
Okay, Jake, I think the best way to beat this one is to go around it, she said.
I don't know, I said, staring out across the lake. It's pretty wide. So do I just have to get to the other side of the lake? The shore of the lake was almost 3 kilometers in each direction, but only 100 meters across. I stuck a hand into the water, and it was fairly warm, actually.
Yes, essentially. At the other end of the lake is a small island. On the island is the prize of the course. Once you have retrieved the prize, you return back to the start via whatever path you choose, Suma explained.
So this test will be easy for familiars that could swim or fly, but not walk.
Exactly,
Suma confirmed. I sent away Jericho and stripped off to my underclothes. Thankfully, the effects of the ruin didn't dissipate, or what I was about to do would have been suicide.
Jake, why are you removing your garments?
Because, I said, wading into the lake, I'm going to swim across. There was a moment of silence from Suma.
You can swim? How? You weigh more than 15 Yama put together.
Yeah, but I'm mostly made of water, and I used to swim in lakes all the time as a child, so I'm a pretty strong swimmer, I explained, as I began to breaststroke. Suma's point of view. Jake called it swimming, but at first I thought I needed to summon him to safety to prevent him from drowning. He flailed about like he needed help, but no matter what, he didn't stop moving forward. I wasn't worried about any creatures in the water, since the lake was not natural, but was constructed for the course.
Jake, if you use magic, you might be able to go faster, I suggested.
Yeah, but I would have to stop swimming to cast the spell. I can't do both at the same time, I said.
But if you just used a body enhancement spell, that way you could move faster after you resumed swimming.
I don't know, he said. Can you explain it?
I could try.
I took a moment to remember the steps of the spell. I had used it a few times before, like when I was running away from those 3 nobles that day.
First, you need to wrap mana around your body. Then you imagine that the mana entering you and radiating through your every muscle and bone. After that, you need to imagine the mana being absorbed by your body and empowering you. Jake began to slow down his swimming and then came to a stop. Okay, I'll try, he said. I could see him from my perch and watched as he was surrounded by a dark blue cloud of his mana. Then it rushed into him, disappearing from view. Oh, wow, he exclaimed. He started swimming again, much faster than before. Twice as fast, maybe even 3 times. I couldn't help but be slightly jealous. It took me a month to learn that spell properly, and he did it in a mere moment. This is amazing, he yelled out excitedly. You're going much faster now than before, Jake, I said.
I was about to congratulate him for learning the spell so quickly, but the slithering black mass on the shoreline caught my eye. End of story. Suma's point of view. Okay, I'll try, he said. I could see him from my perch and watched as he was surrounded by a dark blue cloud of his mana. Then it rushed into him, disappearing from view. Oh, wow, he exclaimed and started swimming again, much faster than before, twice as fast, maybe even 3 times. I couldn't help but be slightly jealous. It took me a month to learn that spell properly, and he did it in a mere moment. This is amazing, he yelled out excitedly.
You're going much faster now than before, Jake, I said.
I was about to congratulate him for learning the spell so quickly, but a slithering black mass on the shoreline caught my eye.
Jake, the black serpent is at the shoreline.
No, heck no, Jake yelled, frantic.
Don't worry, that type of familiar can't swim, so it'll have to go around the lake. But you'll need to hurry. It is a rather swift creature,
I explained, and watched it quickly make its way around the shore. How long do I have? Jake asked. I turned back to him. He seemed to be swimming faster than before.
Not long. Don't slow down,
I told him seriously. Jake was halfway to the island and was closing in rapidly. But the serpent, despite having only just arrived, was already over a quarter or a fifth of the way around the lake. Jake's point of view. I swam as fast as I could. It felt like some points I was only skimming along the water's surface, but it wasn't fast enough.
Jake, the familiar's already halfway there,
Suba yelled. I was grateful to her private connection at this moment. The ability to ask her questions and get updates without having to actually speak was useful when I was focused on swimming. I felt my hands hit the sand and I knew I was on the island. Suma, I'm on the island, I announced and cast a spell that forced all of the water away from me so that I could run along the sand. I dropped to the ground and bolted for the prize. It was some kind of golden shaft, and there were several of them in a circle. Well, almost a circle. Some of the prizes had already been claimed by the familiars that went before me. I picked on and called out to Suma, Suma, I have the prize.
Great. Head towards the exit as fast as you can.
I will. But you need to do the same, I said. But why? Just go. I'll explain as you fly. I said, and started running towards the exit, thanking my lucky stars that the physical enhancement spell Suma taught me was still active, or else I would have dropped from exhaustion by now. Just as I was about to turn to leave the beach and head for the exit, the black serpent slithered up behind me. Narek Isbala's point of view. Loyalty was making excellent time in the trial, perhaps even fast enough to beat the previous record, but that wasn't my goal. I reached out to him and thought of the Rite of Dominance spell and tried to gauge how tired he was. He seemed to be fine, but I wouldn't be able to push him much further without putting him in danger. I looked through his eyes again to see where he was and what his situation was like, and saw something quite interesting. The Viking familiar swimming across the water. Strange, I would not have guessed that he would have been able to swim, I said to myself. I realized that if loyalty had caught up with him, then that would mean that he would have to go much faster, or risk failing the trial. He would most certainly like to push himself harder than normal, to his very limits even. What are your limits, Viking? I wondered aloud. Within moments of this, the Viking cast a spell to disperse the water in front of him and ran to the prize. Loyalty was close, so I ordered him to slow down a bit and save his strength. But even if he did that, he would still arrive at the prizes shortly. Loyalty's hearing isn't great, but his sight is amazing, and with it, he saw that the Viking was talking to someone, probably his master. Soon, Loyalty arrived at the prizes and came face to face with the one called Sentinel. Ah, crap, the Viking said. You're pretty big, huh? I couldn't communicate with the Viking, not through Loyalty at least, so I had no way to answer back. Not that I would know what to say in such a statement anyway. Was he trying to talk to me? No. He was talking to my familiar. Sentinel began to back up and slowly make his way around Loyalty, never once taking his eyes off of him. It seemed he was afraid of Loyalty. Suma, as soon as you arrive at the exit, summon me. He was talking to his master, planning to get to the exit quickly so as to not fail the trial. Then, don't land, just get close to the ground before summoning me. How far will you push yourself if properly motivated? I wondered, and came up with a plan of my own. Suma's point of view. Suma, I have the prize, Jake called out to me. Great, head towards the exit as fast as you can, I told him, still watching the serpent familiar. It was almost at the prizes as well, and would be arriving shortly, despite the fact that it had slowed down. I will, but you need to do the same, Jake said. What? Why? Just go, I'll explain as you fly. I trusted Jake, and started flying towards the exit area Jake needed to be at. But just as I did, I looked back at him. The serpent arrived at the area with the prizes, the area where Jake currently was. Nothing happened yet, but I was still nervous. I knew in my head that it wouldn't hurt him. It was against the rules for familiars to fight while stationed at a training camp. But that was a little reassurance to me at the moment. I knew Larrick disliked, even hated Jake, so I feared what might happen. Suma, as soon as you arrive at the exit, summon me, Jake said, sounding quite uneasy. Halfway there, Jake, but I can't land, remember? If I do, then we failed the trail, I told him. Then don't land, just get close to the ground before summoning me, he said. Don't know if I can, but I'll try, I said, uncertain. I flew as fast as I could, even using enhancing magic to increase my speed. End of story. Chapter 78. Suma's point of view. Halfway there, Jake. But I can't land, remember? If I do, then we failed the trial, I told him. Then don't land, just get close to the ground before summoning me, he said. I don't know if I can, but I'll try, I said, uncertain. I flew as fast as I could, even using enhancing magic to increase my speed. The moment the gate entered my sight, I started diving towards it and getting as close to the ground as I could without losing speed. But that was made a bit difficult. The trees were too dense to fly quickly through, and I couldn't touch anything without being disqualified. Jake, there are too many trees to fly close to the ground, but if I get any higher, you might get hurt when you fall. I think I have an idea for that. Just summon me near the gate if you can, he shouted. And the sooner the better. I think the snake familiar is chasing me. I turned and examined the area where Jake was running from, and saw that he was right. The familiar was chasing after him, but quite slowly. Jake seemed to be running as fast as he could, but it was still nowhere near as fast as the serpent could go.
I do see him behind you, Jake, but it's moving slowly for some reason, I said.
I find that hard to believe, considering I haven't been able to lose it yet, Jake countered. He was starting to sound tired. His enhancement must have been fading.
Jake, that creature is much faster than you. If it hasn't passed you yet, Jake, I think that it might be chasing you, I yelled.
I didn't know what to think. What was Larrick's familiar doing? Did he lose control over it? No. If he had, the beast would already be on a rampage, not slowly stalking Jake. Larrick is still in control, which means he ordered his familiar to do this. I figured that much already. He hasn't attacked yet, but that could change. Are you at the gate yet? Jake shouted.
Yes, I said as I arrived. Summoning you now.
I looked below me and saw the tree full of branches.
I hope you have your armor on, Jake, I said to myself,
and then began the summoning spell.
I summon you, Sentinel.
Jake appeared before me slowly, hanging weightless in the air. That is, until the summon was complete. Then he fell, hard. He seemed to hit every single branch during his fall through the tree and hit the ground with a meaty thud and a groan.
Are you okay?
Without a word, Jake summoned a small dull jar of mana and placed the end of it to the runes in his armor. His armor began to glow a soft green and was wrapped in magic circles. The effect of his healing runes had started. That hurt so much, Jake complained and slowly stood up.
Are you sure that you are okay?
I asked, looking him over while maintaining flight. I think so. Which way is the gate? He asked.
Follow me,
I told him, and headed towards the gate.
We bought you some time, but the serpent is fast.
Jake was worn out from the healing runes, but he still had some of his enhancement left, so he was moving about around normal speed. That being said, it was still incredibly slow. Suma, Jake said, breathless, could you wrap me in mana and carry me? I think I'm about to collapse.
I'm sorry, Jake, but the rules strictly forbid that. I don't think I could anyway. You're quite heavy.
He sighed and kept going. Eventually, we made it to the gate, and Jake collapsed as soon as he crossed it. Finally, he said, relieved, and lying motionless on the ground. Good job, recruits, a voice said from behind us. Jake didn't even bother lifting his head. I turned and saw that it was the instructor for the training. If your familiar needs medical attention, then tend to him and unsummon him. Then report your evaluation with the rest of the recruits who participated today. They are waiting at Field 1 for everyone to join them before they get started. I thanked the instructor and went to Jake's side.
Are you okay?
Jake didn't answer.
Jake?
I asked again. Still, he didn't answer. I was worried for a moment before I realized he was asleep. I silently cast another spell of healing on him and just to be safe, then sent him home and flew to the meeting area that instructor had mentioned. Once I arrived, I took a moment to look around at the other Niema who participated today. Among them was the nameless Niema who had a lightning familiar, a named Niema named Toman, and Vindicta as well.
Suma, I'm glad you passed,
she announced, seeing me.
How did Jake do?
I flew over beside her and grew on a perch to rest on.
I think he did okay. He was exceptional at most of the obstacles, and had innovative solutions for ones that he was struggling with. However, he is still quite a bit slower than most familiars, I explained. Behind me, the sounds of a flapping and shifting vines let me know that another participant had arrived. It was Larrick Isbala. End of chapter. Larrick Isbala's point of view. "Oh, crap," the Viking said. "You're pretty big, huh?" I couldn't communicate with the Viking, not through loyalty at least, so I had no way to answer back. Not that I would know what to say to such a statement, anyway. Was he trying to talk to me? No, he was trying to talk to my familiar. Sentinel began to back up and slowly make his way around loyalty, never once taking his eyes off of him. It seemed he was afraid of loyalty. "Suma, as soon as you arrive at the exit, summon me." He was talking to his master, planning to get to the exit quickly so as to not fail the trial. Then don't land, just get close to the ground before summoning me."
"How far will you push yourself if properly motivated?" I wondered, and came up with a plan of my own. The familiar turned and started quickly moving away from Loyalty. I ordered him to follow it from a distance. "I want to see how far you will go, Sentinel." It ran for quite a while, but it wasn't very fast, not compared to Loyalty at least. He had an easy time following, as the familiar tried and failed to lose him on several occasions, all the while talking to its master. At least, until he was summoned away. "Fine! Loyalty, proceed to the gate. Forget about the Viking." I myself took to the skies and went to the gate as well. I saw Lady Suma heading away from the gate, just as I landed on a perch near one of the instructors. A moment later, Loyalty arrived and officially completed the course.
"Well, Lorek," the instructor said, "you finished sooner than expected. Well done. If your familiar needs medical attention, tend to him and send him away. Then report to your evaluation at Field 1 with the rest of the recruits who participated today. They are waiting for everyone to join them before they get started."
"Yes, sir."
I cast a single healing spell on Loyalty, just in case he had any damage I didn't know about, and then sent him on way. After that, I flew straight to Field 1. I created a perch and landed amongst a group of the other recruits awaiting their evaluation. I found myself wondering how our familiar's performances would be scored. Shortly after my arrival, Lady Suma and Lady Vindicta approached me and grew perches of their own.
"Larek, why did your familiar follow Jake? Were you trying to hurt him?" Lady Suma asked. "Having familiars hurt each other is against the rules, you know that."
"I am aware of the rules, Madam Suma. Loyalty did not injure your familiar in any way."
"But he did follow him?" Lady Vindicta asked. "Yes, he did," said Lady Suma.
"I admit I had Loyalty follow your familiar closely after finding him lakeside."
"Why?" Lady Suma wondered. I thought about how to answer. I knew why I did it, but how do I explain my reasoning?
"I wanted to find an answer to a question."
"There is no reason to speak in riddles," Lady Vindicta said. "Just tell us why."
"Your familiar is a Viking, at least according to the rumors. I wanted to find out what he would do and how far he would push himself."
My statement caused everyone who had been pretending to ignore our conversation to turn in shock towards us. "That's a lie," Lady Suma denied. "Jake is no Viking." "It's true," Jake explained that, Vindicta tried to say, but Suma covered her beak with a wing to silence her. "The point is, Jake isn't a Viking," she said. I imagine the conversation would have continued, but the final recruit and all the instructors of the course arrived together. The recruit grew a perch near one of her friends, and the instructors, 6 in total, grew theirs together in a place where everyone would be able to see.
"All right, recruits, quiet down. We are going to begin your evaluations."
Vindicta and Suma left and went to the perches that they were on before I arrived. The instructors announced how each familiar and master would be scored. They would point out areas where they were impressed and where we fell short. The goal wasn't to pass or fail. Everyone here had already passed by completing the course before the recruit who came after them. These were the instructors of one who passed. Only 6 of the original 15 recruits to partake in the course made it. Once they announced how everything would work, they called out to the recruits whom they were evaluating. Mine was Instructor 13. His feathers were a bit lighter than mine, but he was also a fair amount larger. "Okay, Lorica, I have a few notes about your familiar Loyalty," my instructor said after we had flown away from the group to talk. "Don't worry, it's mostly good. He performed well, as you did, but there are a few instances where I feel that you could improve." "I look forward to any advice you may have, sir." "Firstly, Loyalty seems to have handled each obstacle well, save for the lake and crossing Dalabai River. I take it your familiar can't swim?" "That is correct." "That's something you'll need to be aware of moving forwards and in battle. A familiar's limitations can be deadly, so you need to plan for them. I think you should try coming up with a way that he can cross water." "I'll try, sir." "Good. Now I notice he can't move at a consistent pace. Why is that?" "I believe Loyalty is an ambush predator, sir. He can move quickly in bursts, but not prolonged events. He also has the ability to blend into his surroundings."
Those are useful traits, but not being able to keep up with faster allies could be a hindrance. There might also be times where you would need him to travel long distances without stopping, so be aware of that. I don't know how I would fix that, sir, I said, confused. You can't, but you may be able to think around it. The limitations of our familiars force us to think strategically and creatively. I understand. That's all I have to say in regards to improving your familiar. But I also wanted to point out instances that I noticed and had questions about. Yes, sir. We talked a while longer. He wanted to know about why I had him do certain things rather than more traditional routes. And he also wanted to know why I had loyalty follow the Viking. I was simply curious about him, sir. I was careful to make sure loyalty knew not to hurt him or interfere with his attempt at taking the course. I see. Well, it's true you didn't interfere with the Suma's familiar, and I suppose I can't blame you for being curious. However, I'd like to know why you didn't pass him and finish sooner. I dislike the idea of having a Viking as a familiar. No, I loathe it, but the matter at hand is that we are at war. I can tolerate it for now, so long as it benefits the kingdom. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Suma's point of view.
The point is, Jake isn't a Viking,
I declared. I had more I wanted to say, but the final recruit and all of the instructors arrived. The recruit grew a perch near the group of her friends, and the 6 instructors grew theirs together on the small raise in the terrain. All right, recruits, quiet down. We're going to begin your evaluations. I swallowed my frustration, and Victor and I went back to the perches that we were using before Lowrick arrived. The instructor announced how each familiar and summoner would be scored. They would point out areas where they were impressed, or we fell short. They weren't going to pass or fail us. Everyone present had already passed by completing the course before the recruit who came after them. These were only the instructors of the ones who had passed, which meant only 6 of the original 15 recruits to partake in the course actually completed it. They announced how everything would work, then called out to the recruits that they were evaluating.
Suma, if you come with me,
my instructor said before flying a little way and growing 2 perches for us.
Good luck,
Vindicta said. I thanked her and met with my instructor. My instructor was the same one who I'd met earlier, the one I talked to when Jake entered the underground portion of the course.
I did not realize that you were my instructor, ma'am,
I said.
That was the point.
We needed everyone to give their best, whether or not their own instructor was nearby, so we kept it secret.
I suppose that makes sense. Before we begin, did you have a chance to talk with anyone about the ruins Jake found?
Jake. Oh, right, you're familiar. There's 2 names. No, I haven't had that time yet, but I will. Anyway.
About Sentinel's performance, he is, rather slow, isn't he?
If Lowrick hadn't slowed down towards the end, you wouldn't be in this room right now. Hearing her say that, she was right. Jake is slower than most familiars.
However, you guided him well and used his strengths to his advantage.
Thank you, ma'am. It is no secret that you have an unusual familiar. Not just that he can talk and use magic of his own, but also in the way he approaches problems, especially in the latter half of the course. I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride as she complimented Jake. Even though I did not actually do anything, I still liked that he was getting credit that he deserved. However, there are still areas where he needs to improve. He can use magic, but not in a very diverse amount. His approaches may be unique, but they are often simple.
Yes, ma'am. But I'm not sure that we can blame Jake for that. He's a chaos mage. Most of the magic he is able to use has been made illegal. The enemy doesn't care about familiars or summoners' situations. They only care about if it plays to their advantage. Sentinel needs to improve his skill with magic, as well as find ways to increase his speed further. I saw him use enhancement magic to cross the lake fast, but that isn't enough. Again, I couldn't disagree. That all being said, I was extremely impressed with his and your performance. You were? But I assumed, based on what you said, yes. He has areas he needs to improve, but his mana reserves and stamina are astounding, and his ability to rapidly learn new magic techniques is unlike any I've ever seen. Not to mention, the way he handled some of the obstacles was impressive. Thank you, ma'am. If he were my familiar, I would use his strength and stamina to compensate for his lack of speed. That's where he shines, anyway.
but I thought you said that he needed to get faster. He does, and as soon as possible. But there is no getting around the fact that he is still going to be slower than most of the other familiars, so you should look for ways to use what advantages he does have. I will, ma'am. Thank you. Now, I want to talk to you about his magic. I was there during the battle training. I saw what he was capable of, so why is he not training to use more spells like that? Well, most familiars don't know magic, and I'm a healing mage, so have him report to Morrow to the training and battle mages section of the camp. It will have gone on the same time as the healing mages have their training. I want him to start participating in their attack training to improve his abilities. Yes, ma'am.
End of chapter. Chapter 81. Jake's point of view. Suma, could you wrap me in mana and carry me? I think I'm about to collapse. I asked Suma. My legs burned, my lugs too. Every square inch of my body ached despite having already been healed.
I'm sorry, Jake, but the rules strictly forbid that, and I don't think I could anyway. You're quite heavy.
I sighed and trudged onward. Eventually, we made it to the gate, and I collapsed as soon as I crossed it. Finally, I said, relieved and lying motionless on the floor. All I wanted to do was sleep. To me, in that moment, nothing else mattered. Good job, recruits, said a voice from behind us. I ignored it, and I barely heard anything else it said. I think I passed out, if I'm being honest. I woke up later on the floor of my kitchen, freezing cold and with a throbbing headache from hunger. I groaned and moaned as I forced myself up and grabbed a sleeve of crisps, crackers, and bottled vitamin water from my pantry. While this was the first time I had used those healing runes, it wasn't the first time I'd experienced the post-healing hangover. I looked at my kitchen timer and did some quick mental math. 12 hours had passed since Suma summoned me. I figured I spent about 4 hours doing the course, so I had probably gotten about 8 hours of sleep after she sent me home. That's a lot shorter than normal, I said to myself after downing the entire bottle of water in less than 15 seconds. That's like half the normal time, or something. I then found myself wondering something.
Suma?
I asked.
Oh, hello, Jake. How are you feeling?
I'm okay, So, did we pass?
Yes, we did, but only barely.
She sounded disappointed, frustrated. I see. Well, what happened to that snake familiar?
Nothing, since it didn't technically do anything but follow you. It didn't break any rules. I confronted Larrick, but I had no proof that he had any ill intentions, so nothing can be done yet, she explained. Jake, there is one more thing.
Bad news? I asked.
That, depends on you.
What do you mean?
The instructor has ordered that you start attending the attack mage training sessions to improve your magic. It starts in 2 hours.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense, but should she give a reason? I asked, confused. I mean, you're a healing mage and I'm your familiar, so I just assumed...
I said the same thing, but she said she wants you to lean into your strengths and cover your weaknesses. She believes that this is the best way to do that.
Well, I'm not opposed to the idea anyway. I guess it could be interesting. What kinds of training do they do? Suma didn't know the answer, but it didn't matter, because I found out the hard way 2 hours later on their training ground. Sentinel, keep your head down and move! The instructor yelled as the group I was assigned to raced across the simulated battlefield. Explosions went off around us as fire magic spells crash-landed nearby. With me were 7 Yama, 3 of which had names, all riding their own familiars. Even you can't take a hit from one of those spells. Now go!
Move faster, familiar,
one of the named Yama, who was stuck in the position behind me, chirped. There were 8, including me, 15 if you included their own familiars. Then I was the 4th position from the front. The point of this training was to learn how to not be bothered by the sound of explosions going off around us by moving along the field out in the open. Our path was clearly marked, and we knew we weren't going to be hit, but we still needed to walk as if we were in the low trenches that the Yama need to fly through while they were transporting supplies on a real battlefield. We performed that training for 2 more hours, and my ears were ringing the whole time. After we finished, we went to the healers section to take care of the accidental injuries and fix our hearing. I thought we were done, until the instructor ordered all of us to get ready for attack drills at the Field 1. Normally, they would all fly there as a group. But I can't fly, and the instructor made us walk there. Well, I walked. They rode on their familiars. Once we finally arrived for the drill, the instructor explained how it would work. There are 3 rules. Always aim your spells at the field, never at your squad. You will shoot at the target until you hit 3 consecutive times. Finally, if you run out of mana, you do high dives while the rest of your squadron eats lunch. We went 2 at a time. First was the Niema called Albo, and another nameless Niema. Aldo and the other left their perches and landed on the 2 a few meters away from the group. The first to finish was the nameless Niema, but Aldo wasn't too far behind him. As soon as one finished the task, another took his place, regardless of whether that one had finished. I figured that this was the way to let people study each other's techniques, or maybe as a safety precaution. But I didn't really know. Each Niema's attacks were different. The first used flame attack, similar to the attack Suma used against the Drake to save me. The second used icicles to impale, and the third used lightning attack. The fourth attacked by lifting rocks and dirt and then crushing the target. The fifth and sixth were named Niema called Temu and Lekep, who used water and wind respectively. Then finally, it was number 7 and me. As I stepped up to the perch the others were using, the instructor said, "I was told that you have tactical scales magic, Sentinel. Is that true?" "Yes, sir, but I'm still a bit unfamiliar with the way spells are ranked. I was told that one of my spells was tactical grade." "Show us," he ordered. "I thought I wasn't allowed to use magic that powerful in training." "That was for healers. This is attack magic. If you have the ability, then do it. If not, then do your next best." End of chapter. Chapter 82. Jake's point of view. As I stepped up to the perch the others were using, the instructor said, "I was told you have tactical magic, Sentinel. Is that true?" "Yes, sir, but I'm still a bit unfamiliar with the way spells are ranked. I was told that one of my spells was tactical grade." "Show us," he ordered. "I thought I wasn't allowed to use magic that powerful in training." "That was for healers. This is attack magic. If you have the ability, then do it. If not, then do your next best." "Yes, sir," I said and reached into my backpack to pull out steel ball bearings. Just like last time, I started by envisioning the target becoming magnetized and drawing the ball bearing closer as they approached. Then I created a magical rail system along the path I wanted the ball to flow. The ball would be pulled along by electromagnetism through the air and suspended with my mana. While the spell was pulling the balls along with magnetism, it would also be generating reverse polarity behind the ball, driving it forward. "Railgun!" I activated the spell, and a thunderous crack roared through the air, reducing the target to debris. The whole process felt like it went by faster than the last time, probably because I'd done it before. "That's..." the instructor yelled, but then stopped and began speaking more normally again. "Ah! That is an impressive spell, Sentinel, but it's too slow for normal combat. Do you have anything faster?" Well, sir, normally I would use my weapons, but at this distance, I don't know," I tried to say, but was cut off. "You can't solely rely on a single ranged attack spell, especially one that needs external components like those metal balls. I want you to try another attack, one that only uses your own magic." Yes, sir," I said, and decided to do a fire spell, one similar to what Sua uses. I'd done more research on fire after that happened in the cave as a way to improve my spell, so I'd been looking for an excuse to use one anyway. In just a moment, I'd formed a large fireball and launched it at a second target. This wasn't destroyed like the first, but it did burn even after the spell faded. "Your spells are incredibly strong, but your manifestation of them seem far too slow. You need to increase the speed of your casting, or you'll die as soon as you step into a war." "Yes, sir, I understand," I said. He was right. Compared to Suma, Vindicta, or even Von Pack, my casting was at a snail's pace, even if I was stronger than them. "How do I do that, sir?" "Get faster, I mean." "The only real way is training, hard and often, but you could also try find ways of quickening your image when building a spell. We call it association training. You have to force a connection between what you want and how it happens. Tell me, what do you do to create fire?" he asked. "I guess I start by imagining a flame, then picturing what causes the flame to burn and why, I said. So you create more powerful spells as a result of this image, but you're already strong. You could forego the precision of the image and still manage to form a formidable spell. Then I shouldn't be worried about spell strength, I asked. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you shouldn't worry about spell precision. You're plenty strong as you are, and having a more precise spell will increase their power. But for you, that may not be an issue you should worry about. Okay. I think I understand, I said. Good, then take your last attempt and we will restart from the beginning. I turned back to the targets and did another fire attack. This time, however, I focused on speed instead of perfection or power. Fireball! I shouted. In less than a second, I conjured and launched an attack and hit the target dead center. But there was something different this time. Instead of doing what I would normally do and pull the heat and energy from the environment to create the flames, I just used my pure mana, which had an unusual result. For starters, it wasn't as large, maybe only 2/3 my normal size, but it was also hotter, and a different color. Purple flames, one of the recruits behind me said, stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 83. Suma's Point of View.
So Jake is training with the attack mages then?
Vindicta asked. We were practicing our healing spells on damaged brutes.
Yes, he left to join them a while ago for evasion and shock training,
I told her as I cast a spell on my target. A cut, which had been gaping and letting the juice leak out, began to seal.
How do you think you'll do?
Fine.
I believe, but I do not know. I suppose it depends on how hard the instructor makes them train.
Vindicta nodded her head in agreement, and the Niema in charge of our final healing qualifications exam landed on the perch next to us.
I see you are faring well, as always, Lady Suma, she said.
Indeed, ma'am, I replied.
Lady Vindicta, you are doing quite well also.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I ask how Van Pack is doing?
Vindicta asked. The instructor seemed to find her question funny.
I'm afraid I'm not allowed to give the specifics about other candidates, but I can tell you he's doing fine.
Vindicta seemed pleased. Her head feathers raised slightly, and her besmears glowed just a bit brighter.
Anyway, be prepared. A group of combat cadets is coming from their training sessions, and they need to be healed, I'm sure. We are expecting them soon.
Is it the squadron with my familiar assigned to? I asked.
I'm sorry, I don't know which one you're speaking of, but it's Squad 3, she answered.
Huh. He was assigned to Squad 5,
I said, disappointed that I wasn't going to be able to see him.
If you're worried, why don't you just talk to him through your private channel you told me about?
Vindicta said after the instructor flew away.
I considered it, but I don't want to distract him from his training, I explained.
With that, Victor and I refocused on our final qualifications exams. It was hard to believe that we were so close to the end of our tenure at this camp, and we were almost fledged healing mages for the army.
Suma, I have a question, Vindicta said softly.
You are as good a healer as I am, Vindicta. If you do not know something, it is unlikely I know it either.
No, not that.
Have you and Jake made your decisions about the wyverns yet?
Yes.
Will you?
We will, I said. Please, be safe.
She sounded as if she was about to start singing, but didn't.
I'll try.
Thank you.
After our conversation, however, brief it was, we didn't talk for the rest of the training. Neither one of us could without fear of singing. Hours passed, and eventually Jake made contact and said that he was done with his attack training for the day. I summoned him to me in the forest outside the camp, and we spent some time resting before we needed to go to familiar training together. While we waited, we talked.
How was training?
I asked. I think it went pretty good. I learned a lot, I think, but that shock training sure was loud, he said, smiling.
What did you learn?
I wondered. He was already very strong, so I honestly didn't believe that there would be much for him to gain from the training. I learned how to cast my spells faster, and a new way to picture my spells.
That'll be good to know, I said.
Oh, can I ask you a weird question?
Is it about Vindicta and Van Pack?
I said jokingly. No, everyone already knows about them. I wanted to ask you if having purple flames was unusual.
Why?
I asked cautiously. Well, when my flames turned purplish-blue during training, everyone seemed kind of freaked out by it, he explained. I held my feelings in for a moment and asked another question.
Jake, when you say purple, was it a bright purple or a dark purple?
There was a mixture of dark blue and purple, like a northwest purple, not an eminence purple.
I don't know what that means.
More of a dark blue with purple mixed in.
Okay, and why did you make your flames that color?
I asked, trying not to panic for his sake. Suma, you're starting to kind of freak me out. I know. What's up?
It has nothing to do with you, but I can certainly understand why your squad mates would have become uncomfortable.
Why, which is why?
Purple flames were common for the Vikings.
Oh! End of story. Chapter 84. Suma's point of view.
Okay, and why did you make your flames that color?
I asked, trying not to panic for his sake. Suma, you're starting to kind of freak me out here. What's up?
It has nothing to do with you, but I can certainly understand why your squad mates would have become uncomfortable. Which is why purple flames were common for the Vikings.
Oh! There was a moment of silence as Jake thought, so what do we do?
I don't think there's anything we can do.
They've already seen the flame, so there would be no point stopping them, I said, ruffling my feathers to break the tension in my wings. But, Jake sighed, you're probably right. At this point, it would probably just be more suspicious to stop. Jake rubbed his hands over his face and leaned his head back for a moment. Suma, I know a bit about the Vikings from my world's history, but what do your people know about them? Is there anything else I should try and avoid doing?
What do you mean?
Like purple flames. Are there any other defining traits I shouldn't do? Things that would make people think I was a Viking?
A few things, I suppose. But there were so many legends and myths from the period that what the Viking is and what they could do might be dozens of different things, depending on the country.
Okay, let's start with the simple stuff first, he suggested. I took some time and explained what I could remember from what I'd learned or heard over the years. It wasn't much more than what he already knew, though. Chaos magic, purple spells, and incredibly powerful. Is that really the extent of what your people remember? He asked.
I'm sure there is more, but I'm also sure that I don't know it,
I explained. Jake leaned against one of the surrounding trees, seemingly in deep thought. You said the other countries have different views than Vikings, right? Can you tell me about those?
I only heard about it from my father, so I'm not sure how reliable it will be, I told him.
It's fine. Just curious.
Well, when my father was young, he once traveled to an island of Sangu. This was before the fall to the Southern Union. He was a merchant's assistant at the time, and that meant that he would travel to different countries to trade goods. He told me that the Roshaya, that's what the people of the island call themselves, were once visited by angry gods they called Viki, beings created by Chaos Dragon, to sow terror into the realm until his return.
And they were Vikings, I explained.
So what happened? My father eventually left the island and...
No, I mean, what happened to the Roshaya?
Oh, I don't know. I was young when he told me the story about them, so he probably left out most of the story.
Jake sighed. I know about the Viki, a voice from behind suddenly announced, surprising both Jake and myself. I was in control of myself mid-air and fell on my back. At this thud, followed by a groan. I turned to see what happened after regaining my composure and saw Jake kneeling on the ground, holding the back of his head. A low-hanging tree branch had been almost completely snapped off the tree as he was leaning against. My apologies, I didn't mean to frighten you, the voice said. They flattened down from the branch that they were resting on and landed beside us. It was Von Pack. Are you okay, Sir Jake? He asked. He rubbed the back of his head and winced. Fine. I just hit my head when I jumped back.
Von Pack, what are you doing here?
I wondered. I was He looked uncomfortable. The feathers on his head were up slightly, and his besmears were slightly brighter. What I was doing is unimportant, but I do know about the Viki, if you are interested.
How do you know about them? Jake asked, standing back up.
My family used to visit the island of Sangu during the winters. The cold wasn't as harsh there, so it was more bearable. Okay, so what do you know? Jake asked. Just a few years after the ravaging, the Roshaya were able to restore peace to their island. It was one of the few places that the Chaos Dragon hadn't visited yet in his rampage. So while they were affected, it was mostly from indirect methods like disturbed weather patterns and fewer fish. The Roshaya eat fish? I asked, disgusted. Yes, it's actually rather delicious if prepared right. But back to the point. One day a sea flyer like they had never seen before appeared on the horizon. From it, the Vicky came.
At first, they avoided them at all costs. The Vicky settled on the island, furthest point, deep in the wilds of the forest, so seeing them was rare. However, one day a Niema, whose name was lost to history, approached the Vicky and attempted to drive them off the island with his magic. The Vicky did not take kindly to this. You see, the Rashaya believed the Chaos Dragon chose to spare them for their good nature, and sent a portion of his soul to live with them. But when they attacked the Vicky, it angered the Chaos Dragon, so he empowered them to strike down the arrogant and evil hearts.
But I thought the Chaos Dragon was the bad guy, Jake asked, confused.
He is, I confirmed. The Rashaya are a strange people, with unusual beliefs.
So let me see if I have this straight. The Rashaya believed the Chaos Dragon gave the Vikings, or Vicky, its power as a way to punish them, Jake asked.
Indeed, Von Pack said. It is an interesting story, but unfortunately doesn't help much, I said, disappointed. Did the stories mention the Vicky preferring to utilize and special and easily identifiable magical techniques that Jake should avoid?
Not to my knowledge, other than death magic and other forms of chaos magic, anyway, Von Pack said. Thanks anyway, Von Pack. It was an interesting story. It's weird hearing all these alternate histories of your world and mine. Cool, though. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. It's okay. But I do have another question for you, Jake said. Yes. You were on your way to see Vindicta, weren't you? Jake's tone of voice was teasing, almost mocking, really. Von Pack answered Jake's question, not with words, but decidedly turning and flying away.
They make a cute couple,
I joked, and Jake laughed. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Jake's point of view. Today was the day. We had officially accepted the Major's invite to join the Wyverns, and been assigned a date on which we would test. I'd been training my attack spells with the attack mage groups for the past 2 weeks, so now it was the time to put all of it to the test. Our test would consist of 3 stages: attack spell quality, teamwork, and overall ability. Suma and I would test as if we were a single entity, since I am a familiar. Whilst of Vale, we did it together. The testing area that we were in was a patchwork of loose gravel, blue grass, and barren dirt hills. The Major was perched a few feet away from us on a vine column. He decided to personally preside over our test. The first portion of your test will reveal the quality of your spells. Your goal for this test is to destroy 10 targets as quickly as possible. He motioned with his wingtip towards a large training dummy that was moving around the end of the training field with 10 red targets attached to it. You may use any means at your disposal, and I do mean any means. With that, he looked at Suma and I intently. For the duration of this test, all forms of magic are allowed, even the forms that would have been declared illegal.
What? Suma asked, confused. That's not... Why? How?
I could lie to you. I could tell you that we only allow recruits who are the best of the best and can use every skill at their disposal to its maximum. Well, that's not why. The truth is, the royal family wants to know what kind of weapon they will be commanding, and what it can do. They have given special permission for today only. Use every and any form of magic you desire, the Major explained. I didn't know what to say. Suma seemed stunned, shocked even. I could relate. I understand, I said.
Jake,
Suma wondered quietly. I know. It'll be fine. Besides, I've been curious anyway. My body was shaking, but I wasn't really sure what was causing it. Was it fear, excitement, or something else entirely? But, sir, there is still the issue that I have never used most of the forms of chaos magic before. I'm not sure how it'll go over. He ruffled his feathers and nodded his head. Let me be clear. I'm telling you not to hold back, but that doesn't mean using any of the illegal forms of magic is in any way required. If you feel like that you'll do better without them, then do as you see fit. The royal family wants to know what you can do at your best, not what you can do in totality. That will most likely come later.
I see, Suma interjected. Jake, I don't know if I can,
I stopped her. I know. I won't make you do it again, or even if I wanted to. For now, let's just stick with what we know and let the rest happen if needed. Suma sighed, in what I think was relief, and agreed. "Now, begin!" the Major yelled, and the dummy targets flipped from red to green. Suma and I knew this test was coming, or something like it at least, so we were prepared. She rushed forwards and began using her flames to attack the targets. She was buying me time, not to cast a big attack spell, but to cast the body enhancement spell she taught me. As soon as it was done, I rushed forward and caught up with her. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, my muscles felt as light as a feather, and my mind was on task. I quickly cast 2 of my new purple fireballs at the targets. 1 hit and 1 miss. The green of the target changed back to red as soon as it was struck. It rang like a gong when the flames of our attacks connected. I pulled out 3 ball bearings from the small pouch I had attached to my armor and retreated a short distance from the dummy, then warned Suma to do the same. Using what I learned, I cast a smaller scale but faster version of my railgun spell. All 3 attacks landed.
Jake, can you distract the dummy while I attack the remaining targets?
Sure, but can this thing even really be distracted? It doesn't have a head or a brain. I immediately cast 3 purple fireballs, which melted through 2 of the dummy's arms. It slowly lurched around, away from Suma, and started towards me. I guess so. I launched another 2 fireballs and then raised the ground between the dummy and I to block its own attacks aimed at me. It was something that I'd been practicing with my attack mages. The best offense is a good defense, I guess.
Okay, Jake, move back,
Suma yelled. I bolted away from the dummy as fast as I could. I didn't see what happened, but there was a loud crash followed by the sound of 3 gongs. When I turned around, the ground was wet and Suma looked exhausted.
That worked,
she said between heavy breaths. "The attack section of the test is completed. Good job, recruits," the Major called out. End of chapter. Chapter 86. Jake's Point of View. "The attack section of the test is completed. Good job, recruits," the Major called out. "That was easier than expected," I said. "Suma, what did you do? I didn't see it."
It's difficult to explain. In essence, I created a ball of water, then broke it into pieces and launched them at the targets as quickly as I could, she explained, still breathing heavily and now sitting on the ground. I picked her up in my arms and carried her back to the Major.
"Thank you, Jake," she said.
Once back, Suma recovered enough to perch onto a notch on my armor. "Suma, Sentinel, it is now time to begin the second phase of your test. This is a group section, so follow me to meet with the other participants in today's test," the Major said and began flying away. I walked after him, or tried to, but soon realized that he was going too fast and too far for me. So Suma had to do it despite her exhaustion. She sighed, beating her wings, and flew after the Major. After a few minutes later, she got in contact with me.
"Jake, I'll summon you, but I need a moment. We aren't going to be starting the next section of the test until the rest of the recruits have finished and arrived."
So she sounded run down. That spell must have taken more out of her than I thought. "Sure, no problem. I'll just start walking towards you. Maybe you won't even need to summon me," I said, gestured.
"Thank you, Jake," she said.
I began walking uphill in the direction they flew. The loose dirt made staying steady tricky, but I managed not to faceplant. More than once, anyway. After reaching the top of the hill, I started to hear a commotion nearby. I could see that, in a nearby field, another Niema and a black serpent familiar were battling a dummy just as Suma and I had. "Larik," I mumbled, annoyed. I watched his battle closely, studying how he and his familiar worked together. They moved smoothly. One moved in from behind, while the other retreated. The snake would attack from behind, while Larik would distract the dummy with attacks from above. It didn't take long for them to win. I watched them as they flew off in the same direction that the Major and Suma did, then got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach when I realized what that meant. Swallowing my irritation, I resumed my walk to Suma. It didn't take long, about 20 minutes to reach them. Thankfully, the area wasn't a dense forest, just a lot of blue hills and flatlands. Suma was perched on a stack of vines, looking a bit less tired, and Larik was also there, perched a short distance away. Suma saw me walking up and flew over to my shoulder. "Feeling better?" I asked.
"Yes, a bit."
"Do you need some mana? I have a dull jar ready to go," I offered.
"No, I think I should be fine for now,"
she said, but she didn't sound herself out. I have plenty of mana for both of us.
I'll be fine, Jake, but if I do need any, I will let you know.
I would have protested more, but another Niama landed beside us, and the Major interrupted by saying that everyone had now arrived. In total, there were 3 Niama and 3 familiars. Laric's Black Serpent, myself, and the familiar of the newest Niama who summoned it when he arrived. It resembled some kind of bug crossed with a goat. It had fangs, 6 legs, horns, and a cream-colored coat of fur. "All right, recruits," the Major announced. "This portion of the test will be on how well you can operate as a unit. Teamwork is the only way to pass, and failure to do so will fail not only you, but your whole team."
"Sir,"
Laric called out. "What is it, recruit?" the Major asked. "Are you saying that in order for one of us to be chosen for the Wyvern Brigade, every one of us has to pass this portion of the exam?" "That is exactly what I am saying, recruit. In real situations, your team's success or failure can be entirely determined by a single member of that team. If one Niama fails, you all fail," the Major explained. End of story. Chapter 87. Jake's point of view. "Now you say that in order for one of us to be chosen for the Wyvern Brigade, every one of us has to pass this portion of the exam." "That is exactly what I am saying, recruit. In real situation, your team's success or failure can be entirely determined by a single member of that team. If one Niama fails, you all fail," the Major explained. "Fantastic," I mumbled. Through our private connection, I could faintly sense Suma's feelings as well. It caught me off guard for a second, as it isn't normal for me to be able to do that. Usually, it only happens when she's feeling something strongly, like when we were being attacked in the alley, and she was afraid. This time, she felt annoyed? Or maybe nervous. Possibly both. "Your mission is to defend your position against an attacking team. The winner of this exercise will decide which teams move on to the 3rd section, and which is dismissed immediately," the Major explained. "Oh, so it's like capture the flag," I thought to myself.
"How will victory or defeat be decided?"
The other Niama, whose name, assuming that he had one, I guess, I didn't know, asked. The Major then used magic to lift a large silver metal sheet with several teal-colored symbols in the center into the air and place it into a rusty pole. "With this, the enemy succeeds in destroying or taking this crest, then you lose. However, if you are able to withstand their attacks and defend this crest, or you attack and destroy their crest, then you win," the Major explained. Then 2 Niama flew to the Major's sides, both using mana wrapping to carry a huge hourglass and placing it by the Major. "You will have until the last grain of sand falls from the top of the bottom, and this device." "It is literally capture the flag," I thought in surprise. "You will not have long to think about a strategy before the section begins. Get to it," he finished. With that, the others and I gathered together.
"In order to form a proper strategy, we will need to know everyone's strengths and weaknesses," the new Niama said.
"I'm sorry. What's your name?" I asked.
"I do not possess one, but my cadet number is 2, he replied. "Jake, please do not do it,"
Suma begged over our private connection. I wasn't going to," I stuttered.
"It'll be good to work with you again, Sir Laric," the Jew said.
"And you as well," he replied kindly. "You know each other?" I asked.
"Yes, we were on the same team during the climb up Dragon's Hoard," Tu said. Suma interrupted to get us back on track. "I specialize in bonding magic and healing magic, and my weakest form is soul magic."
"I specialize in only nature magic, and I can use all types exceptionally well. As for weaknesses, I am rather untalented in any aspect of soul magic as well," Laric stated. "I'm a chaos mage. I guess I'm pretty good at attack spells, but I'm still kinda slow to use them. I'm way better with my weapons, though," I said.
"I am a soul magic user. Specifically, I specialize in illusion magic and emotion magic. My weakness is energy magic. I'm afraid I can't even form a single fire spell," Tu explained.
"Yes, I remember you mentioned that. Like me, you prefer to fight with your own specialty than any standard attack spells," Laric mentioned. "So, how do we use that to our advantage?" I wondered. "We need a plan that puts everyone where they would be most useful."
"You are correct,"
Tu acknowledged. "Laric, of the 3 of us, you are the most versatile and..." "4," I corrected flatly. one eyebrow raised, but he wouldn't know what that meant, so it was pretty pointless in hindsight.
Yes, sir. 4 of us. You are the most versatile and best suited to defend the crest. I think you should stay close to it, while the rest of us attack and intercept the other team, 2 said.
You might be correct, but I'm not sure I can defend the crest alone, even with loyalty by my side, Larrick said. What if Suma and 2 stayed behind, and the other one and I attacked, I suggested.
But Jake,
Suma started, but I stopped her. I know, but we need to win. I don't like splitting up any more than you do, but you're not an attack mage. You'd better be off staying here with Larrick while 2 and I try to destroy the flag, I told her.
It might work, 2 said. Suma seemed to dislike the plan, but agreed.
Fine,
she said.
It is our best solution, Larrick agreed. But please leave the close-range fighting to me, Madam Suma. She nodded her head. All right, recruits, time's up. We heard the major yell from a distance. This section begins now. Well then, Sir Sentinel, let us be off. 2 said and flew to my armor's perch on my shoulder. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Jake's Point of View. All right, recruits, time's up. We heard the major yell from a distance. The selection begins now.
Well then, Mr. Sentinel, let us be off.
2 said and flew to my armor's perch on my shoulder. Which way? I asked.
I'll fly up and try to find it. Just a moment.
2 said, and with a few flaps, Willie was airborne. He went up pretty high, over 100 feet at least, then came back down and landed on my armor again. That direction, he said, with a gesture of his wings. I cast an enhancement spell, and Suma tore me, and started running towards the enemy camp. I felt like I was running pretty fast, but 2 seemed unimpressed.
This is as fast as you can go?
At the moment, yeah, I answered. But if I dropped my armor, I could pick up speed. That would mean that you wouldn't have a perch, though.
We need to get there as quickly as possible. Do what you need to do. I'll fly beside you.
He spread his wings out and began to glide alongside me. All right, I said, and then sent Jericho away. Once it was gone, I started to move much faster. Now that I wasn't being weighed down.
A bit better, but it would still take us some time at this speed.
What about mana wrapping? Couldn't you just carry me or something?
Certainly not. You're far too large. Anyway, that is a mana-intensive skill. It wouldn't be a good idea to use it before combat.
Suddenly, a bit more movement in the distance caught my eye. What's that? I asked.
2 looked to where I pointed. It's a member of the opposing team, he said.
How can you be so sure?
I can see them.
From this distance?
Can you not?
No, not in detail.
They look more like a speck to me. I do not recognize them. They're most likely not a healing mage.
Attack mages, I asked.
No, support mages.
I thought about asking what a support mage did, but now wasn't the time.
Will they attack us? They are not flying at us. They are probably heading to our crest.
I'll warn Suma and Lorik. You cannot turn back now. I'm not going to. Suma and I can talk with each other no matter how far we are apart.
I see. Then that is a good idea.
Suma, 2 and I just spotted someone heading to you and Larrick. Be careful.
Thank you, Jake. We will be,
she said. Suma's point of view.
Larrick, Jake just told me that he and 2 spotted a mage flying this way.
Larrick was perched on top of our crest, watching the sky. I can't see them yet. We'll have to some time. We should prepare. He cast a spell that raised a large cylindrical column of rock around the crest, so that it was only visible from the top. This'll be our last line of defense.
Larrick, you asked me to let you handle the close-range fighting, but what did you want me to do?
I suppose I should have been clearer. I want you to support me from afar. You have flame spells, right?
Yes.
I do as well, but as I said, nature magic is my specialty. Nature magic can't be used effectively at long range, but it is nearly unstoppable close range. Please use your fire spells to attack the enemy from a distance and cover me if I get overwhelmed.
Okay, I can understand, but we need a plan, I said.
There, in the distance, I see them, Larrick announced. We don't have time, Lady Suma. Please find a perch that will best allow you to see the area. But that isn't too far.
Larrick then landed on the ground.
I summon you, loyalty! His black serpent appeared, and they both readied themselves while I found a perch on the top of a nearby hill. The serpent hid itself in one of the patches of tall grass on the hill with the crest. The tension in the air was thick. I could feel my feathers standing on end, but Alaric seemed unfazed by any of it. He returned to his perch on the column surrounding the crest and waited. It was only a single mage who arrived, but it was soon clear why. Without a word, he launched 3 attacks. Alaric intercepted 2 of them with his magic, but the third one hit the column directly. Fire spells. Powerful ones. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Suma's point of view. It was only a single mage who arrived, but it was soon very clear why. Without a word, he launched 3 attacks. Alaric intercepted 2 of them with his magic, but the third hit the column directly. Fire spells. Powerful ones. He was an attack mage. "Lady Suma," Nori called out without looking away from the enemy. "It seems this mage is a distance attacker. The plan is not going to work. You will need to attack him from the distance instead of providing me cover. I will protect the crest, but I am unable to do a distance attack in any..." The enemy launched 3 more attacks, but in an instant, Alaric intercepted them all with several large pillars of vines. The vines burned down to the ground. He wouldn't be able to use that technique again. "Now would be preferable," he insisted.
Right,
I called out, and began my own spell.
flames, gather in my presence, form and shape into a bolt, and pierce my enemies, my crimson bolt.
"Dodge!" Alaric yelled. I launched myself upwards, cutting off the spell, as one of the mage's attacks blew the vines I was perched on to splinters. Jake's point of view. "Sir Sentinel, we are approaching the opposing team's crest, sir," Tu said. "Finally," I said. We, or I guess I, had been running for a while now and was getting tired. "What's around the area?" "What do you mean? Is there any cover that we can use? We don't want to give them the chance to see us. That, may be a mute point. Why? Because I'm looking one of them in the eyes now." "Oh." I sighed and started slowing down. "Why are you stopping?" Tu asked, confused. "To come up with a new plan. I was going to try and use the element of surprise, but that's out of the question now." "Okay. What do you have in mind?" I thought for a moment, racking my brain for an idea. "Tu, you have illusion magic, right?" "Yes, you know that already," he said. "Could you make a double of us, or maybe some kind of illusion to hide our movements, so that we can get closer to their flag or crest thing?" I asked. Tu thought quietly for a moment. "Perhaps, but for a spell that size, I can only do one, not both." "Which one do you think would be best?" Again, he was quiet. "The doubles would be easier to maintain, but they would immediately know which one was which. They would be able to see them appear when I cast the spell." "What if I give us some cover?" "It would need to shield us from all sides," Tu said, "like some kind of dome or covered tunnel." "No problem," I said confidently. I looked around for a nearby hill to create the tunnel in. There was several. I went to the closest one and began to use magic to carve out a hole large enough for both of us to enter, and for him to cast a spell. Then we went inside. I cast a small fireball for some light, then collapsed the entrance of the tunnel. "I'll need a moment," Tu said, and landed on the ground. He began his spell with a chant and by forming a magic circle. "Nothing as it seems, light and shadow dance, mingle and fall at my command. Create what I desire to see, what I wish to feel, and what I long to hear. Real double." He finished his chant, and slowly, through the faded light of the fireball, I saw smoke-like magic shape itself into vaguely human and bird forms. The smoke changed colors in some areas, then started to solidify. By the end, I was looking myself in the eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Jake's point of view. There I was, illuminated by the flickering violet glow of my spell. On his shoulder was perched the identical copy of Tu as well, both perfect down to the freckle, metaphorically speaking. I don't actually have any freckles. "Good work," I said, examining them. "Let's hope they do the job," Tu panted out. "Was it that hard?" I asked. "Yes, but the real question is, will it be worth it?" Only one way to find out, I said, and picked two up, putting him on my shoulder just like other copies. Ready? I believe so. But these copies will not last long, so we need to be quick, he instructed. I will control them and make them run the opposite direction of us, but that is still no guarantee of success. Let's make them run out of the cave at the same time as us. That way, they won't know which is which, and we'll have to split up to chase us, I suggested. Agreed. I started casting a spell to unseal the cave, but I needed to let the fire out at first, so we stood in darkness for just a moment before we all shot out of the tunnel. Now making the copies mimic our movements, Du said as he clung tightly to my shoulder, causing a bit of pain actually as his claws dug in. It seems to be working. Their team is splitting up. He glanced at my shoulder and saw the copies running away from us quickly. Already a quarter of a mile away in the 20 or so seconds that we had left the cave. Can you see the crest? I asked. Yes. If we continue, I move at this pace, we'll be there in, Why are they doing that? Du said, confused. What are they doing? I asked. They are reforming, going back to the crest, he told them. Is something wrong with the spell? I asked, worried. No, the spell is fine. I have no answer for this. He sounded a bit worried, as I was. Okay, we might need to change the plan. Why? If I'm right, they probably figured out our plan and decided just to wait for us and either run out of mana maintaining the spell, or figured that since both of us and the copies are heading for them, they could just wait for us to come to them, I explained. A wise strategy, Tu remarked. Yeah, so let's give them a reason to meet us, I said. Tu, will the copies automatically do what I do, or do you have to control them? I can give them specific commands, but otherwise they'll just mimic us. Good. Change of plan. We're gonna smoke them out. I don't understand. How? Have them mimic us, okay? I said. Tu disbanded the copy's earlier commands and made them mimic us again, and I slowed down to a stop. Sir Sentinel, what are we doing? You can Niema sense mana or spells from the spa. Suma mentioned once that you guys could, but she didn't say from how far that worked. From this distance, I should take not. What spell did you... Oh, Tu said as I pulled out several steel ball bearings from my pouch. I started the spell, and since we weren't in a rush, I did the slow but strong way. I wanted to make sure that the hit its target, and when I used the new way of picturing spells, sometimes it missed the mark a bit. Never by more than an inch, but from this distance, that would be bad. I started casting the spell, and to confirm that the copies were doing the same. Then he looked over at the other team's crest. They are raising the barrier of some kind around the crest. One made of interlocked vines and large stones. It won't help them, I said, picturing the last of the spell. Railgun! That thunderous crack rattled out, and I saw an explosion in the distance. By the dragons! Du shouted and flapped about trying to regain his balance. But a warning would have been appreciated, Sir Sentinel. Sorry, I yelled with the ringing from the spell still firing in my ears. Did it work? Yes, I believe so. Correction. Definitely, sir. Two of them are leaving their crest. One is staying behind, and one of the two that left are heading towards us. There was a moment of silence before he continued. Sir Sentinel, it seems that you have done some serious damage to their crest, but it wasn't destroyed. Do you have the ability to cast that spell again? You saw how long it takes. Do you think that we have the time? There was another moment of silence. No, never mind. The mage will be here before you are ready to execute that spell again. All right then, I said, and resumed running towards their crest location. If we can get within range, though, I said, picking up speed to meet the mage heading towards us. I can perform the smaller version of it. Sir Sentinel, I will distract the mage. You focus on getting within your spell's range, Du said, and spread his wings to catch the air and fly up. Jericho! I said, and summoned my armor. Speed is good. Not getting hit in the back by a spell that I didn't see coming is better. End of chapter. Chapter 91. Suma's point of view. Dodge! Larrick yelled. I launched myself upward, cutting off the spell, as one of the mage's attacks blew the vine I was perched on to splinters. Lady Suma, you must... Larrick was interrupted by an attack aimed at the crest. Once again, he blocked it. but the rock columns were still severely fractured. They probably couldn't withstand many more hits. Then our crest would be exposed. "You must attack!"
I'm trying, I yelled back. Flames, gather to my presence, form and shape into a bolt to pierce my enemies. Fly, crimson bolt.
I finally was able to cast a spell, and launched an attack of my own, which the enemy promptly dodged without much effort.
Fly, crimson bolt,
I yelled again, and launched a second attack. This one was closer, but he still evaded it. Suddenly, a sound like thunder echoed in the distance. Our team had begun its own attack.
Lowrick, I shouted. I think that was Jake's attack. We don't need to win.
What are you talking about? Another interception, but not a perfect one. 2 of the attacks got through this time. Lowrick couldn't catch as many now that he was nearly out of vines. Every one of the mage's attacks burns scores of them, and once destroyed, Lowrick can't use them again. Talking about, why don't we need to win? Lowrick finished, never breaking his gaze away from the mage.
We just need to wait for Jake to finish. Then I can summon him back here, and we can defeat this mage.
I do not believe that we'll be able to do that, Lady Suba. At the very least, we won't have the crest long enough to try.
Fly, crimson bolt.
I launched another attack. This one clipped his wing. He was singed, but still flying.
I did it,
I exclaimed out excitedly. Lady Suma, you rely too much on your familiar. We can do this without him. Just as he said that, the mage began a dive. He was aiming straight at the crest's columns.
Fly, crimson!
Before I could finish, Lowrick's familiar suddenly appeared and attacked the mage with some kind of liquid from its mouth. It was camouflaged in a patch of grass, waiting for its moment. "Ah!" The mage cried out and started flapping wildly, quickly losing altitude. He landed on the ground, still flapping and yelling.
What was that spray?
I asked, landing beside Lowrick. A powerful liquid that causes those affected by it to see strange visions, he said as he watched the mage flap around on the ground. Get away! Get away! He yelled.
Will he be okay?
I asked, concerned. Yes, the visions will stop soon, and if we heal him, they will be over even sooner. But we should restrain him first, somehow, Lowrick stated.
I will do it. You should try and replace the vines you lost,
I suggested. Lowrick agreed and flew to the nearest bundle of them. I went over to the mage and restrained him with nature magic by engulfing his body in soil, then doing my best to solidify it. After that, I healed him, and he stopped screaming.
What happened?
The mage asked, finally settling down. You lost, Lowrick answered as he landed, having finished replacing the vines. The mage sighed. Ah, well, perhaps once my mind is fully cleared, I'll be able to try again. Truthfully, he did not seem as upset as I assumed that he was going to be. You are a strong opponent, Lowrick said.
Thank you, but if that's what you think, I fear that I may not get my chance to try again. And why is that? I asked.
Because I'm the only member of my team that wanted to attack. All of the others decided the best way to win was to guard the crest.
So your whole team is still at your crest location? I asked.
Indeed. Your other teammate and Sentinel have no... He was cut off by another crack of thunder in the distance. This time, even louder. I flew up to try and get a better view, and what I saw made no sense. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Jake's point of view. Jericho! I said, and summoned my armor. Speed is good. Not getting hit in the back by a spell I didn't see coming is better. Running to the crest wouldn't take long, despite how far away it was. All I needed to do was not get shot in the back or front on the way there. The other Niema were too far away for me to see clearly, but I could see them in the rapidly closing distance. I have no idea how I'm going to fight them off long enough to crack at the tomb. My train of thought was derailed as a bolt of lightning hit the ground next to me. It caught me off guard, and I tripped over my own feet, falling to the ground and skidding for a short distance. Once I realized what happened, I used magic to raise a boulder between myself and where I thought the shot had come from. Of course they shoot lightning, I mumbled. I looked back. Two was still distracting the mage. It looked like he was using illusions to distract him, then dodge any of the mage's attack. I used mana wrapping to lift up the boulder and carry it in front of me as cover as I ran. It was weighty, and slowed me down a bit, but it was better than getting fried. Crack-a-da-zoom! Another bolt of lightning hit the boulder, but it held, mostly. I noticed after the rock felt a bit lighter and heard the sounds of rubble hitting the ground as I ran. The bolt must have done some real damage to the front of the boulder. Crack-a-da-zoom! A third bolt. Crack-a-da-zoom! A fourth. The boulder was getting uncomfortably light, but I was almost there. Crack-a-da-zoom! A boulder shattered, and its pieces shot off in every direction. Rather than raising another, I dove behind the top of one of the hills. Plan, 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 I repeated to myself, desperately looking around. Can lightning be inverted? No, that's not how lightning works. Maybe if I use... No, that wouldn't work. Wait a second. I had a plan. An idea. A thought. Inversion, wild, energy, magic, nature, death. There are those types of chaos. Lightning is energy. I stopped thinking and started casting a spell. Not realizing it, I was talking out loud. Lightning is an electrostatic discharge during two electrically charged regions temporarily neutralizing themselves, causing the instantaneous release of energy. My eyes were closed as I spoke. I started to hear the sound of birds chirping and the electric hum. I opened my eyes and saw a ball of electricity starting to form. Only one shot. I thought to myself, I need to make sure to hit. So, like the railgun spell, this one needed to be guided. Two electrically charged regions, I repeated. The first region would be the origin point of the spell. The other, the target. Soon the lightning was huge, the size of one of those old computers with the 90s, and it crackled and popped like it was alive. I really hope this doesn't kill anyone, I said, and popped up around my hiding spot, then shot off the spell. Lightning bolt! In a blindingly bright flash, the lightning tore through the air and branched out in a dozen different directions, the route of the burrowing into soil. I wish I could describe in more detail what it sounded like, but the ringing in my ears was too loud. In fact, I didn't hear much of anything for the next few minutes. I dropped to the ground, clutching my ears in pain. It looked at my hands, now covered in streams of blood. Either from the spell or my ears, I couldn't tell. My vision was blurred from the flash. Everything was just a haze for a while. I stumbled towards the other team's crest as best I could manage, occasionally stopping to vomit from the dizziness that came and went in waves. By the time I made it the rest of the way up the hill and to the crest, I saw that it had already been destroyed. It was just a half-meter and shattered pile of metal on the ground. I looked around, trying to find someone, anyone, to figure out what happened. I couldn't hear anything, but my eyes went back to normal after a while. I tried calling out, but couldn't hear my own voice. Just that constant ringing. I stumbled across a Niema eventually, not two. Another one, probably the one of the other team. They were lying on the ground, occasionally twitching. I took off a piece of my arm and summoned a couple of Duljar, then used my armor's healing runes to fix us both up. After a minute, my hearing came back, and Suma showed up. End of chapter. Chapter 93. Suma's point of view. Indeed, your other teammate and Sentinel have no... He was cut off by another crack of thunder in the distance, this time even louder. I flew up to try and get a better view, and what I saw made no sense. It looked like a lightning bolt, but it was impossibly large, and lasted longer than any I had ever seen before. It hung in the air, light pouring off and pulsating as it slowly shrunk down, like a tree's branch had been lit on fire, then plastered in the sky. Larrick, I'm gonna go check on Jake, I called out, and then flew off. I heard him try to call out to me, saying that I should stay, but I ignored him. Jake, can you hear me? I tried to contact him over our private connection. There was no answer, so I used my enhanced spell and flew as quickly as I could manage. It only took a short time for me to arrive and see the devastation. There were scorch marks everywhere. Patches of grass were still on fire. Several Niema were unconscious, maybe dead, and the lingering spell of lightning storm was still thick in the air. I came to look for Jake, but I couldn't just leave the Niema. I dove down and started healing everyone I saw, 3 in total, one of which was 2 from our team, and the others were from the opposing team. Once they were healed, I started looking for Jake again. I would have asked Tu which way he went, but Tu did not wake up. However, he was alive. They all were actually, but scorched just as badly as the surroundings. Their feathers were burned, some now had bald patches where their feathers, and in some cases skin, had been blown off. Flying away from them, I saw more Niema start to arrive, the instructors and military officials, as well as additional healers. Finally, I found him.
"Jake!"
I cried out, and landed beside him. He had taken off parts of his armor and wrapped it around the severely injured Niema. The healing runes were on as well. "Suma," Jake said once he saw me. I think I overdid it." Jake's point of view. "Sentinel, Lady Suma, are you injured?" the Major asked us after finally arriving. In the last few minutes, several Niema had arrived and begun treating the one I wrapped up in my armor. They said I saved her, and that the runes kept her alive. It wasn't as comforting as they had probably intended it to be. I was the one who did that to her, after all.
"I'm fine, sir, and I've already healed Sentinel,"
Suma answered. "Sir, Sentinel, did you just cause this, was that your spell we saw?" the Major asked. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. It was too strong for a..." He cut me off. "Fantastic! The spell is incredible, truly, Sir Jake. Welcome to the Wyverns." "What? You're happy? I assumed that you'd want to kick me out of the army or something," I said, bewildered. "Do not confuse my words, Sir Sentinel. There will be consequences for using a spell of this magnitude in a test, but this only cements what we already knew, that you are an asset. We need your strength, Sir Sentinel. Both you and Lady Suma will have a place in the Wyverns Brigade." "Sir, I don't deserve that," I answered. I hurt so many people, I thought I could control it, but... "Sentinel, this is a war. You will kill, you will hurt, and you may die. Don't regret fighting. Regret having not stood for what was worth fighting for. You have heard of the Southern Union, what they do, how they are. Our country, no. Our world needs your strength," the Major said. I looked over to Suma. She nodded in agreement.
"He's right, Jake. I do not," she sighed. "I do not want to hurt anyone any more than you do. But this is war. It will happen eventually."
I looked away. She was right, but it didn't make it feel any better. "I want to apologize to everyone who was hurt today. Can you help me do that?" I asked the Major. He nodded his head. "That would be possible." With that, we were each escorted off the field. Our team had officially won, and each of its members was granted a spot as a Wyvern, as well as one of the Niema from the other team who had impressed the judges. I spent the next day visiting the Niema who was hurt by my spell. 2 of them were mad. One said there was a risk that he knew might happen, and that he didn't hold it against me. And the others didn't even know that it was me in the first place. 2, the member of my team who had gone with me, was caught in the blast, was annoyed, but understood that what I did got him a spot on the team. So he let it go. The Niema who I hurt the worst, the one who, as it turns out, was the same Niema who was shooting me with lightning, and who was the one I wrapped my armor in, was actually found it funny. She said that she got what she deserved shooting lightning at a familiar out of nowhere. She apparently had let others talk her into doing it, but she didn't want to herself originally. She thanked me for saving her, and I apologized again. After Suma and I, as well as everyone else who passed the test, were released from camp and sent back to the city we came from, we were supposed to wait for assignment orders, then go to wherever the orders said to meet our team. They said that we should expect a notification within 1 week, so we needed to get ourselves ready before then. Suma sent me back home and spent a while traveling back to hers. I spoke to my mom. I told her that I'd passed the test, but left out how, and that our orders would be in soon. I explained that I might not be able to come around as much now. She was worried, but understood. Suma and I spent a week getting some upgrades and repairs made to my armor, ruins, and weapons from Seal and Silikar, both of whom were doing very well and happy to see us. Seal's business was doing better, Apparently a name raised his social rank, and now more people were ordering from him. Celicom had spent the last few months developing new chaos magic runes for me, and was eager to apply them. Suma eventually went and saw her parents. I don't know how it went, but she seemed upset afterwards. So I had a feeling not well. Eventually, our orders arrived, and we were to meet our new team in a city called Antonella. It was one of the strongholds holding off the Southern Union forces from the island of Sangu. Suma said it would take her 3 days to travel there, and that she would see me then. With that, she sent me home and started the journey to our next adventure. End of chapter, and end of book 1. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to give a quick thanks to the Tier 5 patrons and channel members. Alithia, Barky, Fudic Yol, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, White Van 420, Lord Asrakal, Arcalian, and Oakfield.